The qualification resumes as the World Surf League arrives in Sydney, Australia for the second stop on the 2023 Challenger Series.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series.
Every round's an elimination round.
With a rich history of competitive surfing, iconic North Narrabeen is back on the world stage to showcase its breathtaking beach breaks and the next generation of surfing superstars. 80 men and 48 women clash in pursuit of the same dream, getting one step closer to the WSL Championship Tour. For the world's most promising surfers, the quest continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Greetings from North Narrabeen here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. The second stop on the Challenger Series schedule. And the men are gearing up to hit the lineup once again. We're going to get that round of 32 back underway. Great conditions yesterday, expecting more of the same today. It's a beautiful Saturday morning here, and someone who slept really well last night after blitzing them in the Bonsoy Legends Heat was Laura Enever. She joins me here on the Harvey Norman host set along with Richie Lovett. Rich, you were judging. You were the only judge.
Yeah.
And Laura took it home. Congratulations, Laura. You've won a life supply of Bonsoy.
How epic. I'll be frothing.
How did it feel? I mean, you took a good wipe out as well.
I did. I'm a bit stiff this morning. That was my first surf back in a month. So it felt good to get out there. Got off work a bit early and got to hang out there with Duma and Hedgie and Tom Carroll and Pauline and Rob Bain were on the left. But it was just cool to be out there, for sure.
Really fun.
It's a different type of nerves that come along with talking about people surfing your home break all day than having to go out and do it. Oh, yeah, here goes.
Oh, unreal. You've got to show the big cuddy too. You can't just show that one. That's cruel. Look at this morning that we've got Rich. Laura, she slept really well, but your phone was buzzing from the other competitors in the Legends Heat. Not happy with the judging.
Yeah, I had to ward off a couple of nasty texts there, but, you know, it was all friendly fire. No, I think you got it. That was a beautiful turn that you laid down.
Thanks, guys.
But as you said, it was great to see all the legends out there. It was good vibes for the end of the day. And it was just an incredible day of surfing yesterday. It was madness. That car park rights bank, it produced, and so did our surfers.
I think, you know, the WSL has collected enough clips for their Challenger Series promo clips going forward from here. That was amazing. Barrel ride, Sally's 9.7, that was remarkable, but big turns, huge wipeouts too.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. We had everything yesterday, and I think that's, it just kept it so exciting. And, you know, by the time we got to the end of the day, the beach was just packed. The Cooper's Bar down there was just filled with so many locals from the community, just really taking it in and relishing the beautiful autumn afternoon we had. And, yeah, everyone was just blown away by what we got to see yesterday.
Yeah, it was a classic Friday afternoon and more to come.
Magic, yeah. I took a little walk along the shoreline this morning on my way here to the booth just to see if I could find Reef Hazelwood's legs. Because I thought they got blown off. He was lucky not to get seriously injured in his heat.
Yeah, I was talking to Brent Power from CI. We were just actually talking about that wipeout, and he just said he got so buckled, but it looked worse than it actually felt, apparently. He actually got driven down and just popped out the back. But it was it looked nasty. We thought he was going to be really hurt, but thankfully he's okay.
Both him and Dill Moffat had nasty wipeouts in that heat. So, glad they're both okay.
Yeah. Glad you're okay too, Laura. And, we're going to be talking about the highlights from yesterday, I think, for a long time to come. But we've got another day to put some big moments in the books. Let's say another big good morning to Stace.
Good morning, Ron, and good morning, Will. Another cracker morning here at North Narrabeen. What are we going to be up to?
Yeah, dreamy morning this morning. We're going to finish that men's round of 32. There's 6 heats left, and then we're going to go into the women's round of 16, which is the one-on-one heats, which will be really exciting. And then we've even got 4 of the men's round of 16 on standby, so we'll make another call during the women's round of 16.
How good is it running all these days back to back to back?
Yeah, it's amazing. Last night we were sitting and we saw the post-show and we saw the highlights from yesterday, and we couldn't even believe what we were seeing. It was an incredible day, and we're hoping for another one today.
Certainly. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Will doing a great job. And also around these events, there's always plenty going on. We had the Ain't That Swell show up at Avalon last night. Huge turnout for that, and great to host the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew and hear some of his great stories of competing here on the Northern Beaches. And he was loving life back here. And so are we on the Harvey Norman set as we get set for this first heat of the morning. Heat 3, the round of 32. Former CT campaigner David Silva wants to get back to the championship tour. He's out there in the red. Cole Hauschman, super impressive, bursting onto the Challenger Series ranks with a strong performance on the regional QS in North America. He's out there in the blue, scored well in his last heat. Mark Lacombe, we've seen him pull the jersey on in CT events before. And these punchy beach breaks will suit the Frenchman well. He's in the white. And Aiden Masenkamp, the South African, who has just turned the volume right up on his performance since the end of last season. He looked really strong at snapper. He's come here to Narrabeen and continued that form.
Yeah, absolutely. I said it in his last heat, actually. For me, definitely the most improved surfer on the Challenger Series. He's just gone right up a level. His turns are more powerful. He seems more committed and confident just looking at him standing on his board. He's obviously put in a ton of work and the results are coming. But, you know, this is going to be a tough heat. There's a couple of heavy hitters in this one. I feel like we're going to see some really good power surfing. And then the little wild card in there, David Silva, not so much a wild card, but it'll be a different approach from him. Had a lot of success in this event, but when it was down at Manly, so these are different sort of waves.
Yeah, not so little either.
No.
David Silva, he's a little tank.
He's a nugget.
Yeah. He's like a 6'8" giant that got compressed into about 5 foot 8 inches of just absolute bulk, and he's got plenty of power. But I like the call on Aiden Masenkamp. You know, as far as performance goes, all the surfers lift each and every season. Some need to work on that competitive side, but Aiden, I mean, it's been an all-round lift in his performance, but also in his strategies.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we've got 3 of the men on the car park rights and possibly one of them sitting on the left today. So we can only see 3 of them there, and I'm guessing that means I don't really see the colours, but we'll see that throughout today. I went down and checked the surf before, and with that surf being, the swell being a little smaller today, that right bank is really fun, but the lefts are also lighting up, and they're really clean. They're not as straight as yesterday. There's not that current running through. So we're going to see so many of these coaching teams and surfers just really pick the eyes out of this lineup today and have to commit to a certain bank.
As that sun pops up once again on a beautiful morning, the World Surf League would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians, the Gayamgal and the Gadigal people of this region on which we gather here today. We pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations peoples here today and joining us on the broadcast. And it's really turning it on, just the beauty of this region. And the competitors have been loving it. The weather's been awesome. It's pretty chilly at the moment, about 9 degrees Celsius, 49 degrees Fahrenheit. And when you're surfing these early heats, Laura, that's something that can kind of affect your performance sometimes.
Oh, yeah, I walked out of the house this morning and walked straight back in to put another layer on, and it's fresh. Yeah, it's going to warm up throughout the day, and the water is thankfully really nice at the moment, but looks like a bit of a paddle here.
Oh, it's going to be Aiden Masenkamp. He won't mind the cold coming from down there on the west coast of South Africa. Yeah, get some intel from some of my old commentary sparring partners from around the world. Gig Selly is saying that Aiden Masenkamp's just evolving as a young man as well. He was pretty brash as a youngster, and these days he's just a lot more humble, and as a result it just seems like, you know, he's getting a lot more support from home, and he takes the first wave of the day, but it doesn't really turn into big points for him.
Yeah, slightly too deep on that one, but you could see it had a nice look to it. If he'd been maybe a metre over, he might have been able to squeak out of that car park right there.
Yeah, fun heat to watch. Cole Hauschman, for me, on the backhand at car park rights, you know, just looks so strong. But he's had some success with his big forehand as well, as has this man. He's taken down the biggest names on the CT with wildcard opportunities over there in France before. And he's going to kick off the heat with a bang. Big section, big turns. It's the only way Mark Lackerman knows. And that's a really positive start for him.
Smart surfing from Mark Lackerman, and I like his strategy to go down to the left. So I feel like his strength is this sort of surfing right now. You can see just a little check fade, sets himself up for that first turn, and then this finish up right up under the lip and gets to the finish. So that is the benchmark for the morning. The judges will set the scale, and well, David.
Oh, locked in, finding the vision here on a Saturday morning. How good is that?
Travel time.
Well, he didn't find his way through. He's going to get the sleep blasted out of his eyes at the end of that one.
Oh, careful of that board.
Yeah, that lip landed right on his stick, but it's held, and he'll head back out. Just a long funneling section, Rich, and for a moment there, it looked like he was going to get the exit.
Yeah, he was just kind of locked in that pig dog position, and it's always harder on your backhand when you're in pig dog. You don't have as much sort of time and room and even the sort of bodily function to pump and weave. He was just so locked in, had nowhere to go. But he would have had some great vision in there. But it was interesting. I was just fly on the wall up in the competitors area this morning, and there was so much discussion about where to go. You know, it was this guinea pig heat, as we talk about. It was like, okay, there's scoring opportunities on the left, but the right's probably a bit easier to surf at the moment. Doesn't have as many ridges. It's really groomed and clean on the face. So it's interesting to see 3 competitors on the right, 1 on the left, but I feel like, Mark's really playing to his strengths.
And you can see today on the right, these surfers are sitting so much closer together. That's because it's dropped in size, and the waves are really coming in the same spot, and they're a bit smaller, but they're better shaped. And the left, like you said, is a bigger playing field right now. They're coming in, and they're actually bigger waves over there, but they're shifting around from the top of the left bank down a bit further south, and so just have to stay really aware of those sets coming in.
Yeah, North Narrabeen will do that too. It'll dish up waves that don't cap on the outside and have a really nice insider too sometimes. But at the moment, those bigger sets are what are going to score well. Just looking at the numbers from that opening exchange, Mark Lackerman 7.33, still has much better turns that he can lean into. So that's a really positive start for him. David Silva, there's so much travel time in that pit, but just couldn't find his way through.
And I wonder what these guys are thinking now, hearing that 7.33 from Mark Lackerman, going, oh, should we... That just throws a spanner in the works, really.
A little bit of movement there, no takers. Yeah, it was interesting yesterday, even there was some indecision in the afternoon as the left started to flare up a little bit more, Laura, and it was really the killer decision for Dylan Moffat. Oh,
yeah, that was a heartbreak. I felt like the whole of North Narrabeen Board Riders was going to try to, I don't know, somehow get him down the beach back to the car park rights. But there was this weird moment at low tide or mid-tide, sorry, where the car park rights went really rippy. The left started, and then Dill went over there and made that sort of executive, confident decision, and he stuck to his guns. But while he did that, the right turned on again with that mid-tide, that little bit more water on the bank, and then the boys on the right started dropping excellent scores. And by the time Dill got down there, it was too late. So, harsh one for the local crew, but yeah, I think we all were pretty certain the left was going to really start.
Yeah, it looked like it. Even his first ride wasn't too bad, but yeah, he's been spending a bit of time surfing car park rights. Maybe it wasn't happy with the decision. Dished him up a bit of punishment there.
I guess sometimes when you're a local as well, you might just feel like, I'm going to go out there and the ocean will give it to me. But it's got other plans.
Yeah, I think that's it too for our Northern Beaches contingent. I think we're wiped clean.
Oh, well, you'll be there on finals day, Rich. So will Laura. Not in the water, though. But here we go. Just on 20 minutes to go, and Cole Hauschman tucking in. He'll find some cover. Comes through quite easily. Not a huge barrel, but we'll combo it up with a couple of hits as well on the inside here. And drives up into this final section. 7:15 in the morning here on a Saturday, as we get stuck back into the round of 32. We'll finish off this round and then start to continue our whittling of the field as we approach finals day. Nice little cover up there, Laura.
Yeah, that was a nice one. Cole's has grown up so much. He's making that wave look quite small, but getting a little bit of work done here. Unfortunately, couldn't push through and get the finish there, but a nice little way to start here. Just tucked in. You can see this bank's got a really nice shape to it. Slowing down today to get that turn in, and yeah, but by the time you got to the end of this, it was quite small, so I feel like the judges won't go too high.
So women's round of 16 will be our next stop after we complete the round of 32 here for the men. And then on standby, we've got the first 4 heats of the round of 16 for the men as well. Great to have the incredible support of GWM and Bonsoy getting behind this event, and RMA Parks and Resorts, where most of the crew are staying just over the lagoon here, over the lake at Narrabeen, as Mark Lackerman looks to add to the 7.33, and he will. Just looks so confident and reliable for the big finishes, doesn't he? So planted on that board.
Yeah, really good. Nice sturdy stance, well balanced. You can see here just the one big hit, but it was a good one. And yeah, real. I mean, we've been drawing these similarities between what Narrabeen is dishing up and what you find on those beach breaks around Hossegor.
Yeah, I was just
so similar.
Yeah, just thinking it just looks so reminiscent. Just falling out of a lip and into like a shallow beach break sandbar that's exactly what you're doing over in France as well. So yeah, he's no stranger to these conditions right now, and also those currents. He knows how to work them.
Yeah, that's the big point. I think that's where he'll find the true comfort, as we see Aiden Mason-Camp on the attack, tripping a little riding out of that manoeuvre, but there wasn't much else on that ride. Let's get an update on the conditions with Stace.
Thanks, Ron, here with an Oakberry Surf Conditions update, and as we can see, another beautiful morning here at North Narrabeen, but the swell has dropped a little bit overnight, but one thing that's actually increased is that swell period, and the direction is a little more out of the east. It was direct south the last couple of days, which we noticed wasn't the best for the lefts, and we saw the car park section firing up. But what I'd like to know from our local hero, Laura, does that mean the left's going to get a bit better today?
Yeah, it really should. I mean, with that bit more east in it, you know, the swell is predominantly south, so we will see, that's why we're seeing the car parks at the moment, but it will mean throughout the day we're going to see those lefts also come in, but they're going to have that rip affecting it.
Good to know.
Yeah, you could already kind of see some of those lefts just with the trail of the whitewater left on the lineup there, that they're trying to come on. This wind's probably going to help it a little bit too, Rich.
Yeah, definitely. It's a little bit more out of the west, which is directly offshore down here at Narrabeen. And as we come up to higher tide, there may even be the odd little alley right on the other side of the peak on the left. So this is, we're looking directly at the North Narrabeen peak now.
Gosh, it'd be hard to be in that next heat, but the judges are making it clear that they're scoring those lefts, and they're loving that they are critical. They're quite dredgy at the moment as well, as we see David.
Yeah, it just hasn't really got it going just yet. Got a lot of big heats to look forward to in this round of 32. Yesterday, Kaipo climbed to the top of his Bailey ladder and was having a look at heat 4, which is not too far away. Miguel Tadela, Imai Kalani DeVault, who finaled on the Gold Coast, Eli Hanneman, who we're expecting to put up some big numbers at some stage, and Lucas Silvera, who was one of the top scorers yesterday. So that one to look forward to, but still plenty of time in this one as well, as Mark Lackerman takes the early lead. Set waves approaching here, and it is going to be Cole Hauschman taking off on this one. Has a 4, needs next to nothing to get himself into second at this point in time. We haven't really sort of settled into the who needs what situation, but Aiden Mason-Camp knows what he wants. Wants a pit. He's going to drive through this roundhouse. Doesn't take it too high on the face so he can get a bit more work done down the line. Good wave for the South African, this one.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Just found a little running tube. Got out, did some nice work on the face. He's looking energetic, looking switched on, which is always a bit difficult when it's about 8 degrees, 9 degrees. And You can see here, just draws a little line, stays nice and high, just compresses for a big lad. He gets right down and stays nice and small, and then gets a couple of nice snaps here. Just lots of energy, staying really light and agile on his feet. And whoa, David Silva just misses that right. That looked like it was had a ton of scoring potential on it.
That thing looked incredible. Spitting barrels. They continue to roll through here at North Narrabeen. 14.5 minutes to go. Mark Lackamere has the lead. We're waiting on scores to drop for Aiden Mason Camp. And we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Stay with us. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia. First heat of the morning, and the big numbers are starting to roll through for our competitors. Mark Lackamere kicked off the day with a 7.33, and he's backed it up with a 5. Aiden Mason Camp, he dropped a 6.33 on his previous wave. That nice long-running barrel with a couple of good hits on the pocket. David Silvers just hasn't put it together yet, but he had this one during the break, Rich.
Yeah, you can see these backhand snaps, but he's having to draw back into that power source, and you can see it's not a natural flow down the line. But Mark Lackamere finds another left, tags it off the top. That one ran off a little bit too quickly for him. So, looking for something more. But David Silva, he needs to start picking it up here.
Laura, you can see that there's a lot more texture on the face of those lefts at the moment. The rights are a lot cleaner, but Mark Lackamere, just with his, I think his weight and his power, is not looking at all disturbed with the texture on the face. He's just cutting through it beautifully. Yeah,
you know, he's got it to himself over there at least, so he's got first pick of any wave that's going to come through, but a lot of them still looking pretty straight, and yeah, as you can see, that rip just running out through the alley and just making it hard. He's on the treadmill right now, and the guys on the right, they don't have any sort of anything to paddle against at the moment.
You made the point, and earlier on, and I think it's a good one. You know, there's a comfort in surfing punchy sand bottom waves for Mark, but also in just being in constant motion like this. In France, you're just never sitting still. You're never able to just take a breath. You've got to hold your position against those rips to stay on the spot. Yeah, and I remember being in France, and there's obviously so many different beach breaks all up and down those epic stretches of coast, and you would know exactly what break you'd be heading to at exactly what time of the tide, and knowing when the currents are going to start, and that awareness of what's going on in the ocean is just something that you just pick up when you surf on beach breaks your whole life, and I feel like that's what the Brazilians are really good at as well, and it's just that difference to point break and reef break surfing that makes these guys so deadly in beachies. Rich, we've got just a crop of rising stars, obviously, but some real campaign journeyman on the Challenger Series. Mark Lackamere, we've been seeing him compete for so long, seen him in CT events many times, having big heat wins against title contenders and upsetting the title race. Is he going to break through this year?
Look, it's 50-50 for me. It's not a sure thing. I feel like, you know, Mark has this really great foundation to his power surfing approach, and he's got the big moves. But, you know, if the waves do get a little smaller and scrappy, there's that progressive element that is maybe not as up to par as some of these younger guys and crew that are coming in that really have a crazy air game. And I feel like the judges are kind of really rewarding that, and there's maybe so much you can do if you're in Mark's position. So
look, you can see him right now. You know, just seeing him, you should head down, maybe getting some guidance from the beach right there.
Here we go. Here goes Cole. He's had a couple of 4-point rides, but that turn, that's got to be around 4.5 points already, and he's still hammering away at this wave. Bit of foam on the face. Doesn't stop. Relentless in his attack on that one.
That was so well done there from Cole, and that was the surfing we saw from him, getting excellent scores yesterday. So,
Hayden Mason camp.
something must have happened on the start of that wave, because he had that stance like something really special happened at the start of the wave. So
yeah, really staunch.
Cue up a replay there. Looked like Mark actually took off on an alley right just quickly there, and
I'm surprised Mark hasn't just come down to really take advantage of this. This is what Aiden did, dropping out of the sky, and big first turn here, foamy section, but works through and gets another slash and finishes it off. So 4 turns here for Aiden.
What a difficult wave to ride.
Yeah. And then this one from Cole had more wobbles in it than I don't know what.
Something really wobbly.
It's one of those waves that you draw on your exercise book at school. It was just so perfect from the takeoff. This guy is an absolute beast. I was, mate, he was getting ready in the competitors area, and I was just blown away by just how big and much he's grown. He's got so much bulk and muscle and strength, and it's really translating well into these turns. Quite patient on that wave, just setting that first turn up, letting that backwash do its thing, and then he picked his moment. But that's a great wave.
More wobbles than Rolf Harris's wobble board. But, yeah, he surfed that wave incredibly well. The first turn was executed with just so much clout. It was a full haymaker. It was a knockout blow, but he just kept jabbing away at it. He didn't just kick out of that thing, and I think, you know, it's the combos that are going to help surfers fetch the biggest scores today. Waiting on numbers to come through. Aiden can expect a big score, Rich, and even though he's going to get a good score, Aiden, it's almost a bummer he couldn't get into that wave earlier. That thing was throaty, it was holding form, and it spat its guts out.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a bummer when you take off and you're feeling spit on your back. You know, you're just going, I've just missed a tube there, so I've missed a barrel. But nonetheless, he did some great work, and huge score for Cole Hauschman, dropping in at that 8.5. So a new benchmark.
Yeah, it's almost like Mark Lackamere was, you know, there was a party happening in the VIP room that he wasn't a part of, and he's finally got his entry. He's moving into the zone now.
Well, he had his 2 scores quite early, and I feel like whoever was working with him on the beach was like, hey, get down, just compete with those guys now, go wave for wave. You've already got the lead. You may be testing your luck down there on the left. You know,
had the lead.
Yeah,
he's
had
got
the lead.
second priority as well, so he'll roll on over there and skip the line at the bar.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he's got a free drinks ticket. And Cole Hauschman dropped the big number. First excellent score of the day, 8.5. And you could see it coming from a mile away. You know, this is on a morning where we've already seen a pretty clean little barrel ride for Aiden Mason camp. The judges still letting you know that, you know, if you get a big hit in to kick off a ride and keep bashing it down the line, you are on your way to a solid score. And he is a big unit.
Solid. But using the weight and extra height and leverage really well, though. Just to translate into so much power. You saw it perfectly on that right, on those backhand turns, done with so much authority.
He's probably playing the role of security for that San Clemente crew as they travel the world, keeping a watchful eye over the Groms in the pack. Cade, Jet, Crosby.
Yeah, Crosby's no shrimp either.
No, he's a big unit.
He's a big unit
for
too.
sure. Well, 4.5 minutes to go. The first heat of the morning's had some magic highlights. Let's have a look at them in the Harvey Norman heat recap. Mark Lackamere started the day with a 7.33.
Yeah, down the beach, took to the lefts and got started early. 2-hit combination there. And this is Aiden Mason-Camp. He found a little bit of vision, bit of tube time. Comes out, does some nice work on the face here. Beautiful forehand wrap. Down the line, just... yeah, his improvement over the last season has just been incredible. But then this thing, it's a little cover-up. This is Cole Houshman, the first of his scores. But it's this next wave, this 8.5. This thing just reels off. Cole just picks his moment and just annihilates the top of this wave and repeats it several times down the line. You can just see how much spray is flying off the tail of his board there.
3.5 minutes to go, and Mark Lackamere, he's managed to get himself into position with his rivals now, making the move from true North Narrabeen down to car park rights, and he snatched this one during the heat recap.
Yeah, he needs to better a 5, so using priority there to try and eclipse that score. We'll see what the judges think.
Just didn't seem as critical as his 5, even though it was 2 turns. Yeah, might get him there, but I don't know. I like the 5 better on the left. Just that one big committed hit.
It's come in under 4.77, so he didn't better anything there, but he's just going to have to really try to put some pressure on these other 2 men now.
Oh, he's worried about David Silva. David, though, you know, is probably not someone. Maybe not. Maybe.
Oh, it looks like he's chasing David up to the left now.
Yeah, it's an interesting one though. David needs such a huge score to get the second, and Mark should be more concerned about Aiden Mason-Camp and trying to sell him on a dud wave and getting some control back at that main takeoff point.
Yeah, this is a really odd decision here. Aiden Mason-Camp, he's the danger man in this situation here. Sitting with priority, you would 100% just be putting some pressure on him.
Maybe Mark didn't see who had priority over him, because David Silva's actually below him in that priority order, and 8.4, well, we know it's going to take something special. I know David Silva's capable of it. He can do what Cole Houshman did and some.
Well, I guess because Mark does have priority over him, he can... You know, he doesn't really have any control over what Aiden's going to do, but he can control this situation.
Yeah, that's true. And he is going to make his move here. He's going to pull into the barrel, but this one's going to pinch on him. He doesn't find his way through. 1.5 minutes to go. Aiden Mason-Camp and David Silva now will get their opportunities.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I still think I'm with you, Rich. I still think it would have been smarter to try and sell Aiden on a wave or just force the issue down that end. It just seemed that's where the more scoring potential's been.
Yeah, 100%. And look at the numbers. Aiden needs a 6 and David needs an 8.4. So it's a bit baffling, but anyway, they're down to the final minute here, and Aiden Mason-Camp is just willing some sort of peak, some sort of little swell line to come his way. He's been in such good form over the last few events, and it would be heartbreaking to go out in this round before the 2 surfer heats begin next round.
Yeah, if a wave comes, Aiden Mason-Camp's, I mean, he's in form, he's looking confident. You'd back him to get a 6. He only needs a couple of sections. But
6.33 on his best effort, so just basically needs to get a nice clean wall. See if anything comes through in these last 20 seconds.
Yeah, Mark Lackamere has got himself to second spot, surfing bigger set waves down there at North Narrabeen. That's where the energy seems to be concentrated at the moment. But the cleaner faces have been down here on the rights. As we see David Silver going after an 8.4, needs to go big. Seen him stick that alley-oop before, but he's not going to get it done on this occasion. And he's going to fall out of the mix. Aiden Mason-Kemp doesn't get the opportunity to chase the 6.01 Mark Lackamere. The veteran campaigner on the Challenger Series is going to hang on to second spot, and Cole Hauschman continues his high-scoring ways, Rich.
Yeah, he's found some form as well, and that was a pretty convincing win when you just think about the performance that he delivered. Those turns so powerful. Not a bad heat total, 13.07, and Mark Lackamere, smart surfing, playing to his strengths, and that got him through.
Yeah, he held on in the end as well in a tricky situation. But Cole Hauschman, he's marching on through to the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break here and introduce a stellar lineup that's going to hit the water in this next heat.
That feeling going up and down the New South Wales coast with my family and my friends, all of the memories. There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Just started the morning off with a surf at Narrabeen, then up to my favourite coffee stop at Narrabeen. Went and checked out a couple of the coastal walks, some really cool places you can just see, whole line up and break. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got amazing waves all up and down the coast, cafes, restaurants, surf clubs, each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Welcome back to the show. We're loving our time here on the New South Wales East Coast. Sydney's Northern Beaches has been delivering quality surf, a lot of energy through the opening days of competition. And we're into the round of 32, Heat 4. It's a beauty. Miguel Tadela, the Peruvian, who has had some great moments at the CT level up against this guy, Imai Kalani de Vold, a finalist up there at stop 1 on the Challenger Series. Almost gets to the end of that pit. Here's Miguel, great tube rider. Threading this one. The wave spits. He's locked in there somewhere behind that foam ball. Won't find his way through. And we've got a board change here for Miguel. So obviously still a bit of power out there in the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, it was absolute carnage yesterday. We saw a number of broken boards, leashes. So much power in the ocean and this swell, and it has settled a little bit. It's the energy's come out. As Stace said, that there's a bigger period, so the swell lines are longer apart and the waves are a little bit smaller, but here we go, Eli.
Hanneman rolling through this one. Oh, he just got really defeated by the backwash there. He might have had a chance at punching through that curtain if it wasn't for the backwash. Eli Hanneman definitely I think a surfer we're all excited to watch on the Challenger Series this year. Anytime he's out in the water, actually. Lucas Silveira, another one of those solid, tall, heavy-footed surfers that has a lot of power. And even though there's some flashier performers in the mix, he's a guy that consistently can deliver big numbers. Well, have a look at that. That looks less like a buckle from the power of the wave and more like the surfer coming into contact with his equipment.
Yeah, he might have just landed on his fin there, and then the plug's just ripped completely out.
Well, it is almost 7:45.
Oh dear, yeah, these things happen, unfortunately. And the beauty of having, you know, great shapers and board builders is that these guys would just have a backup of spare boards ready to go, really similar. They'd often get 2 or 3 made of exactly the same model, same dimensions, and just being able to jump on another board and not feel weird.
Lucas, wow, just going over the handlebars on that one. 24 minutes ago. Whose boards is Miguel riding? I missed it then.
I think he's on CI's, but I could be wrong. We'll confirm that.
Yeah, Channel Islands, yeah, you're right. And yeah, he's going to be lucky because he'll be able to head over to on board over in Darley Street, where they distribute Channel Islands boards here, and get a replacement for that one, or maybe even get it repaired.
Was it maybe the Proton model? I think
It was the Proton.
Okay,
yeah.
So definitely CI. Brett Power was down here this morning, checking out the action. Here we go.
Lucas Silveira. Well, he loved a couple of big chunky set waves. A former rookie in the Triple Crown back in the day when it was a part of the qualifying series and the championship tour, and it was a completely stacked field. A little different to how they run the Triple Crown now, the digital series. Did you take part in that this year, Law?
I didn't know.
This last winter?
Yeah, but it was cool to see all the clips rolling through, and yeah, I think Carissa taking it out once again.
Again.
Yeah.
Again.
So yeah, it's a cool concept though. You know, everyone.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Getting around the North Shore and stacking clips.
I like the old way better, personally. Yeah. Just so much history there, and
yeah.
Here goes Miguel Tadela on that backup board, just probably trying to get a feel for it. Well, he doesn't have priority there.
Yeah, it was definitely a wave you wouldn't take if you weren't just trying to feel your way back into the equipment and trying to get things going. That was not the best wave choice. He'll be looking for something more, but I guess, you know, he just got out there, so he was in 4th priority. Okay.
Big opportunity here for Imai Kalani Deval. Samuel Pupo out of the mix, and just with a couple more heat wins, I think he'll have the opportunity to overtake him. Might even just by cracking the round of 16 be able to get there.
Yeah, and that's always a good feeling. If you see your name up the top of the ratings there with a number 1 next to it, that's that fuels your fire, and you don't ever want to let that go.
Really tough draw, though, in this heat for Imai even. As Kaipo pointed out yesterday, this is a stacked heat. You've got Miguel Tadela, who at the moment's taking strange wave selection options, but he's a surfer that if that big, nuggety right stands up, he's going to be one of the surfers that you'd back to punch through a close-out section. He's just such a sharp barrel rider, and we've seen him in CT events in the Pipe Masters before, the Pipe Pro. So we'll see how he fares.
He's also got that air game. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to get down to the lefts. I think maybe the lefts at the moment are a bit too chunky to go to the air. It's looking pretty treacherous on those end sections. So opting to...
yeah, you're right. The air game for Miguel,
yeah,
and his performance over in Rio where he got the jump on Felipe.
Yeah.
Or lost out to Felipe, sorry, in the 9th round, but he did cause a huge upset. Did he beat Medina? I think he might have. Medina or Italo, maybe. But he can launch them for sure.
Well, the corrupt flip we saw, was it yesterday or the day before?
Oh, who knows?
Day before,
yeah.
Saw him morphing into one.
Yeah, it was when the wind was a little more conducive to that move, but yeah, Miguel Tadela had some highlight moments in this event already, and not ready to stop collecting more. 20.5 minutes to go. Let's take this opportunity as we see someone having a look down the line to catch up with Cole Houshman. Great performance stage from Cole once again.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Great start to the morning, Cole. But how do you make the decision to either get out on the open face or stick your backside in the wave and try and get tubed?
I know it's hard not to get barreled out there. I think if I was in a free surf, I'd be trying every wave. But yeah, I think just stick to the face unless you know you're going to get kegged on a big one. But yeah, just had to dodge it kind of on that 8, but it worked out in my favor. So.
Certainly did. What about your game plan? You sat down here on the right. Do you get a bit nervous when you see Mark paddle up on the left? You've obviously got a really strong forehand.
Yeah, I get a bit nervous. It's always first heat. You never know when or where everyone's paddling out. So I saw David and Aiden go to the right with me, so I kind of stuck where most people are going. And but then Mark dropped a 7 and a 5 within the first 10 minutes, and we didn't even really stand up. So it was kind of a little nerve-wracking, but yeah, I stoked with my decision and just stuck with it.
A lot of the boys doing really well in this comp. Who are you looking forward to cheering on this afternoon?
Yeah, all the 2% boys. I mean, most of them are still in it. I think Cade, Jet, Eli, Crosby. So, yeah, just rooting on the boys.
Well done, Cole. See you later on.
Thank you.
Yeah, big Cole. Big turns, big scores. Looking sharp as he makes his way through to that round of 16 alongside Mark Lackamere in that first heat of the day into heat 4. This is the round of 32, looking to complete this one before moving into the round of 16 for the women, who were impressive yesterday. A number of great barrel rides, some big turns laid down. Sophie McCulloch and Sally Fitzgibbons really sort of claiming the highlight moments from that last round though.
Seriously, that was some amazing barrel riding and skill just to get in position yesterday. There was so much water moving, and Sophie's one especially had so much sand and froth when she paddled into it, and I guess the commitment it takes to just go over the ledge, and she did it perfectly. And same with Sal. She had one of those gems. It came through so clean, and yeah, she just sent it.
Yeah, Luana Silva is a surfer that has fallen out of the mix maybe earlier than I would have expected again, but her surfing just looks so strong. I just think, for me, she just looks like every bit the CT surfer, and she lost out in a really close one yesterday.
Yeah, it was. That's one of those ones when we reflect back, kind of could have gone either way in terms of the scores that dropped, and you know she was probably feeling a little hard done by last night when she put her head on a pillow. You know, her turns are just on. You know, her performance, she was clearly bummed too when she dipped out up on the Gold Coast, and again on a really close one, and showing some really good form. So, you know, work to do definitely as we move on to the next event. But yeah, she should take some confidence in knowing that her surfing's there, and just the chips have just got to fall a little differently, that's all.
That was the hard thing about yesterday. We were praising Luana, for just, you know, her approach. She got 2 high 6s just off big cracks on single manoeuvres, and then thought everything was going her way, and then she just dropped down into 3rd after Kobe Enright found that mystical 3-turn wave.
Back out into heat 4, the round of 32. We've got Imai up. Just such clean, pleasurable surfing to watch as he kicks that tail. That's just that little bit of progression he can mix in with that great style. Speaking of progression, have a look at this guy. The phenom, Eli Hanneman from Maui, stomps that finish, and he's happy with it. He's a guy that's really looking to put it together on the Challenger Series. Didn't have a fantastic campaign last year. Didn't make a whole lot of heats, but so capable, one of the most talented surfers on the CS.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And the conditions really playing into Eli's favour right now. These little tapered right-handers, he'll be looking for waves like this, but this is Imai. Great surfing here, just tags the lip, pushes this turn here, gets the little slide. It's a little bit hung up, but still complete, and look outside. Eli just hammering these turns, just doing them with so much speed. Gets the finish. And great wave here, so this is starting to open up this heat.
Eli's a guy that we've had eyes on for a long time, heading over to Maui for the Women's Championship Tour event to finish off seasons. He was always hanging around the contest, and just a phenom, like I said, a micro Grom who just had it at a very young age, and now he's surfing is starting to grow. And he's still a junior, competed in the World Junior Championships this year, had a great run through the contest in pretty solid conditions there at Seaside Reef. But something's got to click for him at this level sometime soon. He's just too good. He's too good.
Yeah, for how small and compact he is, he's got so much power, and I think his technique and timing on the wave is just impeccable. He really has it all, and love what we were seeing from Imai there. I think that he's just showing that he, you know, being from Hawaii, he's obviously a bigger build. He's got that strength, but just showing that he can do it all. Beachies, snapper rocks, and backing it up down here.
Oh, here goes Lucas Silveira now. Let's see what kind of power he can lay down on this one. Oh, tricky hit there. Almost landed on the hillside of the stringer when he rode out of that move.
Yeah, he held it together, though. A little bit awkward on the landing. But, yeah, if I was Eli, I'd be studying Filipe Toledo and just going, okay, how do I increase the output of power? Because I think that's, if there is an Achilles heel for him or an element that he could work on, you just watch Lucas Silveira here and watch this final turn. Bit of backwash hits him. Wow, he almost completely disconnected. But, yeah, I feel like Eli, you know, because you look at, say, Cole Houshman and Eli, completely opposite in terms of body build. But you can be small in stature and still put a ton of power into your approach. And, you know, Eli's got the progression, no doubt about it. He's got the speed. But the thing that Filipe has been able to do is match that for power as well.
13.5 minutes to go here. Numbers still on the way. We'll update you on the situation right after this Bonsoy brew break. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By NRMA Parks and Resorts, official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Oh, there's nothing better than sitting here on the Harvey Norman host set with a steaming hot coffee in front of us here from one of the local cafes, watching the world's best here on the Challenger Series. Campaigning for big results. Imai Kalani-Devold on an absolute gem. This one during the break.
Oh, yes.
And he'll take the low road and get the exit. Well, they'll be cheering over there on Maui. What a performance. 7.83 for that one. Love the style. If I could take one part of Imai's surfing and add it to my own, I think I'd take that back leg. Mine doesn't really bend, and he just drops it so beautifully. It just adds to his style. It really helps him coil up rich and strike with big explosive turns too. That's a great barrel ride. What a way to start the day.
Oh, yeah, just a perfect little funnel, and he just weaved through it. It was a tricky exit too. He had to time it to make sure he got the exit. Here we go. Here's the replay. Stays nice and compact. Tucks that back leg in, as you mentioned, Ron, and then just at that perfect moment, starts directing towards the shore and avoids that little water curtain.
Yeah, we've had some great moments on the Challenger Series with decent waves over the past couple of seasons, but I think the last couple of days have been some of the best conditions that the Challenger Series that surfers have been able to enjoy. I mean, really perfect waves, spitting barrels. You can't ask for more, especially on a beach break.
For sure, and so many of the competitors were saying that yesterday when they came in. It's you know, obviously so epic to have these conditions, but it's so hard. Like Cole just said in his post-heat interview, if he was out there free surfing, he'd just be looking for the barrel and just positioning himself to try get tubed wave after wave. But
you're dragging that big backside through some of these funnels on a Saturday morning, as we see Miguel doing just that, trying to maximise some time behind the curtain there. And he's unable to punch through the curtain.
Yeah, ever since that board change, he's just been out of rhythm a little bit, but here we go. Eli's in a barrel as well.
Yeah, wants to make sure he finds the exit on this one. He'll get some room to move here, attacks the pocket. Wow. Nice hit, tries to combo it up and gets slapped down by the wave. Just a little late to that final section.
No, he's still going to get rid of, obviously, that 1.5, and this should see him move up into second place.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira hasn't really had the quality of rides that we've seen from Eli and also Imai. Miguel Tadela, as you said, the board change just throwing him out completely.
yeah, he just hasn't been able to get anything really. And going for the barrel, I thought he might have tried to just do turns then, but Eli, this was so well read here, just weaving through this and little hair flick to come out. And I love the combo that he got after. It's just perfect size for him, but the way he read that was epic. And then here we go into the lip. If he'd been able to finish this off, would have been just pretty close to excellent, I'd say.
Just trimming, pumping, making sure he takes a nice line there. Comes out, gets pretty vertical with that first hit, drops down, gets straight on the rail again, but just a little late. Board's looking good. Matt Biolis working with Eli there. I'm pretty sure it's the driver 3.0 under his feet at the moment.
Yeah,
spicy.
The stat sheet conversation is such an interesting one with Eli, but for me, two of the best on the CT are not. They're pretty slight, but they're really strong, and their turns are bigger than 98% of the surfers on the CT, and that's Felipe and Italo. There's really not much of them. Felipe has definitely packed on a lot more muscle in his legs, especially over the years, but that they battled that through different stages of their careers, I think, and the way they combated it was to do bigger turns than anyone else. Eli's so capable of that. Timing is the key, I think, to Felipe's big turns. I hear people say it sometimes, pound for pound, he's one of the most powerful surfers on tour. I actually always correct them and say, weight has nothing to do with it. He is super powerful, but he also is very knifey. But he explodes out of turns, and something that Eli is probably going to have to continue to work on as he moves through the Challenger Series this year is bringing the biggest turns he can possibly do to each of these sections, because it's something kind of that people stereotype you with, and it sucks that it happens like that, but stature has nothing to do with really the size of your turns.
Well, to back up your point there, Kelly, Kelly's pretty light, really, and he's only 5'8", 5'9", I think, in terms of height, but the power that Kelly puts into the turns are remarkable, unbelievable. And it's all done with technique and making sure, that rail is just so engaged in the wave face and drawing the turn out a little bit longer. And, Eli's got the advantage of having that speed and agility and all those other things. He just, that's what I would be working on if I was his coach.
Yeah, some of those, lighter-footed legends, icons of the sport. Rob Machado, another one. There wasn't a whole lot of him, but pinpoint timing were the keys to his success and an incredible repertoire. But he just placed his turn so beautifully. And when he did lay his board over, he just moved so much water and just sliced through the waves so effortlessly, as we see here. On the left, Miguel Tadela just trying to get himself back in this heat. On the bottom of the table at the moment, and that's probably going to be his best ride so far. had a pretty tough go of it, but when he got back out there on the backup board, he kind of didn't really settle into the weight for priority. He started catching smaller waves and almost put himself out of a rhythm as a result.
Yeah, just felt like he's been forcing it and just trying to catch subpar waves and turn them into something special, but not a bad idea there going to the lefts. You know, even he could try go to the air on one of those lefts, and mid-range score, like a 5, could put him back in range to only need an 8 or something at this point of the heat, because Eli and Imai have really, they're starting to run away with this.
Yeah, and it's a completely different lineup too to what we saw early in the event, where we're getting a quick start and building on that and maybe pushing it harder through the back of the heat worked well. Today, the most patient surfers in this heat are the ones holding on to the lead. Imai, sorry, is up again. He's already got the lead, trying to get rid of a 6.33. Having a ball out here at the moment.
Oh.
Well, he was. He just got a little disconnected there, and as a result, found himself sitting on top of a landmine. He got blasted.
Oh, these car park rides are looking so dreamy this morning. They're just, the angle is perfection for this little bank right now, and it's just really lighting up right now.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go here as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Imai Kalani-DeVault on point.
Yeah,
Killer style, unbelievable.
Oh, it's beautiful to watch, isn't it? And finding some of these running right-handers. And Eli Hanneman, he found something as well, bringing these lightning-fast manoeuvres, quick snaps down the line, and it was all turns. But then the Hawaiians, they started to find these little nuggets that started reeling off. Shades of backdoor pipe. And Imai squeaking out of that one. That's his high score. It was 7.83, currently on top.
Yeah, what a fantastic heat for him. Having a ball, finding a few visions out there, Laura, and amassing a pretty healthy heat score total, 14.16 at the moment. Eli's not too far behind.
For sure, and I think the judges making it pretty clear, you know, they want to see the barrels today, but they are scoring the turns higher. You know, 7.83, and that was on Imai's turns. When we look back at Cole's 8.5, he kind of dodged the barrel to get those big power turns in and those sucky sort of pockets. So I think the judges are thinking, you know, it's smaller today, unless you get maybe a bomb that's going to be really, really doubling up, then we'll reward the barrel. But they want to see a mix of it all.
Imai and Eli, they've got a good lead at the moment with just over 2.5 minutes to go.
Lucas making his move. Good looking wave here. Tucks in. The Brazilian's going to find his way through. Nice cut back, taking it right back to the bowl. Mixing things up now with a nice hit and a strong finishing turn.
Wow.
He does have to get back out there pretty quickly though. 8.53 was the requirement, and just based off what we saw earlier on, doesn't feel like it's going to score as high as maybe Imai's 7.83.
I've had to wager a guess. I feel like it's going to be right around that 7 mark. A beautiful tube, nice clean exit, and gets the wrap, cut back, and then sets up a few of these hits down the line. It was just, there was a steady pace to it, but it was a different pace to what we're seeing with Eli and Imai there. Just seemed to be going just marginally faster. But a well-surfed wave nonetheless. Gets some vision here. Completely disappears for just a millisecond.
Such a clean tube there, and finish it off nicely here. Just works it back with this wave. Had that bit of wobble in it through the inside. Just had to negotiate.
Yeah.
Good comeback wave, though. He's going to get in the mix here.
Shame for Lucas, that wave just didn't hold that steeper face when he came out of the barrel, because he's got those big turns and it just went a little flat on him. But the judges are still going to reward it. It was a nice combination. He finished it off well. He's been campaigning for over a decade now to get to the CT. Hasn't had a finish on the Challenger Series inside the top 100. Closest he got was in 2017. He got to 55th place on the qualifying series. But yeah, he needs to ramp things up. He's got to find that other pace, as you said, Rich. Just looked a little more sleepy through the transition of his manoeuvres in comparison to Eli and Imai at the moment. but he's still got himself a great score and got himself into this heat. Needs a 6.03 as we see Eli Hanneman punching through the back of that one. 25 seconds to go. Lucas is giving himself a chance here. Something standing up. He has to have a look at it, but it's not really going to open up for him. 15 seconds to go. Will this talented Brazilian get the opportunity? 6.03, such an attainable score here this morning, but it doesn't look like there's much coming his way. And Eli is going to survive after making a bit of a mistake there with priority over Lucas. And he's going to hang on for second spot. A comfortable victory for Imai Kalani DeVault. And it's going to be the two Hawaiians powering on through to the next round here, the round of 16.
Yeah, good feeling coming out of these heats, knowing that you're going to go into man-on-man the next round. It's a big step, and the two Hawaiians just celebrating, congratulating each other. Good performance from them, solid. Good variety that they've shown us.
And Laura, great way to kick off the day too. Absolute, just cracker heats.
Yeah, we are in for a treat today, guys. Happy Saturday. Cannot wait to watch the rest of these heats unfold.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. Bring it on.
Let's go get a second brew.
Yeah, let's do it. We're going to take a quick break here. The action continues in the round of 32 right after this.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, coming out of that little piece on Make or Break. Season 2 right now is streaming on Apple TV+. I'm Kaipo along with Jess Grimwood, as well as Luke Kennedy. Good morning, you guys. What have you seen so far this morning, Luke?
We've seen a slight drop in swell, but the conditions still look amazing. Offshore winds, barrels, and the key distinction is we've seen one surfer make a breakaway already and go down to the left-hander, Mark Lackamau, and it proved to be a good decision because he had the progression just. But the surfers have some decisions to make today between the two banks. Right now, kind of the group think is over on the rights, but it's going to be interesting to see if that left comes back into play throughout the day.
Well, look at this, what we got set up here, Jess. We got France versus the 2 percenters in the way of Justin Briquet as well as Mihimana Brai up against Jet Schilling and Cade Madsen. It's rare for us to actually see team play. I almost feel like that's what we're going to see in this heat.
Yeah, I think you might be onto it there. Here's the replay of the first of Cade Madsen's. So this has come through already as a 6.5, and you can see he's just getting things done quickly, getting a nice start, and it's a great score to kick off his heat number 5 around a 32 for the men here. Look at the aliveness that he has through these turns as well in the transition. The timing is pretty impeccable for such a smaller wave, and he's done well to post himself a 6.5 off that.
Yeah, I feel like Cade just stepped out of yesterday. He managed to find those real windy, longer rides yesterday, and again today he's back on track.
Justin Bouquet, the French surfer, looking quick to start off his account. Sharp surfing.
Yeah, that second turn, the blowout of the fins there, that was so nice to watch. And you can almost feel the release of energy that comes out the back of those boards too, and it just shows or pays a lot of, or you can pay a lot of attention to how much speed and compression is built up through that turn. Have a look at this one here.
Yeah, just winding up with speed. Great opening turn, eyeing off the lip, drifts the fins to finish. So it's just a really solid two-turn combo. I feel like Justin was one of the surfers yesterday who really revved things up, had one of the biggest turns of the day. Does have some massive maneuvers in the repertoire.
Yeah.
The wave size is not quite there today, but he's still bringing those big moves.
Just brought excellent surfing. 8-point ride for the 21-year-old out of France, Justin, with a great start. And that's going to make the rest of the field have to play catch-up at this moment. Talk about coming out the blocks fast.
Yeah, that's an incredible start to his heat. And I can see where that's coming from. The precision, like I said, the release of power. You could tell how much energy he was pulling through each of those turns. And he didn't oversurf the wave. It was a really beautiful wave. He did these two incredible combination maneuvers, and it's well rewarded out here. Have a look at this thing, and how well are the Frenchmen just sitting into these conditions this morning. Like, it just suits their style of surfing, obviously, from where they grew up so well here.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot yesterday, that you know, the conditions do resemble a classic day at a French beach break, and they're right at home, and they're doing well. We saw in the last hit of the day yesterday, Maxime Hussenot get just an incredible barrel, almost on dark. And the French team are really thriving. I guess another conversation around the French surfers is that, you know, there's almost that expectation that one of them is going to step up and claim a spot on the CT again. We sort of had a long era there with Jeremy Flores and Michel Perez. Maxime was up on the CT briefly but didn't make the cut. But I think certainly the French fans, they want to see someone else with the French flag on the CT.
Yeah, well, you know, looks nothing like Ho'okipa out there, but a local boy from there just took out the last heat win. Imai Kalani-Deval, congratulations on into the round of 16.
Yeah, that's right, Kai. Certainly not Maui out there, but it must have felt like it with the boys going 1-2 there, Imai.
Yeah, that was best case scenario. I was pretty stoked when I saw me and Eli were in the same heat, and that's like the easy dream of, like, we were getting barrel on the QS and we both made it, so we're both pretty stoked. We were like kind of laughing at the end, like, wow, that was kind of nuts. Like, it's pretty sick.
Didn't really, it must have not even felt like a heat at one point there. You guys just trading off tubes.
Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, those are the heats you always think about, like, not much, I don't know, just kind of surfing and getting in fun waves.
First couple of heats looked a little slow, including yours. It had some moments. We've just seen some great waves come through now. What do you make of the conditions today compared to yesterday?
Yeah, when I pulled out this morning, I was hoping I was still going to be seeing those, like, big sets that we were watching all day yesterday, and it looked a bit smaller and slower, so I was kind of nervous. Like, first heats wasn't much, and but yeah, I knew there were a couple out there, and I felt like it kind of started turning on in our heat, so hopefully another good day.
Certainly looks that way. Thanks for your time, and well done.
There you go, two boys from the Valley Isle advancing into the round of 16. Imai Kalani-Deval as well as Eli Hanneman. During that interview, we saw an interesting play in priority. It was all fair game. Jet Schilling taking priority off of Mihimana Brai. And the score is coming in. Well, let's look at the situation. So Mihimana takes this one first. Jet says, nope, I'm ahead in line.
He almost kind of squeaks out the front there. It's a bummer for Mihimana because it was lining up to be a really nice little backhand tube. I think he might have pushed out and made it. I think he was in a really good deep position on the takeoff there.
Yeah, Mihimana Brai, a injury replacement for Timothy Biso. We saw that happen in the last round, in the round of 64. Mihimana coming in, and he's a surfer that, you know, when we talk about QS regions, plays in the European region, but as well as in the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. Here we go. Cade Madsen in the barrel. That one just pinches on the big guy. 21 years old, out of San Clemente, California, but a formidable competitor. Really interesting story in this heat, Luke, is that Cade and Jet Chilling met in the quarterfinals of this event last year. Both good friends, Jet Chilling taking out Cade in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting when you come up against, you know, a friend. I think one thing about the Challenger Series is that at some point, if you want to get to the CT, you're either going to have to take down one of your best friends or you're going to have to take down one of your heroes. That's the reality of the situation.
Yeah, end of the year, we're just going to take 10 men from the top of the rankings there. They will get the ticket into the 2024 Championship Tour. But in this play, like I said, Jess, we got like two surfers representing France, two surfers out of San Clemente. We almost can have team play right now because top two advance.
Yeah, I like that storyline you cottoned on to this morning, Kaipo. I think it's a good representation of the pockets and the countrymen that are kind of banding together at this point in competition. I love the feel of it. It feels very kind of like, you know, maybe kind of like a board riders kind of battle style about it. And I love that we're going to see, hopefully, I don't think we'll see it at the very start of this heat. I think it'll happen towards the end when you see people using priority to advantage, you know, whether they be sitting in second or third, and maybe some, not blocks, but just using their priority to help their teammates or the countrymen get through there.
Yeah, and point well taken in that kind of team play won't happen until probably until we get like under our NRMA 5-minute warning.
Yeah, I think they'll wait because they want to get their good scores on first. Here goes Cade. Up and out. Yeah, they want to have the chance to express how they're kind of interpreting the conditions this morning. They want to get some excellent scores under their belt, and then we'll play those games, those strategy games, those priority games, and maybe some different play outs of the heat that we've already spoken about on the beach will come into play as well.
Here comes Justin. He's already got an excellent score with an 8. Double pump off the bottom, snaps off the top there. Has to save himself from a little bit of a rail dig, but no problem. He's going to back up the 8, put himself in a strong position with a lot of time on the clock, Luke.
Yeah, only the one big maneuver, but the story of yesterday was obviously that you're looking for waves with multiple maneuver opportunities, but you need to be able to get the job done with that one good turn. And certainly Justin looked on point there. Interesting to see where they go with the single maneuver score. Obviously has the high 8, chasing a backup now. Comes in at a neat 5. So
great indications for where they're sitting with the value in just clean, precise surfing. You know, nothing over surf, no double pumping or too much flailing around in between the transition turns. And, you know, value 5 points, 1 clean turn, 13-point total. That's huge to kick off this round.
Well, let's go into one of the cheering squads right now, the 2%ers. Stace, you with them?
I am. I've found a couple of them. I've found the Chief Operating Officer, Ethan Davis. Ethan, how's your morning been, mate?
It's been great. I've been off for the last 2 days. I caught a little cold or something. It was kind of weird, but I'm back on the sticks. Feels good. And yeah, I'm here to support the boys. I'm having a blast for sure. First time in Narra.
Well, as we know, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Don't give that cold to Crosbo. Cros, coming up later today. How you feeling, son?
Feeling good. Some of the boys just made it. We had Cole, Eli make it. We got Jet and Cade in the water now. Hopefully these guys can push through this one. But yeah, we're feeling good. Me and Taj are coming up together, so it's going to be fun.
How's all the double ups? How does the coach handle all the stress?
Oh, coach, I don't know. We're just trying to get barreled. Cones.
Enjoy. Thanks, boys. Thanks, Kypes.
Stace. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Here, find that. I want to find out, what does 2% mean?
What does 2% mean, Chief Operating Officer?
What does it mean, Chief? There's no meaning really to it, but we're just team only, I guess you could say.
All day, Copes.
Okay, thank you, Stace.
I
All
don't know if
right.
he stole the outfit off a Sydney Council worker. That one's a
Yeah.
classic. Chief Operating Officer. I like it.
That is awesome. Well, making an impact, and like I said, with the 2%ers, work on that merch, because I think you guys are getting a following right now. It probably can, you know, sell some stuff online, 2%.com. I'm sure someone already took that, but they'll get creative. All right, during that interview, we saw Mihimana Brai with a 2.17 for brief effort, and the Tahitian representing France currently in third place. Jet Schilling quietly sitting with priority, Jess, and just a 1.3.
Yeah, cool vibe for him though. I feel like he's going to get the opportunity. There's the waves out there this morning. We saw it in the last heat. It's absolutely pumping. It's like the Hawaiians in that previous heat that won. They're just saying, "Are you kidding me? Like, this is ridiculous here. Like, how good competition conditions for a Challenger Series or a QS even. You know, it's just, it's going to come for Jet, and I like the patience in it because he hasn't seen what he wants yet. And he's obviously very explosive, and he's got such a good support crew on the sand there.
Yeah, Schilling coming off of a third place finish at stop number 1 on the Gold Coast. Here we go. Mihimana wants to feel the power. A couple of times up in the lip, and he will increase his score line. We'll see by how much. Still surfing under priority, and you can tell by the wave quality that he is picking those waves under the priority of Cade Matson as well as Jet Schilling.
Yeah, the surfer who broke Nathan Hedges' heart yesterday when he showed up late.
I like this wave from him. Like you said, it's just under priority, so the quality isn't there, but his surfing is, and there's a little hop skip he does to make sure that final manoeuvre is quite well timed. It's good signs of him. That's definitely going to help him, and he needs to just get into that priority position and find one of those real quality rides out here this morning.
Yeah, I love the final whip crack turn out of the lip. The only thing lacking perhaps in that wave was a little bit of speed in the transition, and as you said, Jess, that just comes down to wave quality and securing that priority position. As you can see, pretty tough to do so at the moment, though. The surfers are sitting right on top of one another. They've pushed a little bit deeper on this bank. We're coming up to a high tide around 9 a.m.
Yeah, well, it's kind of lully conditions right now, but it's a perfect time for a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back with more action from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Thank you to the Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We went to break, and we were going to see if Mihimana Brai could get out and into second place and advancing position. And during the break, this happened. He found himself a left, Jess.
Oh, this is a gem out there, and look how floaty and light he looks. He kind of wobbles a little bit on that and has to push on the front of the board to regain composure, but this is a high work rate on this left, and it's just looking like really relaxed and comfortable surfing for the goofy footer.
Well, it's a 4.9, Luke. This is enough to put Mihimana into second and advancing position.
Yeah, he's found one of, although he's sitting down at car park rights, he's found one of the rare lefts. And we saw one or two of those ridden yesterday, and they proved to be consequential.
So now Team France in 1 and 2. Justin Bercret in first, Mihimana Brai in second. The 2%ers out of San Clemente with priority. Jet with first, Cade with second. Need to strike back at the moment to get back into the game.
You talk about the concept of a team or team surfing. It's been around for a long time, Kaipo. We can go way back to the late 70s with the bronzed Aussies, with Peter Townend, Ian Cairns, Mark Warren, who's from Narrabeen, was actually part of that original crew.
Those guys had some of the best outfits ever.
They did. They did. Very entertaining. I used to love the flares and the T-shirts. Phenomenal.
Didn't they have Jim Banks and Shane Horan on there just for a hot moment? I don't know if they got kicked out of the Aussies or they were there for just a hot moment or whatever.
Well, you talk about, they definitely were, and some would say that, PT might have surfed the heat differently in Hawaii if Shane was still on the team.
Mihimana throwing it up there. Yeah, thank you. And that's appreciate all of the history that we're getting from Luke Kennedy. And that is one for the record books, because there's a long, long history of Australian surfing, and really the advent of professional surfing, a lot of that leans on Australia.
Yeah, very much so. And even at this event, originally the Narrabeen event was the surfer bout. And by around about 1974, it very quickly became the richest surfing event in the world. I think the prize money Mark Richards took home in 76 was around about $5 grand.
Wow.
But at the time, that was, that was a big paycheck.
Yeah, but given for inflation, it was probably
yeah. Someone can do the numbers on that.
Wasn't there a radio station involved as well? 2SM?
Yeah, that was the 2SM Surf About event.
Yeah. Jet Schilling, time to get busy. Jet, 1, 2, floats it through, stabs it up the lip, pokes the nose, was on his way, and the crew disappointed.
I like the way he worked the rhyming couplet in there, Kaipo, but I think Jet wanted the 3. He wanted the finishing turn.
He did. You can see him, you can just tell, body English that he's disappointed. Here's a replay, Jess.
Gosh, what a good looking set that he's waited so long for. First turn, he's still rolling down the line, a quick little transition floater, and there's where it goes wrong. A little bit late to that re-entry, his front foot and the timing just a little bit too short. He was just under it, and that forced that board to chop down instead of kind of flowing through with the release of a real technically sound re-entry. So it waited a long time for that wave, and I really thought that was going to pay off for Jet, but unfortunately we're going to see him go to maybe plan B now at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to get busy now. That was a strategic pause with him, holding on to priority, waiting for a quality wave. Had that quality wave, would have likely have turned the heat, Luke, if he was able to finish that wave.
Yeah, I think so. And we talked about the narrative for yesterday. It's definitely a play for Jet. Had a big result on the Gold Coast with the semi-final finish. Another good result here would put him in a really commanding position for, what this whole thing is about, qualifying for the championship tour. So there's a lot on the line for Jet here.
Yeah, right now he's in 4th, right? And so a 4th place finish in this round is an equal 25th. That's only 1,700 points. That's going to be a throwaway.
Yep.
For Jet. So he would leave Australia with a keeper and the throwaway. If he was able to leave Australia with 2 keepers, he's well on his way for qualification.
Completely, so then he's only got 2 more solid results to really log. It's 4 results out of 6 events that count, so...
And look at him sitting out there. He's gone to tactic B, and he's pushed all the way north on this bank towards that left, so maybe going to his forehand.
Mihimana's going left. He's found another one. light on his feet. And not able to finish off. Here goes Jet. He's looking for a ramp, looking for something, still searching. And he's going to find 0.
Just too much downtime. I feel like he needed to get the maneuvers done earlier, and maybe you could see what he was thinking, Kaipo. You know, you identified it straight away. Stance widened, down the line speed. He was looking to launch.
Yeah, he knew that that was a way that he would be able to accumulate the points that he needs. Right now, he needs a 5.73 to go into second place if Mihimana did not improve upon his scoreline on that last wave. Cade Madsen got a wave as well, Jess.
Yeah, he split the peak with Mihimana, and he gets to work pretty high and tight first turn, and that second turn was way more critical, and he kind of accentuated the landing there as well. So he's definitely going to improve. Mihimana was never safe with those 2 4s sitting in second. And with Cade's other score, that opening 6-5 for him at the very start of this 30 minutes, he's looking really good at the moment, waiting for this number.
Mihimana finds a right, swings it off the top, loads off the bottom, hatchets off the top, incomplete. Our heat leader, Justin Becre. Justin, smooth rail work as he's been illustrating through this entire heat. Snaps that finish fin release. Quick feet to get the board back up into lip. Jet Schilling has to pull out, and frustration right now for the goofy foot out of San Clemente.
Great quick cut too for the cameraman or woman, just making sure they picked up. There was so much action packed into that 20 seconds and really consequential. If Jet's able to find the ramp, he's on here. It's a 5.73 requirement, but we're still waiting for Cade's, I guess, last wave. And Mihimana is just a little out of sorts, I think, on that second section.
Great directing by Nathan Hayter right there, getting all the angles on there. So we have to acknowledge our crew in the truck who are doing an excellent job as we go through these replays right here, Luke. This is a couple of hammers from
disappointing. I think if he surfed out of the second turn, it was a good score coming his way. Justin Becre, nice opening rail carve. Throws the fins on the second maneuver and gets the job finished. So 3 solid ones. Will it replace the 5? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, here's Mihimana's too. Now, he's switched tactics again. That's such a nice little snap under the lip, but he's just kind of getting caught up, obviously, on that second maneuver, and he's trying to bring that criticalness to get out of that 4-point range, and at the moment he's a little bit just out of sorts. I still think he's got that 6-7 point in his range, but Cade's just dropped the 4.8. So
Cade just flipped the heat. So Cade Madsen now second and advancing position with priority. So Madsen does have a advantage in these final 3 minutes. Mind you, his good friend needs a 7.7 and has second priority. We're gonna see if teamwork actually plays out in this final 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, well, there's, you know, I guess there's no official WSL policy or rule book that says you can't do it, so.
Here's our Harvey Norman recap. Cade Madsen just did enough to get into second place at the moment.
yeah, straight off the bat, he opened up with this kind of electric wave, smaller wave, but Justin Becret has been on point here. He's so well suited to this. He has so much compression and extension, even through the very top of the lip, and that's why he's on top, and he looks so much more electric. Even have a look at this wave. This second turn for me has been the standout turn of the heat so far. I just loved it. I thought it was really dynamic and really alive in the pocket.
Back to our final 2 minutes right now, and Cade Madsen with priority, second place in advancing position for the surfer from San Clemente. Justin Becret, he's sailing. He's going to sail into the round of 16 just because he's up there with a 14.332 wave total.
Yeah, you called it, Jess. He did improve quite significantly with his backup. That was a 6.33.
Schilling looking for something. Alley-oop. Sticks it.
Huge alley-oop for him.
A huge alley-oop, and it's actually the battle between friends right now because the only person that Jet can boot out at this moment would be his good friend Cade Madsen. That would take a 7.7 for Jet to do that.
Look, I think Cade's having a look at this bomb too. Let's break down Jets after this one.
Madsen Smooth off the bottom. Has to delay that top turn. A little caught up there. Needs to make up a little bit down the line and felt the pressure of having to make up. So now everything leans on the last score for Jet Schilling, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, it leans on the judges. We haven't seen it really any progression throughout this heat. Suddenly, as we see Jet having another look, he's still got time for one more wave, but they've got to make a call. Does this go to, you know, a high 7?
It's sick, but I don't see the criticalness in the landing. I think that the wave might have let down that score just from the criticalness at the end. But I mean, this is a replay of Cade's as well. He just has a bit of wobble and bobble through the inside. So
Cade definitely misses an opportunity to improve his situation there for sure.
Yeah, he had to improve upon a 4.8. Cade would have, but I don't think he's going to get that improvement. We're still waiting for that number. We're waiting for the number for Jet Schilling as well. Mihimana Brai, he wants his name in the conversation. Layback hack, catches the outside rail, goes down, horn blows. Now we're just going to wait on the judges' scores.
Back to Jets that we're waiting on. It's not from the air itself. The air was so high and dynamic for that section. I think the wave let him down. It didn't explode around him. There wasn't the drama.
2 judges down, 1.717, just under for Jet Schilling. He did not get it done. Got close, but eliminated from competition. He's hearing the news right now. So it will be Justin Burquet as well as Cade Matson moving on into the round of 16. So we split the difference between Team France and Team San Clemente in this heat.
Are you angling for a new table there? I think we can see it happening.
Justin looking on fire coming in, knowing that he can put down excellent numbers. Opened up with that 8-point ride and never looked back. There's the numbers there. And we will take a break. When we return, Joel Vaughn, Aiton Osborne, Jake Marshall, and Marco Mignot will be out in the water. Oh man, Sydney's northern beaches, a stunning stretch of coastline curving over 30 kilometers from Manly to Palm Beach, boasts more than 20 beautiful beaches just like this beach here at Narrabeen. You gotta check it out. There's so much to do, but there's excellent surf like we're seeing right here. What an opener to Heat 6 of the round of 32. And we just saw Joel Vaughn driving through a barrel.
How's the travel time on that thing? You could see the shadow of his jersey just flying through that curtain there. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's what's generally known, Jess, you said, as a traveller.
Checking the board there. Joel Vaughn, 19 years old, from North Shelley Beach. And we're going to take another look at this traveller, Luke.
Yeah, just so deep. Airdrops into it. Beautiful vision for Joel. Unfortunately, doesn't get the exit sign.
Here we go with Eitan Osborne on the replay.
Oh, sick.
Eitan, 23 years old, out of Ventura, California. We know the progression from this young man. He's an exciting surfer. Actually, like, my personal opinion is I would love to see Eitan on the championship tour because of how progressive he is and how innovative he is. He's actually one of my favorite free surfers to watch.
Yeah, good call, Kaipo. I hadn't really dug into his background until over the last probably 2 to 3 months, and I love that he doesn't come from that competitive stalwart of the juniors and the crazy overcomping of like a couple of comps a month for everybody else, and he brings something exciting. You just don't know what to expect when you see him take off.
Check him out on Chapter 11 TV with Dane Reynolds and the rest of the crew. Here we go. This is Marco Mignot, our French surfer, by the way, of Sayulita, Mexico, 22 years old, and he powered through his round of 64 heat. Let's see if he can do the same thing here in this heat, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost the complete opposite story to Eitan. He's been a sort of a competitive phenomenon from the time he was 11. I think he won his first Grom Search event, and he's, very much the quintessential competitor. Qualified first in the European region and has looked really good in this event. I know, Jess, you've been watching him qualify through those regional events, and you really love the way he's been surfing.
Yeah, he just has that thing about him, that extra special sparkle.
Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California, up and riding. Slicing through the lip line there. One more time, high line. No problem there. Little caught up, no problem. Still fighting with this wave, though, working down the line. Multiple maneuvers for Jake Marshall, 24 years old, out of Encinitas, California. Has had 2 seasons on the championship tour. Actually 1.5, because he was one of those guys relegated from this mid-season cut. But here's his opener, Jess. It's a good one.
Oh, beautiful wave. Talk about sparkle. And look at the work rate on this guy. Flow and the amount of ground he covers on these double pump bottom turns. That clicks him back into the same timing as the wave there on that third last maneuver. And, yeah, just a lot of flow from him and really nice transitional down-the-line surfing on this wave.
Beautiful view from our Field News Sydney flight cam, with that bird's eye view.
Yeah, Jake looked fantastic in competition yesterday. Sometimes you get the impression that the surfers who are coming back from the CT just have this other level, and I feel like Jake is still hitting that CT level at the moment.
Joel Vaughn, tube seeking again, couldn't find one there. So a number of scores still owed to us by judges. Jake Marshall clocks in with a 5.83. Marshall to the lead. Joel Vaughn in second, just by way of having 2 scores in his score line. And it's just a small start for both Mignot as well as Osborne.
Yeah, interestingly, Joel Vaughan and a series of the other Australian competitors, they knew Narrabeen was coming and surfed out here a couple of times over the last few weeks. And both Joel and Kalani Ball were a real presence in the Narrabeen lineup. Had a whole string of east swells, and they were making the most of the waves, but also the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the break.
Split peak, we're going to stick right here with Marco Mignot. Mignot, again, finding a barrel, but no exit. We'll get caught up with Joel Vaughn on the left in a moment.
Looked like he was paddling back out from a fairly close position. Here's the left replay from Vaughnie. Just smooth rail, nothing really on offer there. Fatter to the left. Unfortunately for Marco, pinched on him. I feel like there's been a few of those waves that earlier they were holding up, and now they're just starting to pinch a little. Yeah.
Hey, you guys, let's hear from the last heat winner with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. Justin, always nice to have the ocean go flat after you post an excellent score.
Oh, yes. I was like, okay, might as well go flat now, huh? Stay like this, please.
We obviously know how strong you are in these conditions. What kind of expectations do you put on yourself looking at the conditions as good as they are today?
Well, when it's that good, I just want to go surf, you know. It's just amazing waves, and I'm like, whatever happens, just I want to surf and do my best and, yeah, show my surfing.
And strategy at the end of the heat there, Jet moving down the beach. You pretty confident with your positioning?
Yes, I was, and then I saw him do that huge alley-oop. I was like, oh my God, he might get a 9 or something. I didn't see it very well. So I went down the beach to kind of block Cade, because I had to, you know, it was the next one in line. If I was second, we would have come third. And, yeah.
Well surfed and great strategy. Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see Justin into the round of 16.
Yeah, love the posted interview there from Justin. Actually had a bad injury at backdoor pipe. I think 36 stitches to his head.
Great insight into his strategy too. I like that he identified he had the blockade rather than anyone else. I think that was a nice little insight. Thanks, Stace.
Yeah, it felt like it was almost 2 heats for him. He had the ocean on dial, but you know, went flat after his first wave. Then he had to go into panic mode.
Got some lines starting to form right here. We're still at Car Park Rights for the site where most of the competitors have been choosing to surf. We'll see if they take that switch over to the left at Narrabeen a little bit later today. Your thoughts, Luke, on the swell and the positioning and what we should expect for the rest of the day?
Well, I was talking to Chris Enover again this morning, Laura's brother, and he was still shaking his head that was surfing an event of this scale at Car Park Rights. Still saying, you know, they haven't really even surfed the Narrabeen Board Riders event on the Car Park Rights.
It's a phenomenon.
It is, yeah. And, I mean, he was eyeing off the lefts. I think he was actually encouraging Mickey Van Dyke to go down to the lefts yesterday afternoon, and that proved to be fruitful. Didn't work out so well for Dylan Moffat, the local favourite who started out on the left-handers. It's really tricky. We saw Mark Lackamau, who's a very experienced, confident competitor, cut himself from the pack and go down to the lefts this morning, and that was, you know, a successful decision. But you've really got to be quite strong-willed and have a lot of self-belief to do that. I think at these events, the group think really kicks in, and if everyone's surfing that one bank, it takes a lot of maturity and guts to go, no, I'm going to break away.
Yeah, we'll see how that develops through the day. Right now, this heat, we're down to 19 minutes. Jake Marshall still with the one meaningful score. The other surfers really searching to even break into the 3-point range at this moment. Eitan Osborne, nice and patient with holding priority, not in panic mode at all. He's got tons of time on the clock, Jess, but looking at his positioning, what do you think?
I think he's in a really good spot for those rights that Justin was picking off in the liner. I think Jolie's going super deep. Obviously, he doesn't have priority, but he's identified something else. He goes, Marco.
Stand-up float. It goes for the big wheelie drop and pulls it down. Really exaggerated that hop back in. Joel Vaughn in the barrel. Slick two-bride. Throws it up in the lip and controls that. So nice exchange. I think Joel's going to get the best of that, but impressive floater by Marco. Here we go. This is Eitan Osborne. Osborne snap. A little late there, but is able to put the board back underneath his feet.
Great exchange from those three.
Yeah, the hit just turned on.
Eitan's wave looked a little forced. Joel had that nice tube ride. Here comes Jake Marshall, winding up off the bottom. Floats off the top. Nice glide on the lip line. Carves through there, bogs the rail, however, as that wave just goes a bit deep. And the one behind him just kind of takes him down.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, we'll see the replays in a moment, but it seems apparent that Joel Vaughan got the best of that exchange just at first glance.
Yep, Jake just got a 2.67 for his effort. Marco, a 3.83, still waiting for Joel Vaughn's wave. This is Marco. This was a 3.83 for the float.
Yeah, how is the full
roof
wheelie?
ride.
Yeah, roof ride to wheelie. And this is Joel's replay, though. Tucks in really cleanly just behind the curtain. He doesn't completely disappear, but he's able to kind of throw and waft the tail through that final maneuver. This one was pretty sweet. I like that really light first turn. That second turn a little late, but you can just see how relaxed and connected he is with his equipment, and he just readjusts midway through coming down with that lip.
Yeah, well, he really had to get up and down super quick to fit the 2 turns in. And it was good to see Eaton right out of that one.
Yeah, Eitan riding Channel Islands surfboards. Some experimental designs sometimes. This just goes with his personality and his surfing.
Have a look at this. We're waiting for these scores. Importantly for Joel and Osborne, I think, similar exchange, really different rides. Let's see where they lock into the judging scale. I mean, I know the whole crew back home at North Shelley would be waiting patiently, maybe biting their nails a little bit for this score for Jolie, because it's such an important part of his career, transition into the Challenger Series.
Well, the crew at Shelley are going to be stoked right now. 6.83 drops for Joel Vaughn. He takes a strong lead at the moment. Still waiting for the score for Eitan Osborne. Osborne needs a 7.5. I don't think he's going to get that 7.5 to get into second place, but we're still waiting for that score. But good positioning, good surfing by Joel Vaughn, Luke.
Yeah, and I feel like Joel's from the central coast of New South Wales, and he gets the opportunity to surf a lot of little nuggety barrels like this, both in beach break and reef scenarios, Jess.
Yeah.
So he'll be well versed in these sort of conditions.
Yeah, Joel last year on the Challenger Series had a shocker at the beginning of the year, did not make a heat until he showed up at Huntington, Southside, Huntington Beach Pier, and that's when things clicked in for the young Australian, surfed his way to the quarterfinals there. I feel that was his breakthrough, and then since that, we've seen Joel with much more confident performances in all these Challenger Series events.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. That really was a breakthrough moment for him. And then even this year, he won Surf Fest, and it was a beautiful scenes with his brothers and his dad. Here he goes.
Joel, just looking smooth, looking in control. Just be able to put that board up that way and really come down and stomp those finishes in control. I mean, it looks like right now, Luke, you know when a surfer doesn't need a leash? That's what I see with Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, he looks very connected. He just basically clubs the lip a couple of times here. Never looked like he was going to fall. Particularly the confidence in even the wave before, when he drifted the fins coming out of the turn. I got a little bit worried. I thought, oh no.
And said no problem.
But no problem.
Because you know what? You don't need a leash unless you fall. And Joel Vaughn has not been falling.
He hasn't yet, and have a look at that first turn. Nice click up through the lip, and like you said, composure to throw it back up there. Slow-mo on this one, though. The quietness in his upper body I really love on that first bottom turn. And then just that's such a difficult, late kind of rise over the lip manoeuvre. It works out well for him, and he's increased his lead, 5.17.
Yeah, 5.17 clocks in, so pulling away from the pack. Joel Vaughn, we're past the halfway mark in this heat, down to 14 minutes, counting down on the clock. Priority sitting with Marco Mignot and Eitan Osborne with that second priority, both in third and fourth respectively.
Yeah, Joel just riding 2 really good waves in quick succession, and we so often see that happen in a heat. Often the results or the scoring waves come with sort of 5 minutes of really inspired surfing. I mean, if I think about the CT, you see Gabriel Medina do it all the time, sometimes even less. Could turn the whole thing in about a 3-minute window. And we saw Joel there, just kind of 5 minutes of spot-on surfing, and now he's got his 2 solid scores locked in a commanding position for the heat.
Yeah, when we look at the numbers, really the battle's going to be at this moment for that second place position. Nobody has a good, real strong backup when we look at Jake Marshall and Eitan Osborne with just a 2.67 for Marshall and just a 1-point ride for Osborne. So we can have that advancing position switch very easily when the next set arrives. Perfect time, though. Waiting for another set. Let's take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion. Heat 6, round of 32 here at Narrabeen.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy.
We are back in beautiful Northern Beaches, Sydney, at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. As we return to a beautiful, crisp morning, we have Marco Mignot up and riding with a big snap to begin. Mignot around the corner, one more time into the lip. 2 trips to the lip, and we'll see if Marco Mignot gets that 4.68 to turn the heat for himself.
That was a beautiful ride from him. You saw just briefly Osborne pin dropping. Chunky section still, but so crystal clear and blue and picturesque on takeoff at the moment.
So important score for Marco Mignot. This is the wave.
Yeah, he just really winds up for the bottom turn. Powerful opening slash. Nearly pearls on that section and finishes with a nice clean hack. So recovered well. Oh, over the falls. Eitan Osborne. Points for having a go, though. Like, really gave it a nudge.
Yeah, this is what Joel did too on the split peak. So the left for him, just solid backhand surfing, throws plenty of spray, clean surfing. He's trying to get rid of that 517 for sure. And nice move under priority as well. He didn't even want to get involved in that right-hander whilst he's not in that first or second position, and he's found himself something across on the left.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting comparison for Joel. We saw him put in 2 clean hits on the forehand for his other backup. Will that one surpass it? 2 clean backside hits.
So waiting for those numbers to drop. Important ones for Marco that you can see on the screen right there. Joel Vaughn looking to improve upon his scoreline, and he does so with a 5.7. Joel pulls away from the pack even further in first place, still waiting for Marco Mignot. Mignot needing a 4.68 to go into second. There's Joel Vaughn. He's having a good morning so far, Jess.
Yeah, he is, and he's such a beautiful man. He's been a role model in our community on the Central Coast for a while now, probably unbeknownst to him. He's just a really great guy for the younger kids to look up to in our club. And he's just a full frother. Look at him go again.
Finds a left again, looking for a ramp this time. Throws it up, puts it down. I told you you don't need a leash today.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
Eitan, quick snap on the lip line. Goes for little nose pick reverse, does not. He wants that move. That's the second time he's tried it in this heat.
Yeah, how's the like Josh Kerr-esque tweak under the lip and like throw out? Like he projects like horizontally out from that lip in those maneuvers. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's such a striking maneuver when you see it.
Jake Marshall eases a first carve. Snaps. Combos up, carve, snap, finish.
Great answer back from Jake too. I like the connection there with the wave.
Muzakashi Desio is kind of getting confusing right now because we got a lot of numbers that the judges owe us. Let's start a replay here of Eitan.
Yeah, look for the backwash coming through the wave as he goes through this turn. There it is. Just adds a whole nother degree of difficulty.
Yeah, look at this for Jake's too. Every time he's just little tap with that right hand on the wave face, feeling a little bit more connected maybe through those bottom turns, and you can see he's just winding up and winding up through that wave.
And Joel.
Oh, this was so sick. This is pretty typical Vaughnie, I think, for his backhand. Gets a fair bit of rotation, fully rotated and facing the beach upon landing. So have a look at the slow-mo too.
Yeah, I think the tail does drift high. The rotation is good. If you add a little bit more height to that, then it's a big score.
Check out this barrel, Marco Mignot.
Oh, clean and tucked away and almost completely disappears for a minute. Big bottom turn, open face carve, and then he gets to work. On the inside, here's the composure of the
So
Frenchman.
previous ride, he got a 5-point ride. He's going into second. Likely he's going to get bumped out of second when Jake Marshall drops his score, but then that answer back likely to get Mignot back into second and advancing position. We're going to see a volleying of standings right now. Judges owe us scores for Jake Marshall, Marco Mignot, as well as Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm dizzy with all that action, Kaipo. I don't know who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I'm sure Jake at this point, you can see he's a 3.03. He's going to get that number, but then Marco's going to take it back with that last barrel to turn combo, I have a feeling.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Marco's was the best of those performances just within the heat so far. I think he had a lot more opportunity to turn. He had the little tube at the start as well. It was a beautiful, clean face, and his rail work and his transitional surfing was really precise.
And Joel Vaughn will extend his lead as well, I have a feeling. Marco staying busy. And that one just a rail catch there. No harm, no foul. We're still waiting for an important wave score for Marco Mignot. Like I said, Joel Vaughn, that backside rotator, he's going to likely improve upon his score line and distance himself further from the pack. Lines coming through here as we're under the NRMA 5-minute warning.
Yeah, we're going to get another exchange here. This is going to be an exciting completion to this heat.
Marco. Oh. Jake in a barrel. Jake on the barrel. And Jake Marshall, disappearing act there, finds a sneaky left. So judges would have got him some extra coffee with some Bonsoy froth on there because they got to pick it up and get some numbers in. There's been a flurry of ride and a flurry of scores owed to us to set the situation at the 4-minute mark.
So Marco Mignot did move into second place, but now Jake Marshall with the left-hand barrel hunting him down, only chasing a 3.03.
Yeah, judges actually owe us 2 scores for Jake Marshall, 2 scores for Marco Mignot. Eitan Osborne. You know what? Eitan is going to say, hey, you know what? Even now, we're going to give you a jigsaw puzzle of scores owed to us. Joel Vaughn up into the lip, first time that he's fall. Eitan milking it like an NSSA.
That was so sick. That tube, like you said, that the foot's not coming off the accelerator, Kaipo, for the judges because there's so many numbers now, and Eitan's was so sick. That tube was clean.
3 waves owed to us for Marco Mignot. 2 waves owed to us for Jake Marshall. 2 waves owed to us for Joel Vaughn, and another wave owed to us for Eitan Osborne. Those are all the scores that we need to figure out to find out who's going to advance out of this thoroughly entertaining heat, Luke.
Yeah, the judges have got some heavy debt there, Kaipo. They owe us a lot, but take a look at Jake Marshall's barrel. It was clean, hard to gauge from that angle somewhat, but fairly deep. Just a little carved back up. Here's Eitan's. Love the takeoff. Just a complete drainer. Backs it up with a big carve. Wave goes a little flat, but does he get the bonus section? And again, Joel Vaughn outside, Jess.
Yeah, this is the first time Joel fell in this entire heat. But Eitan, look at it. He's got the Grom in him. Makes the connection.
What a beautiful way for him to look at the replay on this thing, and it completely goes away from vision for quite a while there behind those sections, and that is just a picturesque wave. And within this heat alone, in the last 4 minutes, it's a highlight reel within itself. A great day.
I think what the judge is going to reward there is how deep he was on takeoff.
Split peak tubes.
Oh, more barrels on the way. Marco with the celebration. Joel Vaughn catching up to the ending of his. This has been an on-fire heat. These last 5 minutes, super entertaining.
Oh, idealistic Australian beach break conditions, split peak barrels on takeoff, and it's literally tube after tube after tube at the moment. Well, I do kind of want the judges to take their time with these scores because I don't even know, like, how do you dissect the last 10 rides?
I'm feeling like 5 minutes on hold at the end of the heat. But did we see Marco Mignot here?
Joel got a barrel on the left.
Yeah, his backhand tube skills, they're sick. He kind of wobbles and bobbles, and this end section is real flat and nothing. But here's the right. Woo. Marco comes through those sections and somehow squeaks out.
I don't know if they're going to give him the completion.
I think he claims it a little bit early. I think he jumps the gun.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get the completion for this one.
He almost... He had it. He had it on completion, didn't he?
I think I shouldn't have been thinking about the claim and just thinking about riding out clean still.
How do you foresee a blindside bobble like that, though? That came out at... That was a weird direction wobble.
Yeah, I think he was just so excited that he made it out. It was an instinctive response.
Oh, well, Eitan Osborne has just turned the heat in a big way. He's up and out, but his previous ride, that barrel, an 8-point ride. Osborne goes to first, Joel Vaughn to second. We're still owed that score for Marco Mignot. Marco can take that second place with a 6.71. Oh, he's just going to throw that away. But the previous scores are what we are hinging upon. Would be tragic to see Joel Vaughn not advance out of this heat while being in such a commanding position throughout the entirety of the heat.
Well, it's all going to come down as to whether or not they give Marco the completion for that barrel ride.
Exactly. Yeah. This is exactly what it hinges upon.
My whole body is goosebumps at the moment. I feel like I've just seen 3 or 4 tracks covers in that one heat too.
It's been a very, very entertaining heat.
Joel Vaughn looks a little bit worried. Like you can see, he's not sure. He's surfed one of the best heats of his life. As Kaipo pointed out, I think there was only one incomplete wave.
Yeah.
Didn't need the leg rope.
He was solid, but Marco could be the spoiler here. Mignot walking up on the beach, and it all hinges, like you said, Luke, whether that barrel will be deemed complete by the judges.
It's going to be interesting. But what about the late barrel ride from Eitan Osborne? The judges just rewarded the commitment. He was so steep, so deep.
He loves it too. Rock on, Eitan. That was so sick. It was picturesque for Narrabeen this morning, that barrel. Right, so it all hinges on this guy, Marco.
Looks like that last wave won't go
Jake Marshall surfed a solid heat as well, and he's just not going to be in contention.
No.
We're waiting on scores for
that 8-point ride, highlight for me so far in that heat, but I think he feels he got it. I think Marco has a feeling.
So
he's signing autographs.
Hold your positions. We have a few numbers to lock in here.
You can see the stress on Joel's face.
Yeah.
Anxious times for the Vaughns.
Joel's asking himself, what else could I have done?
Right.
You know, I feel like I did everything right in that heat.
Again, Marco Mignot needs a 6.71, and we're still waiting for that score.
Give it to us. Did he make it? Did he not? Was the claim enough to undo his Challenger Series campaign here?
Why is it always Narrabeen where this sort of comes into contention? It feels like the curse of Narrabeen where the completion is always, in question. We've seen a couple throughout this event, or obviously the famous Idlo Ferreira moment, which really set the standard for what a completion means. But this one's a little bit different because it's exiting a barrel.
Scores are coming through.
Yeah, they deemed it complete. The judges sure did. So the numbers are coming through. We got one judge down. We got one judge up. 3 judges yet to put in their numbers. It's going to be right on the wire for Marco Mignot. 2 more judges up. Marco Mignot gets the score, goes to second, and Marco, as well as Eitan Osborne, will advance. He's getting the news right now.
Yeah, he hasn't absorbed
it. Hasn't registered yet.
Someone needs to tell the guy.
Or he's just that confident that he expects.
Did the red get something?
No, dude.
No, but the red still has a score.
No, you're good.
No, he's right. I think Jolie does have...
Yeah, Joel does have one more score to drop.
Yeah,
it's not going to be enough. It's Marco Mignot.
Oh, no early celebrations now then. He's saving it. He wants to see all the numbers.
Yeah, that's the numbers. And it's unfortunate for Joel Vaughn. Put up a great heat, but he will not advance. Marco Mignot with a late charge. Eitan Osborne with some brilliant surfing. Thank you very much to all 4 of these surfers for a thoroughly entertaining heat. The entertainment continues on. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to bring Ronnie, Richie, and a very, very special guest.
welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy here on the Harvey Norman host set. And I'm joined by two of my heroes as I was growing up, and they're still my heroes now. Richie Lovett, former CT surfer. Good to see you, Rick.
Good to see you too, Ron. What a intro. On it.
Oh, mate, yeah. And, of course, Tom Carroll. And, Tom, my brother and I, you know, we have no shame in admitting we had an entire wall of our bedroom when we were Groms dedicated to you. It was our TC shrine. I think, you know, I've moved on. I mean, I still worship you.
But move on.
But the big bro Vaughan, he's still got it. He's still, he just cut that wall out and he puts it wherever he's renting and. Yeah, loves life. But great to see you, mate.
Smeared over people's bedroom
mate, fantastic to see you. Great to be back here at North Narrabeen, a place that, you know, obviously has a special part of your heart.
Absolutely, and I just love just the whole vibe when it comes to Narrabeen. This is such a central part of high performance surfing from ever since I can remember. Cole Smith from Narrabeen, he was my kind of mentor as a kid from like 12 years old through to about 16 and probably beyond. But he was the most radical surfer in the world at that time. I'll never forget seeing him doing a big backhand re-entry in the alley. As a kid, this looking, I saw the whole shape of his board come out of the back of the wave and I thought, oh, that's what I want to do. And,
how good is that?
Yeah, so Narrabeen played a big role. Cole sort of dragged me down here. I used to surf down here quite a lot, and you know, in amongst my heroes, you know, Terry Fitzgerald was like for the guru, you know. So he had, and when the names went on, Mark Warren and so on, and just the whole scene out here was really big.
Yeah,
and it's continued to this day.
Well, you were immersing yourself in the heroes of the day back then, and you were offering some kids that same experience down here yesterday, and it was so cool to see the buzz on your face, but also on theirs, just giving all those kids something to aspire to.
Oh, it's such a good feeling, seeing that froth, you know, and it's eternal froth.
Yeah.
Let's keep it moving.
Absolutely, and we're excited about the competitors that we're going to see here in Heat 7. A round of 32, Juan Daru looking to get back to the CT. The Frenchman's out there in the white already with a score on the board, a 4-point ride. Jadson Andre campaigning on the Challenger Series now. The Brazilian veteran on the CT has made a habit of getting himself back to the Elite Tour when he's fallen off. And then a couple of young Aussies who are maybe our best shot at getting a couple of new names onto the CT. Jacob Wilcox is in the blue, Kalani Ball in the green, but here's the replay of Juan Daru here on the backhand, Tom.
Well, you can see John. I've always loved John's surfing. He's just been really loose and vertical, particularly on the backside. I watched him as a young kid coming through. Actually was on the Quicksilver team, and he was coming along doing training camps with us, you know, in the 2000s. And I watched his vertical approach. I thought, man, this guy's got some wonderful natural talent sitting there. You can see it. You could see that on that first wave. Very comfortable, very clean and vertical, and easy going out of the critical lip area.
Yeah, Rich, he really leans into his power these days, but as a Grom, he had some big airs that he'd call on, but yeah, I like when he just keeps that board in the water and digs in.
Yeah, well, as Tom was saying, you know, he's got this really great foundation to his surfing where he draws very clean lines, and his timing off the lip is always very, very on point. But, you know, these days would be considered a bit of an elder alongside Jadson Andre, and then we've got the two youngsters here. Jacob Wilcox, who we've all pinpointed as one of the real future standouts for Australian surfing, and a soon-to-be graduate to the Championship Tour. It's going to happen.
Yeah, well, we've been saying it a long time. He's gotten close. It just feels like this year he's a bit sharper in his performance, but a lot more crafty with his competitive side. He's had a good start, and we'll see if he can keep it going as we see Jadson Andre now loading up. Just a couple of throwaways for him to kick this heat off on the outside. Not too much doing at the moment. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Stace.
8-ton, scrappy start. Must have felt nice to get one at the end there.
Yeah, that was a little stressful at the beginning, but I got the one I was waiting for.
Do you get stressed? You seem pretty blasé.
Kind of. I mean, I just started thinking, but I kind of held it together and kept it cool.
Talk to us about that demolition on the backwash.
Yeah. I tried a club sandwich And it almost got me yesterday, but it nailed me today. I was upside down, and I was just upside down.
Plenty of waves like this where you're from at home in Ventura. What's it like to walk down here and see conditions like this for an event?
It's pretty sick. I haven't surfed a contest in waves like this in a long time. And it's fun, heavy little beach break. It's, it's pretty sick.
Been enjoying your time on the northern beaches?
I have.
It's showing in your performance. Well done, mate. We'll see you later, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, Eitan, he was in trouble in that heat, but kept his cool, held his nerve, got the opportunity and converted. But he is enjoying his time here on the northern beaches. Some competitors just play a different game around the events, Tom. Eitan's been getting out there, meeting people. He was at the Ain't That Swell show up at Avalon RSL last night.
Whoa, that would have been fun.
It was fun. It was interesting, I will say that. But Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew was the guest of honour.
Fantastic.
And he told some amazing stories.
Well, he's a beauty. I love Rabbit. And he is a well of knowledge and just those layers and layers of stories. You just have to just pop a little pinprick on him and just outcome.
Your name came up, actually.
Just
talking about the Rabbits' sort of late charge towards a world title was when you were sort of stepping into that #1 position yourself. And here we go, Jacob Wilcox. Wow, what a turn. I mean, it almost felt like he was going to get there too late, but he made a great, swift adjustment to get up there just in time.
It's a tricky wave off that bank. It always has been. It tends to turn away from you. You take off on the wave, and Jacob did so well to get that vertical move in, which he's just bringing to his game so easily. But the runoff on this wave, it runs away from us. See the way the face of the wave turned away, and getting a couple of nice smooth little moves, sort of working the white water, trying to work up a score.
Wow, good last turn.
Yeah, good last turn.
Tricky section. I mean, Rich, that might have been one of those situations where Kalani Ball is committed to the ride. He's looking at it probably thinking, this isn't going to be an excellent score, but I may as well stay committed and finish it off.
Yeah, just surf it out. We see Jacob, replay of his ride here. And as you said, Tom, sort of rifled off down the line. Was there another option there for Jacob? Could he have maybe projected this one a little bit further down the line? Maybe not as acute. He may have got another turn in, but certainly that one moment was incredible. This was Kalani Ball. Good layback hit to start off. And real soupy face on this one. But, yeah, just going through the motions. Just wanted to get a complete ride to start off with.
Oh, look at this one on the outside. Standing up for the man in white. Juandaru up into the pocket. Nice hit there. It's going to get a bit more face to work with now as this wave continues to provide opportunities down the line. Nice little combination.
You can see how at home Joanne is. This is very French-style beach break stuff. So this feels like his home break.
Yeah, we touched on it earlier. Laura actually pointing out that not only for the French contingent who are powering through the draw pretty nicely at the moment, not only is the dumping characteristic of the waves there, but also the rip current, and they're used to being in a lineup and not sitting still and just being on that treadmill.
Yeah, just shifting around and moving with the flow of the water. Working yourself back into the line of the bank, right on the edge of the bank. And that takes, a lot of experience. If you don't have much experience with it, it'll take you for a ride. Put you into the black hole there, Sergio. Nice round turns, flow, beautiful flow to his surfing, smooth lines, and always on rail. Doesn't do too many check turns at all. In and out of each move. Nice flowing, sort of fluidity to his body and the way the board moves underneath his feet. Always vertical. Beautiful.
Good three-turn combination for sure. Johan a little bit more on the front foot compared to some of the other goofy footers to me. Bit more weight shifted forward. But certainly working for him. No doubt about that. I was thinking even the granulation of the sand is really similar here at Narrabeen to France as well. We're drilling right down, but it's very similar.
Oh, here we go. Big peak out back. And we've got, looks like Kalani Ball on the left. And he's been doing some great surfing on the regional qualifying series. Had a good run on the Challenger Series last year as well. 17 minutes to go. Haven't seen too many lefts yet this morning off that car park ride. Anyway, Kalani a 4.83 to kick things off. The biggest number at the moment belongs to Jacob Wilcox. A lot of credit for the 617. We saw it in slow-mo. Felt like it kind of actually detracted from the turn. What was brilliant about that move was just how quick he whipped the board up into that pocket, as we see a replay of Jadson on the right here.
Closed down on him. There we go. Kalani Ball looking for something big. He's aiming for it. Comboed that nicely at the end. Yeah, timed that beautifully towards the end with the wind and the way the actual backwash was in the wave. Because going back to Jacob's turn, kind of, I could see almost Oki-like. He kind of really tucked himself tight to the board, and he's able to do that, which is an extraordinary thing. It's really, really tuned in specifically for the ball, the raging ball. So, you know, like thick ankles, thick butt, you know, like right down to the board. But, you know, it's the way Jacob's been able to do that. He tucked it so tight and almost functionally out off the top like that to come down and transition to make that turning away section was really tricky.
It was, and the judges picking up on that, the critical nature of that turn. 617, the highest, second highest number of the heat so far. Juan Darus just put a 6.4 on the board, so he has jumped up into that number one position. It's really just Jadson Andre with a bit of work to do here at the moment. Kalani Ball about to put another mid-range score on the board, which is going to see him jump up in a second momentarily. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We've got the two-time world champ, Tom Carroll, in the booth alongside Richie Lovett. Stay with us.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Richie Lovett and fam enjoying the NRMA Parks and Resorts, and this is one of the best that they have, Tom. This is the only campground right on the coast in all of Sydney, and it's a pretty special setup, isn't it?
It's so cool, right, so close to our biggest city, and you've just got this perfect little walk across the bridge. You can fish straight out up there in the lake. Yeah, it's a beautiful spot, and it's been there ever since I've been a kid, and it just piles up during Christmas. Everyone has a great time. We've got swimming pool just down the road. It's it's just access all areas of the coast. It's beautiful.
Yeah, way back in the day, there was campgrounds littered all the way up the peninsula, up around Palm Beach. That was another popular spot.
Yes.
It's a golf course these days, but yeah, magic zone. to plan your next camping adventure. Incredible cabins as well. As we see Kalani ball this one during the breakage.
Yeah, firing down the line here. This is a better looking wave for Kalani. Tags that second turn. Big wrapping hook. Stays with that power pocket. Just gets a little unsteady on the final move, but I don't think that's going to really affect the score too much. All the points here. You can see just committing the perfect amount of energy to that turn so that he didn't lose speed. And this was Jacob behind him on the backhand. Tags the first one, draws a longer, square a bottom turn and connects.
There's some real conviction in those moves from Jacob Wilcox this morning. Kalani ball also looking sharp, the surfer from Stanwell Park. He's just dropped the 6.7 for that right. But Jacob's got a big number on the way, you'd think, Tom.
Yeah, that was critical. Lovely critical. Both nice, tight, critical moves in the power pocket for the wave. But yeah, like you said, Kalani seems to be sort of working himself up into this heat. He's actually improved as he's moved on in.
He's an interesting story because, you know, as Rich said, at some point we're expecting him to graduate. He's been really close in the past. We're talking like a couple of heat wins or maybe even one heat win away from getting there.
Ouch.
At the final qualifying series event of the season. He had a good run last year, so automatically earned his place back on the Challenger Series with a top 20 finish. But he's definitely improving from what I've seen. That last wave came through at a 7.9, 2 turns.
Wow. There you go. Jacob, like you said, he seems to be expanding himself into it.
Exactly, yeah.
Into his performance, into his game, into his whole act.
Yeah, Kalani too is another surfer. I kind of marked him as one to watch for a potential spot on the CT next year. Just from what I saw on the regional qualifying series and in some of his free surfing more recently, has led me to that thinking. The north coast of New South Wales, in fact the entire east coast, has just been getting hammered as it generally does this time of year, and he goes Jadson trying to maintain pace with the youngsters. But the whole east coast has been getting hammered, and up there in northern New South Wales, I got to surf with Kalani a couple of times on those big point breaks. Wow. Doing some great surfing, and there were CT competitors in the water as well, and he was right there with them.
Wow. Yeah, well, obviously showing in this heat, you know, he just seems to be, like I said, you see from the get-go, he hasn't made a little touch here and there, but he's really clean all around, pretty much 99% right on clean, and he just seems to be improving on each wave.
Yeah, he's building, isn't he? And yeah, got himself in a pretty good spot here at the moment. The requirement, though, for Juan Daru isn't too big at the moment, Rich. He just needs a 5.14.
No, it's well, Jacobs has set a pretty healthy benchmark here with a top score, 7.9, and backed it up with the 6.1. So his best ride is more than a point better than anyone else's top scoring ride. So in good position, and Kalani's starting to build a good total as well. But it really is. You know, he's not out of danger yet. He hasn't closed this one out, and still plenty of time. 9 minutes on the clock. Kalani as well. I feel like in the last couple of years he's kind of finished that transition from boy to man in terms of his body, and he's settled back into the weight, settled back into his height, and really has upped his performance.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. Thinking about the Northern Beaches, you guys were touching on the sand. Just how different is it, Tom, to what we saw at the first Challenger Series stop, where at Snapper Rocks, it just packs in so hard.
Yeah, it's super hard, tight little grains.
Really fine.
Yeah, and they're just light. And the way the water moves around that coast, much more expansive, and it runs around the corner there, Snapper Rocks, creates that cement, like a hard cement pack. You're coming off with a little bit of a buffer, like if you come off right at the base of one of those snapper waves, basically go straight into it. It's sort of like coming off on a skateboard, but coming from, you know, on one of those bigger ones, you're coming from a height down a stairwell or something, bang into it. And it's touch, whereas here, you got that larger grain. It's kind of like sort of a little bit more forgiving, and it's moving around a lot out here. So even the last couple of days, you can see how the bank's shifted and changed.
It has. I think the reason, though, Rich, we so often see great sandbars here is you've got the lake unloading there, so that's pushing the sand back, and then you've got that southerly flow of swell, especially this time of year, pushing it into the corner, and you get a nice little sand peninsula out there, and as a result, quite often long-running left-handers, a neat little right into the alley, and sometimes you get a rip at the end of the lefts here, and that helps create the right at car parks, which has kind of been what we've been focused on the last couple of days. It's been so fun.
Yeah, it's been pretty special. It's you know, there's opposing forces going on with this movement right down from Collaroy, comes right up the beach to Narrabeen. As you said, it just keeps that sand pushing, and then there's another force coming from behind it, and then that brings that sand spit right out into a perfect triangle. Here we go, more action.
Good size set wave here for Juan de Roux. Straight up into it, transitions nicely. We'll get back up there again, and if he can hang on to this, he is looking at a big score. Only needs a 5.14, and he might get a lot more than that as Jadson goes no grab into the pit.
That was a sweet no grab turn. No adjustment. He got his head in. It's tricky.
Popular hunting ground for photos back in the day, and it didn't matter if you came out or not. You could land yourself on the cover of a magazine.
Rest in peace, Davo shots, you know, just standing in the pit. I remember that. But here we got Joan. You can see him nice and tight, out of the top, airdrop, coming back round. See the wave turns away from him, but allows him to get out off the top. His impeccable bottom turning and the timing out off the bottom.
He gets so
little
settled.
Adjustments and then back in, really low to his board.
It's been
claims it.
First wave of the set today.
Watch this adjustment turn.
Oh, that was fun.
That was brilliant. Now, if that was a big old wide open barrel, here we go, Kalani.
Yeah, replay of Kalani here on the forehand. Big open body gaff. The first one, drifts the tail on the second, but gets just caught up a little bit. But yeah, I actually went down and watched the heat prior to this. I went down on the sand and watched it just to get a real good indication of wave height and just how hard it was breaking. It was absolutely firing. There's a full contingent of crew just parked on the sand down there on the dune, just watching all the heats go down. And there's still a lot of water moving around there, but one thing it was quite obvious that the first wave of the set today is a little better. Yesterday there was first and second wave. Second wave was coming up trumps, but today it seems like that first wave has got all the energy in it. The second one dealing with a bit of foam, maybe not as big on the wave height.
The lines are a little bit straighter in the swell today, hey, Richard?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a little kink from the east still, but mostly it's got a southeast line to it. Definitely picking that draws off the bank on the first set, first wave of the set, and then the next one you can see Jadson just running it. The thing just wants to run off, and then when it runs off out here, it just like a rocket.
Yeah, really hard to make it unless it's got that nice little tapered angle on it. You know the good ones when they come. When you're sitting in the line up there and you see that perfect swell line coming and it's got a taper and you just go, oh, this thing is absolutely magic. And a little adjustment to get yourself right on that peak in the position. So much in that setup of just that takeoff spot.
All competitors just holding their position. Priority with the heat leader at the moment. Big number for Juan de Roux as we dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap. Wilcox, just big turns. He's only really needed 3 moves to get himself the lead in this one.
Yeah, I like that Jacob really hasn't been too fussed with looking for barrels. He's just putting all his eggs in the turn basket, and it seems to be working out really well. Just getting so vertical on the backhand, but Joanne's been great as well.
You say how the difference between Jacob and Joanne is Joanne's just one smooth low movement where you've got this big fella, and Jacob, he's washing off his weight as he comes out of the wave, top of the wave, and he throws his arms. Did you get to see that?
Yeah.
Kind of like washes his weight off. He gets even perhaps a little bit higher and tighter. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I like it. Really looking at the details there. And 3 minutes to go. Jacob in a great position. Kalani Ball's been surfing really well. You said he's, you know, almost looked mistake-free. A couple of little catches have maybe just held his scores back a little bit. But that last one, even if he hit the final section as well as he would have liked, I don't know if it would have kept him in that number 2 spot. He's after a 7.31 at the moment. Jadson Andres had a pretty tough heat. I mean, still for me, I've got just a freeze frame moment of him that's a highlight for me, Jadson, but didn't come out of the barrel. But no hands driving through the tube. You love to see it, and you love to see competition back on here at North Narrabeen. But on the Northern Beaches, Tom, you had some success here surfing in major events. Must have been awesome to compete at home.
Oh, it was huge. Winning the Coke Classic out here was a major tour event. That was always a dream. You know, I came down here as just this grom, watched Michael Peterson, all my heroes surf in the very first 2SM Coca-Cola Classic event, and it used to be a little tent on the beach, the competition area, but it was massive for us because all our heroes on the Northern Beaches surfing all the breaks, and you know, watching Jerry Lopez and all these guys. I was like, whoa, these guys are in town. So to actually win it and get on the podium, that was against Richard Cram, and that 83 one, and that was huge. But also winning the first Pro Junior event in 77 was massive. I was just this little 15-year-old, probably weighed, I don't know, a couple of pounds. And we had beautiful lefts coming, you know, down the line. That was a big event too, the Pro Junior.
Oh, huge.
And so that was, you know, amazing to be involved with the winds and the beach and the vibe and the whole scene down here. And I mean, big memories for me.
Yeah, man. I was going to say too, in addition to your performances here, I've got to give credit to your brother because he did such a fantastic job in his role as a journalist after a competitive career himself of documenting and just, I don't know, just a cultural encyclopedia is what he is, and he's working on a big book project at the moment, and I can't wait for it to come out because he's seen it all. As we see Jacob Wilcox now looking to get rid of that 6.17, a bit more room for a couple of combos here.
That was faultless surfing in my
Noodles!
Nudes. That was faultless. Like he was so sharp in every move that he made then.
Yeah.
Everything felt right. Nothing was out of place. The board sat perfectly. Even those little critical lip line, like that's all like whitewater lip line down the inside. There was no question to what he was doing. So everything was complete and solid and tight. Yeah, no, great surfing by Jacob in that situation. It's lovely to watch him come to this point.
So just to finish off that point,
with my brother.
When's next big book dropping?
I don't know, actually. I haven't talked to him just recently about it, but he's in the thick of it. You know, man, he's in the, when my brother's into something like this, and you guys don't know about brother Nick, but he's, like you said, he's encyclopedia. I go to him a lot. Like I'm like, you know, rather climb trees, and he's down there on the ground, like right, what's the next thing? Critical thinking. He just wants to know. He's in the deep and underneath everything, and he's got all the information, and he carries that moment to moment daily with him.
Yeah, and he's always adding new information too, and is no doubt tracking the performance of these aspiring championship tour competitors. Jacob Wilcox, a very healthy heat score total, and Juan Daru not too far behind. Kalani Ball, Jadson Andre, they'll be setting their sights on Bolito for a big result there. We're going to take a quick break. Another great matchup, and the round of 32 is just around the corner. Yesterday afternoon, we were treated to a special show, the Bonsoy Legends Heat, featuring Tom Carroll. Tom, how was it to get the call up to head out there and put the jersey on?
Oh, like, I was always stoked to come and surf with the boys and girls of my time. It was like a, you know, that surf was incredibly tricky, really hard. Look at us. That was Pauline. Oh, that was Laura sending it.
Look at
Laura
this turn.
did the best turn of the whole heat. Boom. Which was brilliant. Classic Laura Inez Bainey. I saw Bainey get this wave, and all the competitive instincts came out of me just then. I'm going, oh, what's he doing on that wave? I don't know why. I mean, we're just out here having fun, you know, really just sort of feeling ourselves through it. And Duma had, you know, naturally, he always appears like he's in a contest. So, for me, that's my reaction to him. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So, but it was really nice to get in the water and loosen up and have a bit of fun.
Yeah, the most interesting thing to me and is just how long you guys have all known each other. You know, grommets together, and it must just be so fun to get back out there and, you know, celebrate all those times on the road.
Well, the thing is, yeah, well, now all that stuff's behind us, we can sort of look at each other and have a chuckle. Really, it's like, this is you know, it was fantastic going up against the times I had with Dormer and Bainey, particularly intense. And we come through that, thank God, on the other side. And it's just lovely just to high five and just have fun in the ocean. And that's what we started surfing for. So we go in for battle, come out the other side. Thankfully, we're here still doing it.
Yeah, so cool, man. And, yeah, we relish the opportunity to see it. The good thing is, if you live on the northern beaches, it's not unusual to see the four of them out there in the water at different locations. As we now cut to heat number 8, the round of 32. Kihu Butler is out there, the Kiwi. Maori surfer just representing beautifully on the Challenger Series at the moment. Got a lot of talent. He's out there in the red jersey. Crosby Colapinto, the surfer from San Clemente, he's in the blue. This is Morgan Siblick. He's had some big moments in a championship tour event here at Narrabeen, and he's searching for more in the Challenger Series. And Taj Lindblad, who's just blown me away with his approach in the earlier round. And he's been in attack mode out here. Just a solid unit. His sister Sawyer wrangled a second-place finish away from the first stop on the Challenger Series. And he seems inspired by that big result.
Bit of paddle froth right there. And I love the way he rides the back of the lip.
Oh, yeah.
Each turn then was pretty much ridden off the top off the back of the lip, which means your fins aren't really set.
Rich is seeing some waves stack up on the outside. Have a look at this one. For the surfer in red, Kihu Butler tucks in, gets that cover, will find the exit and get a big section to lay into here. Nice hit, drives back into the lip.
Whoa, Kihu Butler.
Wow.
Nice finish. Big, strong guy now. Like, since he was a kid, he's like powerful in his turns, powerful in his stance. Kind of reminded me a little bit, go back to rest in peace, Sonny Garcia, in his sort of stance and his holding of his body.
Yeah, solid. And Kihu Butler is, you know, really starting to warm to this position on the Challenger Series, Rich. Another guy who seems to have stepped things up this year.
Yeah, have a look at that. Second turn on that wave was an absolute blast. And this is Crosby, so a lot of eyes on Crosby at the moment. And he is really the USA's next big hope to crack the tour. He's coming unstuck on that one, so a flurry of activity. This was Morgan, just tube hunting, gets the little shampoo and finds that exit. And then Taj behind him with some really radical surfing, just challenging that final section.
Beautiful.
Up and over the roof, and then this bomb set came through for Kihu. He's got a little soul arch there. Didn't get super deep, but not a bad tube ride nonetheless, but he gets some good work done down the line here. So a ton of scores. Love the water angle of this one.
Look at the way that bank lines up. Isn't it just a beautiful sight? Kihu just being able to hit that lip nice and strong and finishing off sweet. Gives a little bit of a... look at his stance, just super casual. Let's see, do a little bit of a shampoo on the back end of that wave emptied its wasted that pressure air at the back of the pit, and then he's just finished it off with nice 2 well-coordinated moves out off the lip.
Yeah.
And a bit of a sort
Even
of
had the sunny nose blow as well.
Nose blow like claim. That is a claim in itself, isn't it, Richie?
Yeah, it is indeed.
It's like, yes, I got it.
Absolutely. Hey, Tom, just quickly, I was in the Legends heat yesterday. I was talking about that time that Damien did that manoeuvre on you when he had priority and you were on the left, and he did the whitewash takeoff.
In the title showdown.
It was a very smart move from Duma.
Oh.
Very smart. I was like, wow, he did it. Like, he actually used his priority on a little whitewater. This is the way the rules were, right?
Yeah, they've tidied up the priorities.
Yeah. We were the 4 guys, I tell you, for some of those pros.
A lot of big decisions and changes in the sport.
Yeah, and like, that was crazy. I won the heat. I felt pretty strong with it. But, yeah, he just took my high-scoring wave out like that.
Unbelievable. And then the other memory I have is watching you down at Manly at the Coke Classic when at the 3-part final against Potts. And I think you only went for 2. They had a little miscalculation. They almost sent you guys back out for the 3rd heat, and they were like, hang on, come back. Tom's actually got it.
Yeah, that was a tough one with Potts. It's always tough with Potts. You never know what Potts was going to do in the heat. Always brilliant.
Yeah.
And that was a good one to get.
Yeah, it's etched in my mind. Fluoro orange wetty that you had on, and
And Potts is up on the Northern Beaches quite a bit at the moment. He's got a grandchild up here. His daughter Maddie had a baby, and I've only bumped into him once. Always, but he's doing really well. Miss him a lot. Here we go, Kehu Butler up again. He's had a solid start to the heat. 5.83 on a previous wave. Has another decent score on the way, and that one as well. We're going to check in with Stacey, the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Ron. Jacob, I reckon you've cracked the code, mate.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's still got a little bit to go, but I feel like I've improved a bit, which is a nice feeling. I think it's just trying to make everything a lot easier on myself, my surfing and everything like that, and it makes it enjoyable in the waves like that, just to put it up there a couple of times and you get the scores. But yeah, I'm happy to get through.
Tommy Carroll was pretty happy to see those backhand Rios as well, mate.
Tommy Carroll, yeah, far out. He's a bit of a goat, goofy footer. I'd rather him be commentating me on a big left hit. I reckon he'd get even more excited. But yeah, that'd be cool. That's cool. Thanks, Tommy.
Well, you make the cut. We'll see you at Pipeline, and maybe we'll get Tommy over there.
Yeah, sounds good. Plan.
Thanks, Jacob.
Yeah, cheers, Stace. Yeah, a great surfer. He's, it's interesting that people come from sort of different areas to earn your respect and I guess your opinion on where they might get to. And Jacob's almost come from both. He's had great competitive success, but it's sort of been his free surfing which has always gotten people talking.
Well, he just loves surfing. You can see it in him. He just loves doing it. You can see him expressing himself in the wave very naturally. And like you just commented, as soon as he started to kind of relax into his performances, the results start to come, the scores start to come. The more he can shine that through, whereas he mentioned by the sound of he's been through that phase of trying to grip on so tight to his performance, you start to lose kind of that flow and understanding of the lineup, and everything starts to fall apart, really.
It seemed too that Jacob almost, had this fallback that he could go to when he didn't make the grade by chasing clips and focusing on getting quality waves. And he did get very close a couple of times, and he kept going back to that. I think he was one of those surfers whose momentum was a little stalled by the pandemic. But since he made the decision to spend more time on the East Coast and really focus on sharpening his small wave surfing as opposed to chasing clips over in the desert gems of WA, there's been a performance shift. He's lost none of that beautiful surfing that he's refined in those world-class waves, but he's added a lot more class to his surfing in the smaller, junkier stuff. Yeah,
he's definitely refined that part of his surfing. I think he's been working super close with Darren Hanley as well. He's been working in the factory up there in his spare time. He did make the shift over to Cabarita. made a committed effort, which for a Western Australian is really hard to do, to leave that perfection and just the beauty of West Oz come over here. But this is all just a result of being unable to suppress that competitive mongrel, that monster inside him that is just trying to just rear its head and won't go away. So he's, he's got to get it done.
Yeah, there's also this, there's this common saying with great surfers who don't make the grade to the championship tour, and it's like all they need to do is get there and then they'll be fine. The schedule suits them perfect. Well, through the first half of the championship tour season, bar a few days here and there, we were served up absolute gruel. It was just average conditions, and even at Pipeline, you needed to have your small wave surfing really on point at different stages.
Well, yeah, you can have an idea. Mother Nature's just going to serve it up. We can have some good years and some rough years. And particularly, I've surfed, down at Beach Park, a pipe on the backside on 3 to 4 foot waves. I'm surfing Pipeline Masters. Very, not what I expected. So we've got to be ready with the ocean. Here we go.
Yeah, this is
Morgan.
A great carve to get started. Another big swoop off the top. Looking so switched on at the moment. Bit of flare on the final section. And that's got the feeling of a pretty big number to me. And I was going to say, even gruel, if you're hungry enough, you'll get it down. Get yourself some decent results.
You've got to get in there and start working at it. You have to. It's a daily experience for everyone in the surfing world, really.
Definitely. This is a great wave, Rich.
Yeah, look, Morgan looked just super connected on this one. Timing was impeccable, great flow. Roundhouse cut back to start off. Another open face hack, gets the finishing connection there, gets the tail release, pushes a little harder, but great technique. This is what we're used to seeing from Morgan in that breakout year. Just a real confident approach to the wave ride. Oh, love that little tail flare just at the end.
Clean and precise.
Oh, man, the eyes led the way through that ride too, didn't they? Really turned it back into the bowl beautifully. Bit of a mix-up, kept the down-the-line speed for the final hit and picked his point on the lip and smashed it.
Within himself, that feeling. Lovely to watch. Super smooth and precise.
Yeah, decent score coming through to 6.87. And up again, staying busy, feeling the flow and wanting to keep it going. A little disconnected on the final turn, but managed to finish it. Only looking to improve on a 4.83.
Kind of bringing in that sort of, get busy, get himself back in the game a bit, sort of feel his way back in, which Morgan's done. So it's like he's just sort of, getting the body into the flow. We might even see some pretty cool stuff from him if he gets a big set. We really, that energy flow into that.
Great underdog story on the championship tour in 2021, getting himself to 5th position and having a shot at the world title.
Just brilliant.
It was great to see. And Taj Lindblad, he's putting in a great underdog performance in this contest already. Has some real power. I like his approach. Do see, if you're making comparisons, which is always fun to do, you do see a little bit of Dane Reynolds in there. There's that stocky kind of all-out approach that he throws into each and every turn. He's going to head back out there. He had a big number on his first wave, 7.67, which has him in a pretty good position to make a strike for the top 2 here.
Just watch Taj's surfing here. He sort of leans his arms back. Kind of not there, but he opens up beautifully there using the heels. And you see he leans back in those little turns. He sort of has a real center position over, like you're talking about. Dane Reynolds really had that in his style. Kind of leaning both arms back almost, setting them back.
Yeah, I like it. Just he's been aggressive, Rich. Sometimes someone gets the call up to compete in these events, and it's overwhelming. You're sort of darting out here, getting yourself ready to take on surfers who graduated via the qualifying series ahead of you. And I mean, when you think about surfers from the North America region, he's looked like one of the best in this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. He's obviously just settled into that role quite quickly and stayed composed, but really brought some intent into the way he's competing and surfing on every single ride. Good energy to it.
Yeah, 6.73 on the last wave. He's up into the lead. Kihu Butler wants to get rid of this 5.83 because Morgan Siblick Crosby Colapinto, so capable of big numbers. And here goes Crosby driving. Oh, he'll be doing well to come out of this one. It eats him alive. Crosby, you can see how comfortable he is in that thick barreling section. Great tube rider, has had some of the best waves of the past couple of the Hawaiian winters. Absolutely charges.
It's amazing what those brothers have been doing, you know, comboing the North Shore. But here he goes again. You can see, just check the line he takes on this wave as he aims himself as best as possible time. He did as much. He knew that was going to run off as it approached the bank. Thought, okay, well, I'm going to try and get the doggy door maybe, but she is pretty wide and realised right there, ain't no doggy door here.
How cool was that shot?
That shot was amazing.
Unbelievable.
We got to see his adjustment over on the foam ball and that last before he sort of threw himself in front of his board to sort of dive off, but that was a beautiful shot.
Magic vision from our drone pilot there. And yeah, we can look forward to plenty more of that as we roll through the contest. Crosby Colapinto with some work to do here at the moment. After a 7.13, 12 minutes remaining, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia, by Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia, and by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia. Welcome back. We have the round of 32 about to come to an end for the men before we dive into the round of 16 for the women. And at the moment, Taj Lindblad, the surfer from San Clemente, is holding on to the lead. 7.67 and a 6.73. Kihu Butler, he's still in that second spot, but he's got some real talent sitting in third and fourth, chasing him down at the moment. Here on the Harvey Norman set, Ronnie sitting alongside Richie Lovett and Tom Carroll. And Tom, you know, just a beautiful vision there as we came back from the break of North Narrabeen. But one thing I love about this 30-kilometre stretch of the Northern Beaches is the ocean pools. And yeah, always, you know, there's always people down there just soaking up that sunrise each and every day.
What a great facility they are for us. You know, like basically, you know, you live on the coast, utilise the ocean, and it just gives you so much. Really does, doesn't. I mean, when those ocean baths, the amount of times you know, the amount of laps I've done of like, you know, Bugola Pool, Newport Pool, Palm Beach Pool, down here at Northie, you know, just to get the fitness up and the strength to actually connect with the ocean and the water. I mean, we are so blessed. It's absurd how good it is here to be able to use these facilities and this whole coastline.
Yeah, taking in the view there from the Sydney flight cam as Kihu Butler Looks to consolidate second spot here, pushing hard because he knows he needs to on a medium-sized wave to better a 5.83. That's not going to do it.
Yeah, Morgan Siblick is poised to strike here.
Yes.
He has first priority and has that 6.87, only needing a 5.19 to take the lead, and you know Morgan is more than capable of doing that.
Yeah. Mentioned that run, Rich, in 2021 to get himself into the final five and have a shot at the Ripco WSL finals against those other title contenders. But this is going to be an inconsequential ride for Kehu by the looks of things. But Morgan collected a couple of big highlights at Merriweather at home, competing in the CT event in Newcastle, but here at Narrabeen as well on his backhand.
Yeah, his backhand was crazy, and here we go. Here's his chance.
Oh, Chris, first turn, up into the pocket again. Showing great variation out here this morning.
Yes.
As he finds some release in that tail. 5.19 the requirement, as Richie Lovett said. He was loving it.
I did love it. That was amazing.
He was poised, Rich, and he's delivered. That's going to be a good score.
Hazare's just hanging on that heel, that last turn. With it, watch that. He just did that, maybe barely a centimetre of his rail was in the water.
Geez, he bookended this ride so well, didn't he? The first turn was just so on rail, and this last turn, as you said, Tom, just hangs on that tail, skips out for a moment, but then he just stomps it so hard and just perfect control as he rode out of it.
Yeah, Morgan, that amazing run, finishing 5th in 2021. Felt like through that rookie season, Morgan was just really enjoying himself, and he's at the forefront of his strategy. It just seemed to be attack, attack, attack. That's all he did. He just put the pressure on big names early in heats with an explosive approach.
He has that about him, that calculated.
Wow. Kehu Butler finding some cover here and looking to respond really.
Yes.
Yeah,
sensing
that he was going to need a big score after Morgan's last ride, and Morgan did drop an excellent number, an 8.5. So Kehu now needs an excellent ride of his own, an 8.17.
Okay, well,
see what happens here. Wow, they're really going at each other now. And you know, we're just talking about Morgan's approach. He cared. How deep he gets here. This is a tricky little barrel. Just momentarily, just a brief moment deep. And then he had plenty of draw up the face of the wave from that backwash. Gave him a little squirt. See there? Yeah. And he was able to escape that lip. It kind of opened up for him right at the right time. And that was critical. Landing straight down onto the board.
Yeah, well, I don't see it getting to an 8.17, but it might help him chip away at the requirement. And it does.
So slightly.
Yeah, 6.73, so he's now after a 7.67 as we see Crosby now making his move, and maybe at the right time he's thrown some big moves down in the last couple of contests. There's a bit of flair, a bit of risk, and we haven't seen too much of it. We've seen some precise pinpoint surfing from Morgan and Taj, but Crosby really throwing something different at us there.
I tell you where we saw it was up on the Gold Coast. He came right at the end of some heats with some clutch moments, really high-risk manoeuvres. I love this first gaff. Just really displacing some water, keeping that rail buried. And then this one here just throws the big huck at the end.
See how he's able to get back into the speed power source of the wave straight off that kind of adjustment out of that hack. Back up into that speed so he could get that launch out of at least get some projection on the air, which was nice surfing.
Everyone with some great moments in this heat now, and we're going to see some scores really tighten this one up as we head into the final stages here.
Yeah, Cros was out of this until that last minute. He's going to give himself a shot here.
So Kehu still needs more. But we're waiting on a score for Crosby Colapinto. And Crosby, he was looking for a big number already. And he's unlikely going to make the jump up into the top 2, but he's chipped away at the requirement big time with just under 3.5 minutes to go. He drops a 7.67 and is now after just a 6.73. So job done there.
Well, next job is going to be really difficult with 3 minutes to go, and that's going to be to wrestle some sort of wave away from these other three competitors that are ahead him in the priority order.
He's just keeping a little bit of distance there, just in case someone with priority over him passes something up that he can see an opportunity, even on a medium-sized wave, to potentially launch a big air. He's almost similar to Jacob Wilcox in some ways, in that in world-class conditions, in bigger surf, he's CT ready, but then he's had to really work at lifting his consistency in smaller conditions, something that it seems he's been able to do as we go to the Harvey Norman Heat recap. And there's going to be plenty to watch in this one.
Whoa, did you see that beautiful surfing off the back of the lip?
Yeah, this was a great wave from Morgan. Just wrapping it round there. Second slash, and then gets this final turn here where he just slams that lip. Really solid performance from him in this heat.
So precise. Electrifying off the heel there, just
I love that turn. I'd like to see more of the natural footers go to that turn today as a finishing manoeuvre, rather than that lip glide. Come in a bit early, really jam it, get that direction change.
Yeah,
show us something different.
They're going to have to, if you see the numbers or the approach of the likes of Jacob Wilcox and Juan Daru in the previous heat, really are throwing a big dynamic finish to these rides. And I think you're right, Rich, those floating re-entries, you need a really heavy section if you're going to get a big nod from the judges. On these medium-sized waves with this decreasing swell energy, they just don't really stack up. So Morgan's kind of setting himself apart from the competition, and Crosby too had a great finish on his last ride.
Yeah, he really did, and those finishing moves are going to be really important as the day rolls on. Looks like Crosby's got a new best friend in Taj Lindblad. He's moved down just to cover him in this final minute, and Taj in the box seat. He does have first priority.
Well, they are good mates, but Crosby doesn't really want to hang out at the moment.
Well, okay, who might have a chance here, deep.
Ooh, there's one wave coming.
Look at it. Looks like it might have a bit of a corner on it too.
Look, Taj is going to have to make a decision where he covers. Is he going to cover Kehu, or is he going to try and cover Crosby down the line? Well, he's taken it. 30 seconds to go. Smart decision, really.
Wow, he's going to stick it too. I mean, he's really stuck everything he's gone for, as we see Kehu Butler slotted on the outside.
Oh, my God.
Finds the low road exit. Needed a 7.67 out of that ride. Loved the drive. Chose his moment to exit that wave, maybe just in time.
And cool enough to sit it out and take the opportunity.
What a great heat.
What a brilliant heat. It's incredible surfing by each surfer.
Opportunity, Rich. That's what we want to see the competitors get at this level, and everyone had their chances in that heat.
Yeah, it has been a wave buffet the last 2 days, and it has been non-stop, and everyone's had equal opportunity, and it's, we're really seeing these surfers that are digging in, that are just wanting this more than the other surfer, putting in the performance, taking the risks, and getting the rewards.
Yeah, that one was all you could eat. And Crosby Colapinto, he left his charge a little late in that one. Got a big score, but needed more. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens now between, I think, those surfers from that North American region, because the surfer who's sitting highest, the highest male and highest female after this event, are getting the call up to compete at the Surf Ranch event. And I know that Jet Schilling and Crosby Colapinto, they both fell out of the mix here in the round of 32.
Wow.
They were sitting equal third on the Challenger Series rankings. So that's going to be interesting. And maybe we'll see a crazy charge from this Grom.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, nice little...
you have to watch Gary come through.
Wow.
Just sneak under the lip.
Taj may be watching this, just going, close out. Close out.
Geez,
Don't let him out of that thing.
For a big fella, that was a tight one.
Yeah, couldn't have really left that any longer. He got the exit at the perfect time. Still waiting for scores. 7.67. It's a big number. Whew.
Oh, it was a great finish. And it deserved a great finish. There was action coming our way from the outset, and it didn't stop. And after the hooter, we're waiting for a result.
Morgan certainly stamped his mark of clean, like really experienced competitive surfing. And brilliant surfing on top of that. And Keho, what do we got? What do we got, judges? This is going to be super interesting. Must be going back over it, looking back over it and watching it maybe. Perhaps able to see what's going on.
Yeah, 7.67 is the requirement. The numbers, they are starting to drop. It's right there on the line, but it's going to fall a little short for Kehu Butler, 7.17. And Taj Lindblad is going to hang on to second spot here. And what a run.
What a run.
Crazy finish. Brummer Crosby never got that second crack at it either. But an incredible heat with some amazing surfing.
Yeah, thanks. Well, that's brilliant. I just love watching this stuff. It's incredible.
Man. A lot of fun, and Tom, an absolute pleasure for us to have you here on the Harvey Norman set. Thanks for joining us.
Great to see you.
On you, Tom.
Yeah,
as always.
Rich. Good to see you.
Well, we're going to take...
Thanks for having me.
Anytime, mate. Anytime. We're going to take a quick break here. We're moving to the round of 16 for the women next. Sally Fitzgibbons up against Ella McCaffrey next. We're going to bring in Kaipo, Luke Kennedy, and Jess Grimwood for the call.
TV!
Thanks, Brett.
Make or Break streaming on Apple TV Plus, 8 episodes, season 2 for your consumption. My favorite is that opening episode. You got to check it out. It's pretty inspirational. I'm Kaipo along with Jess Grimwood and Luke Kennedy on the Harvey Norman host set, and we are switching gears into the round of 16 for the women. This is when head-to-head competition begins here on the Challenger Series. So we got one set up for you right now. Sally Fitzgibbons, the veteran, going to claw her way back onto the tour, currently number 3 on the Challenger Series leaderboard with that semifinal finish over on the Gold Coast, up against a youngster from the United States, Ella McCaffrey.
Yeah, if there was any questions left in somebody's mind yesterday about Sally's intentions for qualification, it was well and truly answered. I see a renewed kind of energy coming from this Australian, and happily so for us here in Oz. She's been such a great icon of Australian sportswomen and surfing for such a long time. I'd love to see her jump back on.
Yeah, 14 seasons on the championship tour. Luke, 12 CT wins. She's been runner-up for a world title 3 times.
Yeah, and Sally is showing no intentions of slowing down, Kaipo, as Jess pointed out. Made the point yesterday with a a 9.7 for a slabbing right-hander, the highest wave score of the day, men's or women's. It was pretty impressive. And, you know, if you were down at the contest site yesterday, you would have seen Sally signing autographs, working the room, working the crowd all afternoon. I wouldn't have been surprised if she actually then went and capped it off with a 5K run, which is kind of just a standard day for Sally Fitzgibbon.
Yeah, we had a great time. She did a signing for Harvey Norman right here at the event site, and was always so giving to all the surf fans coming over. There was a whole line of Bonsoy board caddies just ready to get the signature and some selfies with Sally Fitzgibbons. But she's up against kind of a next generation here in the way of Ella McCaffrey, 20 years old, out of Encinitas, California, just beginning her pro career.
Yeah, she's already had some good QS results as well from the North American region at the Jacks Pro. I think she finished third. It's a 3,000, and she won the most progressive maneuver over there. So I like her advantage coming into this, if we can call it that at this stage. She has no expectations on her shoulder. She's unaware of the level of her surfing or the potential at which she can hit. So I think it's really going to free her up in this woman-on-woman heat, and it's going to give her the chance to take down a titan like Sally and then put that straight into her, you know, trophy cabinet accolades in a heat in the zone.
It had an interesting 2022, Ella did, when she crossed over regions, came into the Australia-Asian region, and was a runner-up at 2 dream-like locations. Cruy, second place there in 2022, and in Nios, runner-up there, made the final also in 2022. So busy work and a lot of playing time here for a young Ella McCaffrey, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, I had the good fortune to be over in Indonesia when one of those events was on Cruy, and the waves were big, really solid conditions, and as you said, dreamy long left-handers, backed it up with the event at Nias, dreamy right-handers. Why wouldn't you want to go and surf that leg?
Oh, bring the challenger there. Let's go. Well, 23 minutes yet. Open priority between the two surfers have not been established in the priority order. We start every heat with this open or neutral priority in which the surfer's priority is deemed upon their positioning on the wave. Well, since nobody's riding a wave, let's hear from Morgan Siblick. He just won the last heat.
Morgan, another crazy battle. It's hard to believe this is only the second heat you've surfed this event.
Yeah, I know. It's been kind of pretty pumping, so I'm not complaining, but the heats have been so hard and stacked, as we were just talking, so I'm stoked to get through to the two-man heats. I didn't even win a heat at Snapper, so it's good just to get the ball rolling and get that winning feeling back.
Talk to us about the head noise kicking out and seeing Kehu Butler in that bomb of a wave that could have been yours.
I know. I had so much demons. I was fighting demons when I went that like shitty little one, and then I just turned around. I was paddling back out, and Kehu was out there by himself, and just like kind of stood tall for a second in that one and got a turn. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Kind of had to battle to get that out of my head, and then luckily got those two insiders that just allowed me to get 3 turns. And I know the littler ones like don't have too heavy of an end section, so you can kind of surf them a little easier. So that's kind of what I was trying to look for out there, and it paid off in the end.
We saw some fantastic performances from the women yesterday. Are you going to be cheering anyone on this afternoon?
Yeah. Lob caddies for her, so Soph McCulloch's out there soon, so I'm going to be down here watching that.
On your Morgs, thanks, mate.
Morgan Siblick, what a fun guy. And good to see Morgan coming into stride right now and, you know, getting into some heats. Love to see him back on the championship tour.
I like that he's so open about his head karate too. I feel like that's a tricky position to be so vulnerable, you know, to the whole world, everybody that watches his performances, and just to be so open and so pragmatic about what actually is happening for him, I think is something to be proud of. Ooh, how was that? I like that little switcheroo around the inside there for Ella McCaffrey. I like that she's not feeling, or maybe she's playing into the hand of Sally, trying to force her into that first wave, but I like that. She's putting a bit of pressure on. She's not scared to sit close and try and pull that inside of Sally.
I can't believe that we've almost ticked through 10 minutes of this heat. We're getting close. And there was such a flurry of waves in that final heat of the men. So it's a lot of cat and mouse going on out there in that lineup.
Well, yeah, I feel like they just left a couple of waves unridden them. I mean, maybe Sally's looking for something a little more like her near perfect wave yesterday, and maybe she's going to go a little bit deeper, kind of like Jolie Vaughan did, and take off way deeper on the peak and have that first section of the barrel instead of taking off down the line on the right a little. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I think we're not going to see the judges say that, you know, those waves weren't rideable. The only way we'll get a heat restart is if the judges feel that there were unrideable, no waves that were rideable, but we've seen a couple.
Yeah, we have. You can see so much swell out there too. Look on the horizon. You can just kind of make out those big lumps pulsing on past, and it's just a good indicator for energy here for this event.
We're about 20 seconds away to see what the judges are going to do.
Yeah, I feel like that last set, it was a missed opportunity. I mean, maybe just a bit too much water, and they were probably like maybe 3 foot too far off that takeoff. You kind of need to be just a little bit shuffled underneath it. You almost need that little slingshot.
I feel they're going to get a restart, and they are. Oh. There you go, fresh clock. And the 30 minutes will start in 5, 4, 3. And the clock's on. So fresh clock after no waves being ridden in the first 10 minutes, and the restart called upon from our head judge.
Well, a bonus for those two in the water then. A bonus, hold 10 minutes, and hopefully that means, like you said, Luke, it's going to indicate a more of a pulse in sets, and they're going to be able to capitalise on it and not let anything else go.
Yeah, I got it completely wrong. I thought that, I mean, it's the judge's discretion, right? They can call it whichever way they want, and they've elected to go with a heat restart. So interesting because, yeah, we have seen this bank just over the last 2 days switching on and switching off. Felt like it switched off for 10 minutes there. Hopefully we see the switch go back on. I'm curious, Jess, how do you feel sitting in the chair formerly occupied by Tom Carroll, one of your former heroes? I think you said yesterday you used to have a poster of Tom Carroll up on the wall.
Yeah, I did. Can you not tell I'm even more zen? I was coming in a little bit. I was pretty dishevelled, actually, after a few of the last heats. I mean, I'm so emotionally invested in surfing as a sport, so to see people, you know, it really is make or break for these athletes, and when you see them make it, it's incredible, and you ride that full wave of emotion with them. And then when you see things not necessarily go their way or completely break their hearts, it's so hard to cop. So I felt quite dishevelled coming back in, but I feel like he might have left some of his energy and his vibe around this, because I'm settling back in, and I'm recentering in guru style, Tommy Carroll.
Yeah, I think Tom's been running a couple of meditation courses in and around this event, so that's something he's embraced in the latter stage of his career. Went through a yoga phase, now it's the meditation phase. But I like the interesting little point that Morgan Siblick made at the end of his post-heat interview. He suggested he'll be back on the beach supporting Sophie McCulloch, who scored one of the best barrels yesterday. And I got a little tip from Jay Thompson that Liam O'Brien's obviously been caddying for Sophie, but he's also been sort of forcing her to go over and surf South Stratty. So that's where that kind of barrel riding act has been honed. I was kind of wondering yesterday that she looked very confident in the tube, and all that time at South Stratty is paying off.
Yeah, we'll see Sophie in heat number 4 of this round versus Macy Callahan. So there's going to be some friendly fire for the Australians in that matchup. This matchup hasn't even started as of yet. Still waiting for the first wave to be ridden. We've come past a high tide mark at about 8:40 this morning. There we go. And we're coming with this draining tide to 2:12 this afternoon. It's a little bit before 10:30 right now, local time. So the receding water, looks like it's maybe affecting the lineup.
Yeah, at the moment, we're not getting that kind of inside double up effect quite so much. As we see someone taking a look at this one.
Ella McCaffrey up and out, so no restart. And that's going to be an offer. That's going to be a fractional score, but once a number's on the board, that takes restarts off the table. Here we go with Sally Fitz. Winds up off the bottom.
It's pretty stock standard, Sally, from what we've seen over her career, but it is nice and it's clean, and she gets a number on the board, and straight away she's going to be putting a little bit of pressure on the youngster Ella.
Could the grommet have just kind of baited the start, though? Because if we look at what's just happened, Ella McCaffrey now just put herself in priority. So if Sally doesn't get a really meaningful number on that first wave, maybe, and I'm just guessing maybe, that could have been a pretty good strategy just to get the clock going and get the priority rotation running. Or just a lucky circumstance, because it looks like it's going to be a mid-range score to start for Sally Fitzgibbons.
No, I'm agreeing with you, Kaipo. I like the vibe that Ella's got out there. You can feel it sometimes, you know, even through the screen. And a 4-point ride for Sally, it's, you know, I think that's a good move from Ella, and I think she's stayed really composed. That's a weird thing to have a restart for anybody.
Yeah.
You know, it's especially if you're not used to a Challenger Series platform, and there's a lot of people hanging around today as well. So I'd love to see Ella take off. Let's see what she can bring back to Sally on this exchange.
Yeah, it's interesting. You often have two kinds of surfers. You have rhythm surfers that like to catch a lot of waves and manufacture a rhythm and then try and hope that one of those waves pays off or build scores. And then you have surfers who are just happy to sit, happy to wait for the bomb, and that sort of applies in competition and free surfs, it seems. But interesting that, you know, Ella's quite young, and it takes a very sort of mature approach to really sit it out.
Yeah, on the men's side of the championship tour, you can look at someone like Ethan Ewing, who doesn't catch a lot of waves in his heat. He has a very paced approach. He's super patient, pick his spot. Oftentimes he'll ride 3 waves in a 30-minute heat and still take the win. And so it's that, to your point, Luke, there are those different surfers for sure. But what I'm also seeing on the screen here is the backwash coming into play heavier as this tide continues to recede.
Yeah, there's like a huge difference between the low and the high too. Like, it's a massive gap between low and high. I think, what was it? Was it 2.6 in between it? So it was huge, whatever it was.
Yeah, that's
so
a big differential. So this lineup's going to be in a constant state of flux all day as we mind surf that one across the screen. Even if you didn't find the exit.
Yeah, I wouldn't have made that in my mind either. Here we go. Sally Fitz drops into a gurgly one. Snap off the top for Fitzgibbons. Deals with some seaweed, some foam, and still the completion. So that's the fight back. Ella up and out again. So Ella McCaffrey yet to get her start. Sally Fitzgibbons is going to have 2 numbers and put a lot of pressure on the youngster.
Yeah, that's going to be a good number there for Sally. I think she almost thought it was going to pitch and she was going to get a little keg on the takeoff. You can see she's kind of holding onto a leg rope as well with the edge of her toes.
That's the
nice.
anti-seaweed paddle out. Here we go, replay.
Yeah, this is a really good turn right here. Pretty critical, pretty tight. It's a really frothy, seaweedy section, but she just dominates it. Here's a slow-mo, though, too, of it.
Yeah.
Pretty tight.
The really challenging part for Sally here is you can see all that foam on that marbled face. And you can see it makes it really hard for both the fins and the rail to engage. So it turns into a little bit of a bronco ride for Sally, but she does extremely well to ride out. I think she knew that it was important to get a solid score right there.
Yeah, so we talked about, some of the conditions, the backwash coming into play. For more detail on that, I'm going to go down to the beach with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. And not too much has changed since this morning. The swell's still marching in. We do have a low tide coming up this afternoon at around about 20 past 2. And one thing that I did yesterday was just sort of help the waves break a little bit further out and allow the competitors to get in a bit earlier into these rides.
What about the backwash, Stace? You seen any of that come into play?
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of sacktown backwash out there with that higher tide, but I think with the tide draining out for the rest of the afternoon, hopefully we'll be sweet.
Thank you for the Oakberry Surf Conditions update. It Stace. The Sacktown backwash.
What about, Kaipa, what about the Makaha backwash? You know all about it.
Oh, my goodness. We got, back home, we have, depending on the time of the year, and really, I mean, it's true for every beach, right, Luke? It really is how big the bank is and how big of a slope you have on the beach to create that backwash. So when you have a really steep beach, the waves go up on that steep bank and then come back down. So yeah, at Macau, we have sometimes of the year we have 3-foot backwashes coming at you on a 6-foot wave.
I used to love the footage of Sonny Garcia kind of stalling into the backwash and getting barreled.
Oh, and caught up again, Ella McCaffrey. So she's got a big challenge because Sally Fitzgibbons with a 6.17 and a 4-point ride. And Ella still has yet to start her account.
Yeah, I feel like she looks just a little bit nervous in the lineup. She's having some difficulty identifying which waves have that scoring potential. Obviously, I dare say I don't think she's put in a lot of time at Narrabeen. It may very well be her first time here. And it's the thing is, even if you came early to the event, you probably were surfing the dominant left, right? So
right.
This is kind of new to everybody.
Yeah, great point, Luke, because in working up to the beginning of this event, it was traditional North Narrabeen, and the waves are good, you know, and everyone was pretty much that short right, but then the long left, and I identified early on just a few surfs going, well, this is where it's going to be. It's going to be this long performance left. This is where the big numbers are going to come from. And lo and behold,
completely different scenario.
Not the case at all.
So, which is, you know, it's a lesson in being a professional surfer in that you can have a preconceived idea of how something's going to unfold, but you've got to be willing to kind of throw that whole plan out the window and start with a blank canvas or a plan B.
It is crazy that the playing field, you know, is just something that you can't predict, and you have to kind of do it intuitively and be able to make changes on the fly. Here we go. Fitzgibbons, nice rail work as usual on that Glen Pang surfboard, snaps it off the top there. And she may have just put Ella McCaffrey into a two-wave combo. We'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, Ella's got to somehow block this next number out of her mind. She's pretty much just got to close her ears. She's got a normal heat on her hands now. Just under 20 minutes, she has priority, and she's starting fresh. If she can just somehow, I don't know, stick some of that seaweed in those ears right there and just run her own show here, she can get back onto the board against Sally, because like you said, Sally's wave was good. Here she goes.
Good looking wave here. Got to pull in. Oh. Finds a vision, finds an exit. She's back into the game.
Oh, good for her and good for us watching that. That was some beautiful bit of tunnel vision. And Sally would have had to watch that too. Oh, no, maybe she just missed it.
So momentary combo for Ella McCaffrey, which she's going to surf her way out of it. This was a 5.33, Jess.
Yeah, it was dominant, reliable rail work, and this was quite a dominant snap. Little blowout of the fins, confidently rides out, but this is the talking point so far.
Yeah, late drop, good positioning, and makes the decision at just the right moment to go looking for the exit.
Yeah, really like a good intuitive surfing by Ella McCaffrey to not get greedy on that barrel and make sure she got the completion. She's in a combination right now. She will be out of the combination when the score drops. How much did she claw back? We're still waiting to see the number from the judges.
Yeah, I think that the word intuitive is right, Kaipo. It's not like she's had 5 shots at that wave. That's kind of the first really hollow barreling wave that we've seen come through in this heat, and she got it right.
All right, judges give her a 5.33. Ella McCaffrey right back in there. She needs a 6.18 to take the lead off of Sally Fitzgibbons. Fitzgibbons with priority, but plenty of time on the clock for the situation to change.
Okay, so judges are saying if you look at that last exchange, two turns from Sally, 5.33, barrel from McCaffrey, 5.33.
You know what? Sally Fitzgibbons yesterday went excellent. And let's take a look at that 9.7 from Sally Fitzgibbons after we check this out from Ella McCaffrey on the fight back up and is able to put it down. Sally Fitzgibbons over the falls. Check the board, check the leash.
Oh.
Check the body, wow.
Crash crunch for Sally there.
Well, let's check out that 9.7 from Sally Fitzgibbons from yesterday before we get to these replays. It was a beauty one.
Yeah, this is when it goes right, so deep, great vision. You can hear the crowd reaction, which is a 9.7, the best single wave of the day, and backs it up with a couple of solid hammer turns.
So that's what's possible out here, because Sally Fitzgibbons already made it possible yesterday. We're waiting for a couple of scores. An important one for Ella McCaffrey. Again, a 6.18 for Ella, and she will take the lead off of Sally Fitzgibbons. Score comes in at 4.1. Ella's still searching for a 6.17 at the moment.
I like the way she negotiated the backwash, Kuiper. Had to go kind of over a speed bump. We'll see the replay here, but just watch. Here it comes. Over the hop. And really commits to the lip. Rides out clean. She's obviously gained a little bit of confidence.
Whoa. Detonated.
Just the total Geronimo takeoff. At some point had to make that decision. There's no point trying to stay connected to the board. Just got to exit.
Yeah, worst thing that can happen is to reconnect with the board after going over the falls.
We saw Reef Hazelwood yesterday come out of a turn, and it was like a bug getting squashed under a sandal.
I can't believe he wasn't injured on that wave. That was a horrible wipeout. He just got flexed. Well, we're halfway through this heat time for a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back and see if Ella McCaffrey can come back against Sally Fitzgibbons. We are back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. This is the first heat of the round of 16 for the women. And we're flying by the Field News Sydney flight cam, showing you the beautiful North Narrabeen, one of the many beaches here on the northern beaches of Sydney. Sally Fitz taking it to the youngster out of Encinitas, California. At the moment, Fitzgibbons with heat control. She has the lead as well as priority, Jess.
Yeah, look at this set rolling on through too. Are they going to be in position? Looks like they're just a little on the shoulder, but Sally's going to use priority. Whoa!
Fitzgibbons. Good looking wave and great looking surfing by Sally Fitzgibbons. This is going to be a breakthrough score. Makes a little connection as the wave splits. Gets a bonus. One more turn on the inside.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen her back into position and ready for that set, because you just saw the power of which that thing spat as she took off. She had to go, obviously. She had priority, and you don't want to let Ella on this. Look at this thing.
Yeah, watch this wave. Okay, 10 yards deeper, and Sally is in the barrel. But there's a moment here where she makes a decision. Okay, I'm going to keep going. It's still worth surfing the wave. I know it wasn't deep enough, but I feel like I can still get a score. And ends up getting this little bonus section way down the end. Chases this ribbon across the sand, finishes strongly. So for Sally, just looking to replace that backup.
I think during the break as well, the reason they were so far north of that peak was they'd paddled together to the north, way past the right, and they were almost on that little in-between left that we saw Jet Shilling on for a little second, and they were sprint paddling back for that set. So, great move from Sally. She improves her situation with that 6.83 for the last wave, so it did pay off for her. It kept Ella off a potential 7, and it put that into her bank instead.
Yeah, I feel like Ella was maybe in a slightly better position for the wave.
Yeah, she was. Just a little deeper.
There's Ella now needing a 7.67, as you can see on the needs column on that score bug, and she's got 10 minutes, 20 seconds to do so. Gonna have to compose herself. If she's able to come back right now, this would be a pivotal point in her young professional career.
Well, she needs a result here, Kaipa. I think it was a 41st for Ella on the Gold Coast, which is not going to be a keeper at all in terms of the quest to qualify for the championship tour. Sally is in a completely different scenario with that semi-final finish, so the incentive for her here is, as we've talked about, to go back-to-back with good results.
Yeah, Sally comes to this heat, then she's into the quarterfinals, and she's guaranteed an equal 5th at very least. And so that's going to be an important point for Sally Fitzgibbons. She's just got to play her cards right in this final 9.5 minutes.
And you'd have to say that's 2 keepers.
That's 2 keepers, for sure, yeah. An equal 5th gets you 4,745 points. So in the grand scheme of things, Sally makes this heat. She is halfway to requalifying to the championship tour.
We also saw India Robinson. Yes, they had a really confident performance, obviously coming off the back of a win on the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
She'll also be looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, India Robinson, she'll be in the last heat of this round, the 16. She's going to be matched up against Nikki Van Dyke. So that's going to be a great matchup. And again, to Luke's point, if India comes through that heat, gets a quarterfinal finish minimum here, she's halfway there to requalification as well.
Look at this thing coming through. Let's go, Ella. I want to see Ella bring this to Sally. I want to see her challenge her and force her to step up into that excellent range, because there's nothing better than an underdog story. And, you know, in the context of this heat, it would be an upset, knocking Sally out in a round of 16.
Well, the longer it goes, the more Ella paints herself into a corner, and that may work in her favour, where she has to chase down that 7.67 in a single wave. We've probably seen a couple of, probably that wave that Sally was not deep enough for. That kind of scoring potential was there.
But that's pretty much a 10. Surely, if you take off under the lip, it's like a little bit like Morgan's one. Like, if you get spat out, especially even after that, and then come through and you still have the opportunity for turns, there's like high 9s, if not 10s out there. So it's there. If they get a chance in the end of this heat, we hope. If not, then that set is kind of delayed until the next heat, and we're going to see somebody be hunting them down.
Yeah, the real challenge for Ella now is, do I try and get it done with one wave? I feel like she might need 2 quick ones, unless the absolute bomb comes through. She is holding priority. The thing that's a little bit tricky is that it's looked like this is quite a well-defined bank, but it's actually quite shifty. There's a big playing field there.
Here she goes, Sally. Little look, little scope, maybe trying to rattle the cage of Ella with priority there.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe trying to sell her into that one, use a little bit of experience. Nothing to lose for Sally. She's really in a commanding position now. She can roll the dice on as many waves as she likes, although she's got to be conscious of the fact that she does improve on her backup ride.
Yeah, Sal, and I'm still looking over some of the scenarios, and Sally Fitzgibbons with that 3rd coming through here gets a quarterfinal finish. She's looking really good, because the other surfer that got a 3rd on the Gold Coast was Steph Gilmore, she's not going to be in the challenger conversation. Sawyer Lindblad, the runner-up on the Gold Coast, is already out of competition. We look at some of the quarterfinalists from the Gold Coast: Nixie Ryan out of competition, Sarah Baum out of competition, Fahine Fierro out of competition, Luana Silva out of competition. So this is a chance for Sally Fitzgibbons to really break away in the rankings when she looks at that requalification scenario.
Oh, I love the mathematician that's coming out in you, Kaipo. I was wondering the concentration on your face, and that's the best breakdown I've heard so far. Here goes Ella.
Could change the whole situation, but the door was shut on Ella McCaffrey. Now, as we near our NRMA 5-minute warnings, Sally Fitzgibbons will have complete heat control, and she will not make a mistake at the end of this one. I'm going to tell you that. Let's check out our Harvey Norman recap. It's been all Fitzgibbons in this matchup.
Yeah, this was the first score that she put up on the board. It was clinical surfing from her. Like you said, Luke, in the live action of that, really frothy, but she manages it. Look at this thing from Ella. Tucks in, equals Sally's second wave as well. And here's a little bit of a missed opportunity, but well regained. Oh, what a beautiful wave. And Sally capitalises on her priority and the rest of that wave and takes it off Ella McCaffrey to post her best score, 6.83.
There you go. Coming straight into our NRMA 5-minute warning. Sally Fitzgibbons with heat control. A big lead on the youngster as well as priority. So she just needs to play some strategic 4.5 minutes right now, really, Luke.
Yeah, that's right. Just micromanage this heat out. You can see Sally staying really close to Ella right now. Just following her around the lineup like a magnet. You saw with that aerial vision a few seconds ago just how shallow that bank is. You can actually see the bottom from the drone.
And you can see the rips forming, really churning up the sand there.
Oh, look at this. You can see the lumps in the swell too, just beckoning towards, being sucked into this bank, and they're making a move.
Yeah, best scenario for Ella would be a multiple wave set to force Sally to use her priority at this 4-minute mark.
One of the other things that's really worked in the favour for conditions, we've had these offshore westerlies all day. Yesterday stayed offshore all day, and it looks like it could do the same today.
Sally's going to let her go. Ella, looking down the line, is going to be able to place a turn here. Big top turn. So I don't know if that's a 7.67, but that will help her cause.
It's not a long paddle back out. Definitely time for another wave.
Oh, I'm going to have to see the replay of this one. Sally opts to let Ella go. I thought that she was chasing a barrel. She resets her line for this pretty critical maneuver, throws spray way up high, but only one single turn. So I think that's gonna cap the score a little.
Yeah, you saw decision time from Sally Fitzgibbons too. She looked down the line when Ella was paddling for it and made the decision not to utilize her priority. There is a point where you have to do some self-assessment on the wave quality when you have priority, right, Luke?
Yeah, completely. I mean, Sally's just looking at it and she's going, well, is it worth blocking, or is it going to better my score? They're the two decisions that are running through her mind. And, you know, it's easy to talk about, but you've got to make that decision very quickly.
Yeah. In the moment. 5.17 checks in for Ella. Ella is still chasing that 7.67. So really good decision making at that moment from Sally Fitzgibbons. Now she's going to chase her down. Well, she's not really chasing, is she? Slowly stalking her prey.
Yes, very predatorial. That's a very, very intentional paddle towards her. Very calm,
yeah,
but intentional.
Yeah, Sally's the friendliest person you'll meet, typically, but she knows how to put the singlet on.
Yeah, until you're in a jersey against her. She's always had the highest work ethic, I think, of any of the surfers. She's kind of like the Lane Beachley of our era.
It's funny because she paddles slow, and then as soon as Ella tries to break away, now the pace picks up.
So it's a big moment for Ella. Even if the wave, the 7.67 doesn't come through, she's got to handle this with confidence. She's got to try and take something away from this moment.
Yeah, she's exactly matching her pace too at the moment, isn't she? She's just going to apply a little more pressure, just tightening up those screws a little further. I can hear the plastic cracking.
I love those views from the Feel New Sydney flight cam, tracking this cat and mouse right here. 1 minute, 25 seconds.
It's a big ask. She has to sell Sally on a wave, and then she needs another wave in the set.
Like, Sally came through on the qualifying series in a generation. She was like the youngest person to sew that thing up early in the season in Australia. And she came through at a time when it was elbow to elbow. You were throwing elbows in those paddles in these last minutes. She knows how to work it, and she doesn't even need that. She just does it just at a nice little distance from Ella.
Yeah, it's not quite that close at the moment, but it's getting close. It's like a synchronized paddling demonstration at present.
Yeah, tweaking the screws on her at the moment. I mean, we saw Ethan Osborne find that beautiful wave at, you know, at 30 seconds, selling Sally on one, and then finding something like that is seemingly, I'm not going to say impossible, but
possible.
unlikely.
Yeah, and we've seen 2 heats go down this morning that were like that. 2 or 3 heats, but it's been an absolute flurry of waves in the final seconds.
Here's the forced hand on Sally Fitzgibbons. She's got to utilize priority. Here we go. Fitz. Oh, what a turn. Down the line, oncoming section. Does not close it out. 4 seconds, and Ella is going to get an opportunity. Drops it to this one. It's a straight hander, and Ella McCaffrey eliminated from competition. Will take an equal 9th out of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Meanwhile, Sally Fitzgibbons, we'll see her in quarterfinal number 1.
Wow, played out so well for Ella too. It's just the wave, that last wave. She played it so well. That's a positive from this. That's a real takeaway for her. She's an incredible surfer and, yeah, well handled under pressure for her.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of the disappointment, but still happy to sign the autographs.
Yeah.
Certainly, you know, it was a solid barrel ride. Had she been a shade deeper, as we see Sally untangling the weed, Ella may have gone a little bit higher. I think that may have been crucial for her. I think she'll go back and watch the heat and think that was an extra long heat. That was a 40-minute heat.
Yeah, we had that restart at the beginning.
I feel like, you know, obviously sitting it out and waiting for a good wave is one tactic, but I would have liked to have seen her get just a little bit busier. I feel like there were some more scoring opportunities out there.
Well, Sally Fitzgibbons on to quarterfinal number 1. Who will Sally meet in that quarterfinal number 1? We'll find out, because Alyssa Spencer and Zali Kelly will be in the water when we return.
what do you think is your biggest strength and maybe your biggest motivation going into 2023?
It's always been my dream to be on tour since I was a little girl, and there's so many girls on the Challenger Series that, you know, have the level to be on tour, and it's so competitive. You know, there's so many of us. It's really just about who can be the most consistent, I think, and this year that's definitely going to be my goal, is to try to get really consistent results in all the events. It's tough. Like last year, I think I had maybe 3 quarterfinal finishes and a win, and it was still just a couple spots short. So it's definitely pretty gnarly when you look at it as far as like what results you need. But I think just trying to keep that consistency throughout the year is definitely going to be my biggest goal, I guess.
Yeah, hearing from Alyssa Spencer on the lineup with Dave Prodan and Mitchell Salazar. You can find that at worldsurfleague.com or anywhere you get your podcast. Alyssa Spencer's out in the water versus Zali Kelly, both juniors. And Alyssa talking about few near misses. 2019 almost made the cut. 2022 almost made the cut. 2021 almost made the cut. She's come so close to making the championship tour, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Is this her year? Well, her journey starts right here.
Yeah, she is an incredible product of that North American region again, and it's great. I mean, no better surf nerd to nerd out on all her stats with than Mitchie Salazar. And if you haven't listened to that talk yet, it's like she said, to have that many quarterfinal finishes and a win under her belt and still not make it. It just asks so much of these athletes, and especially these young women. And I even remember meeting Alyssa for the first time in that China event just before the full world lockdown. And she had a really good showing in that QS as well. And it was kind of like the start of her transition into womanhood on this level of competition. You could see it. She's still traveling with her mum, but she was going, okay, I actually belong here. I
like
have this.
I like it. I like what you took away from that just being the surf nerd, my sombrino, my nephew, Micho Salazar, because he is a surf nerd turkey for sure. He's got more stats than anyone right in his head. Here we go. Alyssa Spencer negotiates that drop, and with no barrel on offer, she's just going to kick out of there, turning our attention over to Zali Kelly. Kelly looking for some open space. This wave gets pretty soft there in the rip, and she kicks out.
Stuck in 2 minds, I think, Luke, hey, on that first wave.
I think both surfers were anticipating a barrel ride, and it didn't come off, which means you've got to then shift focus, change the body position slightly, and go looking for a section. And unfortunately, neither of them really had anything on offer.
Oh. Zali, trainer here, and ooh, just got crunched there. Looked like it was going to stay open, but wave had a different future.
If anything, to be hyper critical of that paddle in from Zali would be, it was a little too casual. She kind of probably could have pushed into it a little harder. I mean, I still think it was the closeout, but the urgency at which she paddled into that thing, it kind of hung her up just ever so slightly. I mean, it's a closeout, so it's a, you know, she didn't lose anything really on it. But
the interesting point is, Jess, it didn't look like a closeout. It, you know, it jacked up. It looked like it was going to be hollow, stay open, and then, you know, the wave can change form so quickly.
Surprise, surprise. So priority to Alyssa Spencer. No meaningful numbers up on the board yet for either surfer. Highest single wave score right now, a 1.63. So our heat has not even really begun yet. We're little above a 24-minute mark. So this could turn into a 20-minute heat very easily, Jess.
yeah, there was a big set that just went through unridden. You could see on the screen just then. A little bit out of time there. It's tricky if you get out of sync really early with the sets, because you spend the whole heat chasing that positioning and the rotation.
Sally Fitzgibbons is having a wonderful Australian leg to start off the Challenger Series. I'd like to hear from Sally. She is with Stace right now on the beach.
Thanks, Kipes. Sally, Kaipo just remarked you've had a fantastic start, and I'd have to agree. How's it feel from your perspective?
I'm just enjoying my time in the Jersey, Stace. Just showing up to these events. There's a lot of thinking involved when there's so many peaks like within that bank, and you're trying to like optimise getting the best one you can, but also locking down that opponent. So it's what I love about it. And yeah, just waking up in the morning, I just been super excited. So I think this Australian league especially, like going bells, mugs, like that's kind of reminds me, as reminiscent of when we were Groms, and I kind of got that momentum and you know, that swing of events. So yeah, I do like that, and hopefully I can keep it going.
You kept a close eye on all your competitors on the World Tour, but what's it like profiling some of these younger competitors that you're coming up against who you probably might not have seen much of?
Oh, exactly. You're coming into heats now, and it's all new. A lot of kids are kind of half my age, and that's a lot of fun. Yeah, I felt like I've worked really hard to keep my surfing relevant and fast, and then it's all about just playing the game with them. So I think it's been cool to do a lot of the ISA events over the years too, and a lot of four-person heats, and I sort of see their names popping up before they get to kind of WSL events. So you see them filter up, and then all of a sudden they're here. So that's the cool part, to kind of profile them there.
Great point that you make there. I know you've got a lot of people on the beach supporting and at home.
Oh, it's a wonderful weekend. Yeah, the Northern Beaches, it's been so sparkly this week, and good crowd and a lot of friends on the beach. It's beautiful. I love an Aussie crowd, so thanks everyone for showing up.
Sparkly, love it. Thanks, Kipes.
All right, Sally Fitz into quarterfinal number 1. Already a semifinal finish on the Challenger Series. Now she's geared up for another meaningful result over here, and just as young and vibrant as ever. I don't know if I've ever seen Sally without a smile on her face.
I saw her get pinned and washed into the rocks at the Challenger Series in Snapper last year. Almost washed around froggies. It was so heavy.
Was she smiling?
She came back in smiling. Probably concussed and smiling. She's so hectic. She's just always smiling. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled.
Alyssa Spencer got a meaningful number right now to get things going in this heat. A 6.33. Luke, talk us through it.
Yeah, just a lot of downtime here, and then slams that lip. Alyssa's backhand really is a weapon. One big turn.
This is a 6.4 for Zali Kelly in the exchange.
Oh, it was pretty sick. Second turn was a little bit off balance, but that first turn is a beautiful slash. She's really got that edgy skater style approach. She loses connection with the front foot there too, but I mean, that's a good one for her. 6.4, best wave of the heat so far. Look at these sets rolling in.
Look at the lines as we anticipate another exchange. It's a tight heat out in the water right now between these two. Both surfers surfed in the World Juniors just last year. Alyssa Spencer, 20 years old. Zali Kelly, 19 years old. Quarterfinal finish in the World Juniors for Zali, and Alyssa with a semifinal finish, and a spit coming through there.
Oh my gosh, that's got to be the best wave that I've seen this morning. Ridden or unridden.
Yeah, it was like a backdoor spit, wasn't it?
That was inside out, that thing.
Here we go, priority. Alyssa Spencer, she's in the red jersey. Let's see if she chooses to, oh no, it really was the first wave of that set. That was the keeper.
Oh, I think these two have to cut the cord a little bit between themselves and start surfing what's coming through rather than battling.
Here goes Zali, cavern, traveling, and not able to come out of that one, but she put in a valiant effort to do so. Now it's going to take a couple on the head, but she went through a couple of sections there, and that wave stayed nice and hollow.
Yeah, there was definitely like 2 complete sections that she went through. You do get a few little points for that sometimes, but really they want that big exit.
Oh, is that the one that they missed? That's the one that they...
Oh, nobody went. I think Zali thought by the time she had a shot at it, she was too late. This was the consolation prize. Long travel, you can see that blue singlet through the wave. You know, she'd be asking herself, was there a point there where I could have bust through the lip? Was it possible? We saw Jadson Andre do it on one yesterday that you just completely wrote him off.
So the barreling conditions continue on here. Day number 4 of competition. And it's been a pleasant surprise. I mean, it's not the playing field we expected, Luke, but it's been a pleasant surprise, the quality of waves that we have been receiving.
Oh, completely. Like, I was anticipating a few left-hand barrels, but not slapping right barrels like this.
Probably as was Alyssa. She's probably anticipating those forehand barrels as well, but maybe that went into that decision too, to leave that one unridden in priority is...
Well, I know for Alyssa, her backhand is definitely a weapon. but I'm not sure how much time she's had riding backhand barrels. That's going to be, you know, and we're going to see that tested here right now.
Well, no waves ridden right now. Waiting for the score for Zali Kelly, a 2.3. Kelly with the lead. Priority to Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa on the move right here. And with Alyssa not going on that one, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with the conclusion of this heat to see who comes through into the quarterfinals. Some hot news for you at the upcoming Surf Ranch presented by 805 Beer. We're offering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to the surf fans. At the end of competition, 2 lucky winners, one from general admission and one from the VIP, will be selected at random to surf the wave at the Surf Ranch. Winners, they'll get 1 left and 1 right all to themselves. You must be on site to win Sunday, May 28th. Go get your tickets right now at surfranchpro.com. Are you kidding me? You're going to get a free left and a free right? This is a dream. Oh my God. I'm going. Can I enter?
Yeah, can you enter? That was my next question, Kako. Does that include you guys?
No, I can't enter. But here you go. For 10% off, scan the QR code on the screen. Remember, $40 general admission starting at $299 starting for the VIP experience. Zali Kelly here in the barrel, threading through, looking for an exit. Made some ground, but could not find the exit door. Alyssa Spencer, during our break, was able to secure a left-hander and earned a 4.33 to turn the heat. Here it is.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like this is a real strategy shift for Alyssa. She found a little barrel in her heat yesterday, and that helped her progress. She obviously feels a little more confident riding the barrel on the forehand. So it gets a little bit of coverage there, and then a back-up turn. We haven't seen too many lefts ridden. We saw Joel Vaughan get one earlier on, and kind of means that she's really relying upon that front side as a goofy footer.
Yeah, but like you said, though, I do think and have to agree that her backhand snap, that really critical
it's a weapon.
Snap, yeah, it's a strength of hers, and I want to see it in play.
She really used that backhand snap last year at Sakurema for the Challenger Series event over there, where she went on to win that event. She was dominant in the field in some tricky beach break at Itaona over there in Sakurema. So I know she has it. She has it in her. She's right now, she's looking pretty good. I mean, but Zali Kelly just needs a 4.26. Here goes Zali on the way to that score. Let's see. Hesitates off the bottom, gets a nice snap in there. Looks for a little bit more. So a safe approach by Zali, but she could have got the number. Alyssa Spencer on the backhand. There's the weapon right there with the release on the tail. One more time for Alyssa Spencer. Why not? Make it 3, and she fights for that finish. So that's what we're talking about. That's what we expected, Alyssa Spencer.
Okay, I'm going to asterisk. I want to draw particular attention to her technique on her back foot when we watch the replay of hers. But firstly, Zali's, it could have almost been a good barrel, but she did well to reset and go to the turn. She's such an edgy surfer. And there's the replay. She was set for the tube. You can see her expecting that thing to run off, and she has to fade, set that bottom turn, and get to work on the open face. So it's a nice reset for her, and it shows that she is staying relative. But here, let me draw attention. Oh, grabs the rail briefly. That back foot, so hard against that tail pad at the back, and that just gives her such perfect, heavy release and drive through those backhand snaps. Like you said, Kaipo, weapon mode attained right here.
Yeah, our Sydney flight cam giving us this high view. And she had to race down the line, but is the connection between that and this bottom turn, again, seamless to get back up there.
Beautiful serving. Look at this unridden perfection, North Narrabeen.
Wait for the spin. There it is. A little huff we wanted to see. Yeah, the thing I love about Alyssa's surfing is, you know, what looks dramatic is the drawn-out, slower bottom turn, and then wham, that big change of pace out of the top. You made the good point, Jess, that getting the weight onto the back foot, that's what's allowing her to go that little bit more vertical and be more critical.
Yeah, it's literally, if you can get a still of her, if you go through her socials and you can zoom in on those frame grabs on her backhand, you can see that foot is jammed up over the hump of a kicker of her tail pad, and it's like halfway between the middle toes and all through the arch of her foot. Like, it's literally planted there, and it's so heavy.
It's almost off the back of the board.
Yeah, it's pretty heavily planted.
7.83 on the last ride for Alyssa and the lead. Here she goes again, looking down the line, looking for a spot to attack the lip. She's just going to run out of room there, but that damage was done on the previous wave. A 7.83, Alyssa in the lead. Zali Kelly needs a lucky number. She needs a 7.77 to take the lead off of Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, Alyssa's already had a couple of wild cards into CT events. At Bell's and at the Pipeline Pro. And look, I feel like that backhand is a CT level backhand. It's just a matter of her putting together the right combination of results.
Yeah, to make it to finals day would be invaluable for Alyssa Spencer. She got a 9th place at the Gold Coast, came up short from her expectations. Here we go, Zali Kelly. Looking for the barrel, finds a barrel, finds a little exit there. Do need a little bit more for that 7.77, and the wave gives up on her.
Yeah, that's got to be more what she's looking for, though. I think that's going to give her some confidence. She's already had some great results herself. She won the Evoca event this year in Australia. Have a look at the replay too. Very clean wave, well read. Kind of just doesn't really run off. She doesn't get super deep, but I think it's going to help her build her confidence, and she's going to find something deeper. Look at that vision.
Yeah, I feel like Zali may need a deep barrel to really win this heat, but it was interesting that Kaipo was talking about both these competitors as World Juniors before, but I feel like Zali won her first QS event when she was 14. She won 2 back-to-back. She's been around for so long, and Alyssa feels like also a very mature competitor, only 20 years old.
Hey, let's check out Stace. What are you up to, Stace?
Oh, I'm down in the GWM activation with none other than Sally Fitzgibbon. Sally, you are all over it this morning.
Well, I went to put the boards in the car, and then all the Groms came with me. So we thought we'd give them a bunch of these little key rings. We got the GWM big chair. So, yeah, all the energy's up here in the park, and everyone's turned up for the weekend.
Indeed they have. If you're floating around North Narrabeen or nearby, come on down, see Sally, hang out.
Hardest worker in surfing, I'm telling you right now. She's just...
I wonder if the parking officer goes up there for Sal. She get free parking up here.
She's winning heats. She's at Harvey Norman yesterday. She's at GWM today.
I saw one of the reps handing out those key rings yesterday, and I thought a couple of 14-year-olds were about to drive away in the cars. That's what it looks like.
Look at that last score for Zali in too. So 5.33.
Yeah, so Zali Kelly still searching for that jackpot number, a 7.77. 8 minutes remaining. Alyssa Spencer does have priority. Taking a look at this one, this is going to be a dredger here. Dropping in. Alyssa Spencer carves off the top there. She's got time off the bottom for one more big swoop on the backhand. Make it 3, and cannot find the finish there, but those were 2 big turns on a beautiful looking corner.
Unexpected wave too. Seeing the carve coming in on her backhand. I thought that thing was going to reel off. Oh, Zali having a look deeper, but Alyssa takes it off her, and then she gets this kind of big wall, smooth, straight back into the pocket. Again, no adjustments in between those two, and if she had to click that last turn, big scores, unfortunately for Zali.
Yeah, we love this angle. I think you make the point, Jess, that Alyssa really shows the versatility of her backhand here. These are 2 big carve turns, and then she's obviously got the critical backhand snap in the repertoire. Doesn't ride out of it there, but that was going to be a really complete wave if she got the finish. So much variety, different angles of approach, rail work, vertical snaps. There it is again. We've talked about it. She's gone back to the backside weapon.
That was Zali's 8. If she had had priority that wave, that's her 8 that she wanted, and she's been searching for throughout this whole heat already.
Well, 6 minutes 40 seconds. We're waiting for the score. We did get the score. Alyssa Spencer did not change the situation, however, coming under at a 6.23. So that finish was very, very important for Alyssa Spencer to pull further away. So Zali Kelly, priority. 6 minutes 25 seconds on the clock. Looking for the jackpot. 7.77. So she has put herself into that position. But let's check out our Harvey Norman recap, starting with Alyssa Spencer, Jess.
Yeah, big snap from her, goofy footer from America. She's been dominant. Zali's just been chasing, slowly chipping away, finding some open face slash, and she's got the maneuvers. She just hasn't found the waves that Alyssa has. Look at this thing. This was the best wave so far.
It's a 7.83 for Alyssa Spencer, Luke.
Yeah, just drops the backhand hammer here. Wham, there it is. Backs up again with a very similar turn. Right up in the top shelf of the wave. So much change in spin, so much precision. The key point here is, I think, in the surfing is that Zali's surfing a little bit more off the front foot. Alyssa, as you made the point, Jess, is really heavily weighted on the back foot.
Yeah, Zali's, like, her foundations come from skating and snowboarding too, so you can see where that's coming into play. You can see it in her style, and it's there in her progression as well. She has these really crazy little tweaks and rotations, and her comfort in the air is really evident when she gets the opportunity. But I can see what she's chasing. She's chasing that wave that Alyssa just got. She's chasing a good tube ride, and then she'll go to those turns if need be.
Well, there's opportunity right now on the horizon for Zali Kelly. We're hitting the NRMA 5-minute warning, 5 minutes with priority, seeking that 7.77 for Kelly, and some evident lines coming through, ready to hit the sandbank, Luke.
Yeah, there's a few nervous moments ahead here for Zali. She's sitting in priority, chasing a 7.7. She's no doubt identified those lumps. What she'll be thinking now is how she can position herself in this shifty lineup for a wave that is going to deliver her that big score. I feel like she needs a solid right-hand keg at this point.
I feel like she needs to forget about Alyssa too. Just forget about her. She has priority and she has the minutes, and if, like, the indicators at the start were, they were both kind of jostling and looking at each other more than they were looking at the waves, and they missed those 2 really good rides at the start. So if she can just kind of block her out for now and find that wave and focus on being in the right position for the barrel, it's going to be a good score.
Movement in the lineup. Zali Kelly looking interested in this one. She's going to use her priority. Here she goes. Down the line speed. Skips that first section. Lines up off the bottom. Nice carve. Keeping it on the rail there. Needs a lot more. Bounces through. Times it with the backwash. 7.77. I present the question to you, Jess.
Thanks, Kaipo. Oh, that wave really let her down at the start. If that thing had hit the bank like every other wave throughout the first 25 minutes of this heat, she gets it. She's in the great position. She takes off. She's waiting for it, and then she has to switch the turns. Look, you see it the realisation. She's got such smooth rail work, but she only gets 2. She manages it. I think back to her 6.4, it could be in the ballpark range. I just don't know. I don't have an answer for you, Capo.
I think it's very good surfing, but it's at the moment she needs excellent range surfing, and that's the challenge.
Yeah, good point. She needs to be surfing an 8, right? And then the average comes back to the 777. So
she may improve the situation though. She may better the 5.33, in which case put herself in a better scenario. Still time to catch another wave.
Well, the chase begins. We got Alyssa Spencer with priority, with the lead over Zali Kelly, and now the pursuit in these final 2.5 minutes starts.
Yeah, it's the second heat in a row where we've seen this transpire, and you know, it's one of the more subtle points of pro surfing appreciation, I guess, is to see how these paddle battles play out, particularly when it comes down to the wire like this.
You know, it wasn't that long ago that end of heat defense was not really as used as much. And right now, though, I think the heat IQ of all of our competitors, coming from even the juniors, are so high. So by the time you even hit your qualifying series, for certainly the Challenger series, everyone knows how to run this 2-minute drill right now, and that's exactly what Alyssa Spencer's going to run.
Yep.
That score for Zali, that 5.8, some of the judges gave it the 6 on it, and that just says to me again, that first section of the wave let her down, and maybe even perhaps just changing perspective and wanting to do that snap instead of chasing the barrel.
Couple wave set here. Zali forces Alyssa to go. Alyssa Spencer now needs to perform. She's done a little defense at the beginning here, taking it to the offense. Nice snap there. Third carve from Alyssa Spencer, looking to better a 6.33. We'll see if she's able to do that.
She's looking at the watch, she's looking at the clock, she's looking back at the lineup, trying to make a call here. Do I go back out? And as you say, kind of play a little bit more defense. Still in 2 minds. And,
down to a minute. There's going to be opportunity right now for Zali Kelly.
Oh, I loved that second turn on that wave for Alyssa. Look, pulling priority, smooth carve, beautiful line and use, and straight to the bottom, sets and completes. I just thought it was a nice dominant display of how she's feeling the heat. She looks more relaxed on that wave as well. And
yeah, in this case, I think the wave did do her a favour. It cupped right out for that second section, which allowed for a much more critical turn. Still looking a little anxiously back at the lineup where Zali Kelly is all alone.
Oh, I see the lines, but I don't think they're going to reach Zali in time. Down to just 17 seconds, and Zali, you can see by her expression, she realizes that as well.
Oh, does she get another roll at 10 seconds? Something random, maybe a left.
It's got to be this one.
Zali does have a few airs in her repertoire. This is that's what I'd be thinking about right now.
She's going to need a giant score. She's going to need an 8.96 on this wave, and this wave will not offer her an 8.96. So this is just a formality, the end of this heat.
Yeah, and Alyssa improves her situation anyway on that last wave. Look, congratulations from the coach, the 7.53.
Matt Myers surf mentoring with another success there, and Alyssa Spencer will be meeting Sally Fitzgibbons in quarterfinal number 1 as we look to finals day. There's the final numbers, 15.36. 2-wave total for Alyssa and the victory. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have Ronnie Blakey, Laura Enever, and a very, very special guest for you when we get back.
It's just like blocking me from like just head down and just go. It's gonna take me.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. The Harvey Norman host set has been on fire this morning. Earlier today, we had two-time world champ Tom Carroll with us. We've got a two-time world junior champion here in Laura Enever, and joining us now is the 93 world champion Pauline Mensah, who took part in the Bonsoy Legends Heat yesterday. And Pauls, you got a nice little hit off the top in there as well.
I did. It was so much fun. We were all frothing and excited weeks and weeks before, and everyone said they weren't training, but they were.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so it was a good day.
You're on the north coast of New South Wales now, but obviously grew up in Bondi, but you had some success here on the northern beaches. How good is it to be back with a major surf event here?
Oh, it's awesome. It's been a long time. I think the last event I won was in '95, so just to be here again and be part of the event and you know, just seeing all the old legends again, it's just been absolutely awesome.
Been loving seeing you pop up at the different venues. You were ripping in the Heritage Heat up there at Newcastle at Surf Fest. You were down there at Bells watching everything unfold and taking part in the Rising Tides little event there with the Rising Groms. It's good to see you back on the board and ripping.
Yeah, thanks. That was actually really cool down at Bells to be with so many young little girls. I think it was like probably 40 or 50 in the water at once. And I said to Pam, how cool is this? Like looking around and seeing that many young girls in the water and just feeling proud of, like, you know, from when we're on tour and even before we're on tour, that you'd be lucky to see one or two kids in the water or females in the water, and to turn around and see that was pretty special.
Oh, I love it. So stoked to have you here to talk through these next couple of heats with us. And they are obviously very important ones. And we've got a couple of surfers here at different stages in their careers. We've got Carolina Mendes, the Portuguese surfer, goes by the title Carol. And she's out there. She's 27 years of age, up against one of the youngest surfers in the field, in Bella Kenworthy from San Clemente. And this should be fun. No waves ridden just yet. But we'll see if Carol can use her experience and overcome this rising star. Bella's just so talented.
Yeah, I absolutely love this matchup. Carol was doing some huge turns into the flats the other day to get some really big numbers on just single maneuvers. So it'll be interesting to see what she goes for out here. But I think we know that she'll really attack those end sections. And Bella, on the other hand, a rising star, part of that group of absolute shredders coming through. I know she goes on surf trips down to Mexico and Indo with Katie Simmers, Sierra Kerr, Molly Picklum. So those girls just pushing each other and just doing absolutely amazing things in all types of waves. I was blown away seeing, I think it was during the pandemic, and they'd made their way over to Indo, and all the American girls were just stacking absolute clips, getting stand-up barrels and with style. It was so cool.
And Pauline, obviously, getting around some of these events, you're getting a really close look at this talent, this emerging talent, the evolution of performance in women's surfing as well. It must be awesome for you to see it, you know, actually go to that next level in bigger conditions and also above the lip.
Oh, absolutely. You know, when we were on tour, we were lucky to get 1 or 2 surfboards a year. And seeing these girls get looked after and taken on surf trips and guided by, you know, fathers and other competitors, and just having that amazing backing and them also seeing champions before them, it just gives them something to strive for. And I think, you know, being able to work with shapers and getting that many boards and filming is also awesome. You know, like the more you get filmed, the more you can see what you're doing wrong and what you have to change. And yeah, it's progressed amazingly. And also going in the gym, you know, like if you're working out, basically most women, I guess, to be as strong as a normal guy, have to do a lot of gym work.
Yeah, I wanted to give him credit. His name was eluding me somehow yesterday, but Steve Foreman, who coached you, you know, there was just a really small group of people that saw the potential in you. Steve was one of them, and he coached you, you know, without charging you for so many years. I love that story, and obviously you're able to return his investment of time and nurturing your talent with a world title in '93. That must have been awesome.
Oh, so good. Like, Steve was amazing. You know, he was there, you know, 3 times, 4 times a week. He was always training. Anytime I came to town, he was there. And fortunately, I saved enough money from, you know, selling my jeans and bikes and all that to pay for him to come to Hawaii one year. So it was nice to be able to give back to him a little bit. But you know, not only myself, he was actually an amazing, successful coach with a lot of surfers, and yeah, just so supportive, and you know, he's like my dad, really, the dad I never had.
I love that, yeah, and he was a lovely guy. I grew up in that area. I was touching on it during your heat yesterday, just what it meant for us to have someone who was competing on the championship tour in the lineup, popping up around New Brighton at different stages. And you could see yesterday when Tom Carroll, the Pied Piper of the Northern Beaches, was, you know, leading this little tribe of grommets around the contest site. Just the stoke, the absolute stoke and inspiration they were getting from watching these competitors.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's really important, and we're happy to be part of it, but it's also nice for the kids to see the past surfers and see how we're surfing now. And yeah, that was a really lovely day, and it was so nice when we're all down there together and seeing everyone sort of come from nowhere to get photos and have that opportunity. And then even the messages last night I got from just people going, oh my God, it's so good to see all the old crew surfing. And they're like, oh, you guys are a bit slower, but makes us feel better. So it was...
Who said that?
The older crew.
I loved it. It was great. I've got to ask you, your nickname, Naughty Paws. Who gave it to you? And do I dare ask, where did it come from?
Probably came from Jodie Cooper and a lot of her friends, but it's mainly because I could never actually... I was always up to mischief, and I just have that naughty look in my eye. And so... well, here we go.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see Bella up first. And wow, finding some release on that final section. We'll see a replay of that one, but she looks like she means business here. She had a tough start on the Gold Coast, the 33rd there. But she only surfed one other Challenger Series event. That was the US Open last year. She did get a 9th, so that's pretty impressive. She was, you know, 15 years of age when she got that result.
Yeah, wow, that was one of her first big breakthrough wins up in the big leagues, and yeah, Bella is just such a talent. I was going to mention before, she's part of that wave pool generation as well. Just something so new and fresh. These younger girls and boys have been able to just get so comfortable throwing their fins and going above the lip in those wave pools in Texas and all over the world.
Mendez there having a look at one, just getting knocked down. Just over 20 minutes to go here. We'll be chatting more with Laura and Pauline after we catch up with the winner of the last heat with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Alyssa Spencer, do you get sick of us talking about you nearly qualifying?
Yeah, I guess so.
What are you going to do to change it?
Hopefully win a couple more heats and get a good result here is a good start.
You're on fire here right now. An excellent heat total. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was definitely pretty gnarly out there. There's tons of good waves. It's just hard to pick the right ones and, you know, pick the right line on the wave and right turns in the right place, but I managed to find a couple, and yeah, I'm stoked.
You had to pass the wave up there. You're getting a bit of, I guess, heat from your support crew. Talk us through that.
I know, I did pull back on one pretty crazy one, but I don't know, it looked like a closeout to me.
We'll take your opinion on that. You were in the spot. Thanks for your time, Alyssa, and well done. Good luck in your next heat.
Cheers, Tace. Yeah, Alyssa moving through to the quarterfinals here. And Bella Kenworthy dropping a pretty decent score for a couple of turns on her opening ride, 5.83. Nothing of substance yet for Carolina Mendez, who's out there at the moment under priority, just sizing up some of these insiders at this stage. Pauline, we were touching on your world title before, 93. It was a long time coming. You had a couple of good shots at it in the years leading up to that. Wendy Botha was on a tear though, but 93, you just caught fire. What changed between 92 and 93?
I don't know. It was a long time ago. No, I was just always hungry to win, and I think having the support there, like I had my partner with me at the time, and I think that was really important because, you know, when you have to do everything on your own, it's just sort of like never ending instead of just concentrating on surfing your heats. And so to have that support and then having the support of Steve around as well, I think is important. And I see now, you know, like even India Robinson's had like a real great support crew around her at the last event, and she won it. And so I think to have that team around you is vital. Yeah,
and India, you know, much like you in that last event, she's had to overcome some serious health issues, an injury, a concussion, to get back to that winning form. But you're actually dealing with your health issues on the world title showdown day. What was it that you're actually dealing with, and just how did you get it done? Because it's just remarkable to me.
So I got up at about 3 o'clock in the morning because I wasn't surfing before the event at all because my arthritis was so bad. And I was basically walking like a 95-year-old lady where my elbows were stuck bent. I couldn't bend my elbows back at all. Couldn't turn my neck. And I was walking completely crooked and like basically hobbling down to the water's edge. And then even when I was paddling out, I was really sore, and I ended up borrowing a surfboard that was a 7.6 board, so it was a pretty huge board for the size of the waves. And it ended up being that as soon as the hooter went, something happens with adrenaline that I just surfed like there was absolutely nothing wrong and did enough to win the world title.
Oh, man. And tell us about the conditions, because obviously a very challenging location to try and close out a world title campaign.
Yeah, so I was at Sunset Beach in Hawaii, and it was 8 to 10 feet. And I was on a surfboard that I've never used before, and I've never used a board that big either, but I thought it's just good if I catch the waves. And I ended up surfing that board like I've surfed it my whole life as well. I was able to still turn it fine and still perform. And then again, as soon as the heat finished, I'd be hobbling up the beach again.
Was it true that at one stage you were actually sort of confined to a wheelchair just to get around?
I was using a shopping trolley. So I had
a
my
modified
partner
version.
throw me in the shopping trolley, and I was like pointing to all the things I needed. And I even did stuff like I was so desperate because I was in such a bad way that I went to the doctors and got a cortisone shot in my hip to try and help me, but she wasn't very helpful. She said, "Oh, you should be back at school. You're a bit young to be here, aren't you?" And then she didn't do it in the right spot, so I was still in a lot of pain. And then
Wow.
Rochelle Ballard in Hawaii said to me, "Look, I think you should fly over to where I am and see this guy. He puts your body in time." And I'm thinking, oh, that's a bit strange. Anyway, I was desperate, went over there, and he was just touching my body in different places and doing some
Pressure points and...
Yeah, put it in time, and I thought, oh, this is a whole load of hogwash. But then when I left there, I was walking a lot better.
Yeah,
so
right.
it was enough to help me a lot. Like the 25% better is a big improvement.
Isn't that an amazing story, Laura?
Oh, you are an absolute legend of this time to be able to push through, you know, that and overcome so much. And I just like, it gave me shivers when you said that you hobbled down to the beach and you paddle out, then that adrenaline in your body somehow clicked into allowing you to free up a bit and surf.
Which you would know, surfing the big waves you surf.
Sometimes you just can click into this other place, but I've never had, you know, what you obviously had to deal with. And I mean, yeah, it's pretty incredible. You're
It's
a legend.
unreal. Yeah,
Gonna
it's
cry.
awesome. Just over 14 and a half minutes to go here. It's still just the one decent score on the board here. Bella Kenworthy holds the edge over Carolina Mendez. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back. We are into the round of 16 for the women. Heat 3 is unfolding out there at the moment. And Bella Kenworthy starting to amass a solid heat score total. She had a wager in the break. It's come in at a 6.13. And Portugal's Carolina Mendes, she's got the priority, but she's got work to do and not a whole lot of time to do it. It's going to be a 12-minute heat for her. At the moment, looking for a 2-wave total of 11.96 is what Bella was able to do during the break. Pauline, take us through it.
Oh, Bella getting a nice snap on the outside. But, yeah, there are quick waves through there with the tide changing now, isn't it?
Really fast. It's important to get up there, Laura, quick and get that first turn executed.
Yeah, that was a nice turn that she got in there, and frothy face here to just push through. So I think judges loving the way she was able to connect with flow through that section.
Well, good size wave here for Mendes. This wave's starting to bowl out a little bit. It's going to give her a couple of opportunities to hit it. Looking for the big finish here on the inside. Bella Kenworthy on the 6.13. You know, despite the fact there was a lot of bump on the face and some foam to negotiate, she arrived at the lip in time, at the right time to move a bit of water, which has helped her push that score up. It'll be interesting to see where this number goes. Late drop here for Mendes.
That was an epic drop by Caroline. Another nice slash, and it just got smaller here, but she ends it nice and well. Pushes through the inside, so just amazing. That drop just fell out of the sky.
Not sure if on that second turn, Pauline, she almost got pushed to that hillside rail or was trying to fade, but she did lose a bit of that crucial speed that you want to let go of those bigger turns.
Yeah, it seemed like that inside doesn't have a lot of push, and that wave died out quite a lot on the inside.
And so we're waiting on the numbers to come through. I think Mendes does get herself back in this heat, though. She'll break the combination quite easily and give herself a shot here.
This is when you paddle back to the beach.
Yeah, it's a smart tactic sometimes, isn't it? Just moonwalk out of there.
Yeah, that's the seaweed hair salon in there.
It is. Yeah, just on 10 minutes to go. We touched on it yesterday, Pauline. It was awesome to actually get your story out there and remind everyone of the plight of the professional surfers of your era, your contemporaries, and what you went through in Girls Can't Surf. It was such an amazing documentary, and the footage, to me, what they would have gone through to pull all that together is quite remarkable.
Yeah, it was really hard because they went to try and find footage of us, and it was almost non-existent. And then a lot of us had to go through all our files. So I spent a lot of time going through my photos and videos. And, you know, with the nickname Naughty Paws, you can imagine what was on some of my videos. And they asked me, oh, do you mind going through your videos and sending us what we can see? And I'm like, there's like hundreds of video 8s that we had, you know, just tiny tapes. And I'm like, look, just put it all onto digital for me and then I'll look through it. And then when they sent it back, I realised it's just hours and hours and hours. And Christopher was such a lovely guy, and I just knew he wouldn't do wrong by us. So I said, okay, I'm giving you all the footage. Now just make sure you look after us, won't you? And so a lot of the footage in there was, you know, just stuff from what we had.
Yeah, Chris did an amazing job pulling it all together. An award-winning filmmaker, and also he's been at the forefront of lobbying for a statue of you to be built over there at Bondi. How's that coming along?
Oh, that's awesome. We've just had a company that's been making statues around the world. I'll kind of leave some of it quiet for now, but they're supporting us with the statue and going to be putting a big amount of money into it because they believe in having more statues of women around the world. And we're just checking in with the council on Monday. Got a meeting happening with them of like where it's going to go, and we've still got some funds to raise. So once all that's kind of got the rubber stamp, we'll come out with a bit more info for everyone. But it's really, really exciting.
So is there somewhere where we can go now to donate towards that cause?
So there's still the GoFundMe's open.
Yeah.
But we're going to be it's still like sort of not updated because at that time we thought it was going to cost $150,000, whereas now it's going to be around $55,000, and then also installation costs. So it's very doable, and we want to make it so it's like really community. So just talking about it the last week, and there's a committee, like Christopher's part of the committee. There's a lot of people keen to be putting into it, and you know we're still looking for a little bit more support as well. and just make it, you know, because of how I toughed it and everything, we want it to sort of all be the community coming together to build it.
Oh, awesome. It's an amazing story, and yeah, can't wait to see it and where it eventually ends up. That's going to be great. Here we go, Bella Kenworthy leading this heat, trying to drop a 5.83, isn't able to stick that final move, and that is going to give Carolina Mendez an opportunity now to potentially turn this around in the last 7 minutes. She's having a late charge towards the lead here. 5.1 in the last wave. She still needs a 6.86. And while she waits for that opportunity, let's check in with Kaipo.
It's time to froth with Bonsoy again. I'm with the Bonsoy board caddies, and what we're frothing on today is how many pros we can meet and get signatures on. So I want your name and how many signatures you've acquired on your jersey here.
My name's Cody and I've got 20 signatures.
20?
My name's Ryder and I got 22 signatures.
22?
My name's Josh and I got 3 signatures.
But you're going to get some more because you just got a brand new t-shirt. So we're going to get Josh some more signatures here. He's going to continue to froth. These guys are all signed up, and that's why we are frothing with Bonsoy again.
Yeah, Kaipo. The Groms are absolutely buzzing at the moment. And I'm sure that, you know, you two, there'll be prize signatures for them to go after.
Yeah, those Groms, some of the Northie locals, any other day you'll see them out the alley just absolutely tearing it up. It's just the perfect breeding ground for just Groms to start in the alley. And there's even this other little tiny wave that breaks into the lake sometimes, and that's when you're like, you know, baby, going into the lake, and then you graduate out to the alley, then you make your way out to the lefts, and then you'll be over at car parks when it starts.
I think Kaipo's the biggest grommet frother out over there.
Good call. Yeah, for sure. I don't think I'll get a chance to graduate past the lake this week. There's not a lot of waves going through unridden in those free surfing sessions. It's everyone's just swooping, trying to get warmed up in the morning. Bella Kenworthy, she's been pretty solid in this heat, but Carolina Mendez, she's going to get an opportunity here in the final stages, you'd think. 5 minutes remaining, really has to pick a moment carefully here, Pauline. You've got to be so careful with that priority, especially chasing that mid-range score.
Oh, it's so difficult because at the moment the waves have been moving from one place to another, and with that tide changing all the time and the currents, I noticed with Sally's heat they were really far over, and then they ended up right at the end going down to the right. But I think you get a little bit displaced out there with the rip, and you know, with only 4.5 minutes now, holding priority is really important, especially if you're in first. So we'll see what happens here if blue can hold red off from getting a good wave.
Well, Carolina Mendez, she can actually have a look at some of these rides under the priority of Bella Kenworthy as we have a look at the Harvey Norman recap and see how the 16-year-old set up the lead here at the moment.
Yeah, love what Bella's doing out here, just catching those medium-sized waves with a cleaner face. This one got a bit frothy, but she worked her way through. This was the 613 and just surfing beyond her age. Carol here, that was a mental takeoff and just coming around getting a nice slice and up into the pocket here, but not really being able to get anything too critical. This stayed down in the 5.1 range. But she's right in it. She's right there, and if she gets another opportunity, she's looking for a 6.86. So it will have to be the best wave of the heat, but doable.
Yeah, I think for Carolina, just in retrospect, in looking at all the waves in the Harvey Norman recap there, you'd have to say she probably actually found the best wave in the heat, but there was a little loss of connection with the wall through that mid portion of the wave, and it kind of held her back on the scale just a touch, which means she's got some ground to make up here on Bella Kenworthy.
Feels like Carol's, you know, her strategy the other day was just sticking to that one big sort of blast, and I don't think she's been able to find a section that has like a heavy end turn on it for her to really attack. So, I mean, she can try to find anything that gives her a good section. She's having a look. Let's see what she can do.
Yeah, not a bad looking wall, and Bella didn't really look at this one, but there's a reason why it was kind of bending out to sea there. But Pauline, it's been fun the last couple of days. I mean, the surfers have had to be super committed. We've seen some horrific wipeouts, but also some near perfect waves.
Oh, there's been some heats where it's just never-ending barrels and just pumping, and then some it's quiet. And unfortunately for these girls now, you know, they didn't get their first wave till 9 minutes into the heat, so it's gone a bit quiet. And you know, the selection for them is absolutely vital. They want to get a good finish, so they're hoping to get a wave with a little bit more of a wall on it. And I think Caroline's waves, they just haven't had enough of a wall to get that nice big smack on the end of the wave. Yeah,
it's a different strategy that's being called for out here at the moment. The waves actually have a nicer tempo or pace to them, but it just means that the surfers don't have as much speed, and the end sections aren't as sort of chunky and demanding of the competitors. You kind of got to get the work done at the start of the ride.
Yeah, for sure. And we haven't seen that rip throughout the morning. It feels like it's just kicked up, and that's what it's going to keep doing. As you said, pulls throughout the day, just kind of wash through, make the line up a bit tricky, and then it'll clear away and go nice and clean. As we see Carol on the attack.
Yeah, well, Bella Kenworthy didn't have a look at this wave, and it's actually a pretty decent one. It's got a couple of sections on it. And the surfer from Portugal lets go of some pretty decent turns. Does need a 6.86, so it's got to be better than what Bella was able to do at the start of this heat. She had a 5.83, a bigger wave with some more critical sections. And even though I think it was dangerous to give Mendez some space here, still don't know if she's going to get there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this wave will get her the whole 6.83, but she might go a little better than that 5 that she has, just to lower her requirement. But only 40 seconds left. This is a nice hit in the pocket, a bit down the line though, so I don't think the judges will like it too much. This was a nice turn in the pocket, but by this point the wave is getting pretty small, so I can't see it being the best wave of the heat.
Can't see it. And yeah, we're just waiting for that confirmation. Still really a tricky decision there for Bella. Mendez finding some space there on the inside, but that wave just catching her out. The scores come through for Carol on that last ride. The previous one, a 5.07, not enough. And she didn't chip away at the requirement. This one is coming to a close, and it's the 16-year-old.
Wow.
Making her way through the quarterfinals. I think we'll see that a bit this year on the Challenger Series. These young teenagers starting to make their move up the ladder.
Oh, absolutely. This new younger generation are just incredible. And, you know, as an older surfer watching, I can see all these new manoeuvres that they're doing, and I keep watching and slow it down and keep watching it and thinking, I can't even really watch it with my eyes, let alone try and do it. It's really incredible, the stuff that they're doing.
Hard to fathom. They're pushing the level, and they're on the rise. Bella Kenworthy marches on through to the quarterfinals here. Stay with us after the break. Sophie McCulloch and Macy Callahan go head-to-head.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Don't miss that second season of Make or Break, streaming now on Apple TV Plus, as we take in the lineup here at North Narrabeen and have a look at the head-to-head clash we're about to witness. Sophie McCulloch had a big Challenger Series win at the end of last season to get herself onto the CT, but then unfortunately, due to a broken ankle, she missed the first two events of the season, big ankle injury, and came back in Portugal and got herself to the quarterfinals. And she came back early, said she was still surfing and feeling some pain in the ankle, so it was a heroic effort. Macy Callahan, she was heartbroken after missing the cut, obviously, but what it illustrated to me is that, you know, Macy, who I think sometimes we've questioned, you know, where she wants to take her career, it just let us all know that she really wants to be on the CT, which is cool.
100%, yeah. Macy, it really shifted, I think, in Margaret River, especially after she got that third place over in Portugal this year. A huge result for her on the tour. And, you know, she was looking good. She was in the top 10 heading into the Oz leg, and then unfortunately had 2 third-round losses. And just, you know, that was all she wrote. And so both of these ladies, different stories this year on tour, and feels much too soon to see them matching up here. But that's the way this format works. Sophie McCulloch won her last heat. Macy got second, so they've matched up together in this round of 16.
Yeah. And Sophie McCulloch, you know, she had a really strong junior career, but Macy Callahan was so dominant. She won just about every event she surfed in. She'd compete for her board riders club, and they'd actually put her as the anchor surfer. She was just so reliable in dropping 9-point rides. She got a world junior title, and I think she was one of those competitors, Pauline, who had to adjust to losing once she did graduate to that next level and get to the CT, and it took some time. She started to get that winning feeling back last year, though.
Yeah, I felt like that when I see her on the QS tour, I feel like she tries a lot harder and just has that hunger. And then when she was on the CT tour, it was like I didn't feel that hunger as much, and maybe that's the nerves and settling in. And then, you know, it's taken her a while to settle in, and like you said, she's done really well. And well, here we go.
Yeah, late drop there for Sophie. And just gets a little thrown off by some bumps on the face there and trying to execute that first turn. But yeah, I know what you're saying about Macy. Sort of comes back to this level, definitely looks a cut above. I did feel like the reason we saw her so emotional is she had started to click a little bit at the start of this season, and I think that's what hurt. She was really starting to, you know, find her place on the CT and winning some big heats as well.
Yeah, find the formula and find the confidence. She's, you know, I've known Macy for a long time now, and just seeing her evolve, you know, she's been, like you said, such a top runner in the junior ranks since she was young. She's been travelling around. I think I went on a trip with her for the first time when she was 15 to Hawaii, and she's just been competing so well since then. And this year really shifted for her, and she wants to be here. So she had a first round loss. Here she goes, Macy Callahan on a bomb right now.
Oh, that was a heavy wipeout for the surfer from North Shelley on the Central Coast.
Into the seaweed hair salon.
Wow, that was a beating. That was one of the heaviest wipeouts we've seen. I put Macy Callahan straight into my top 5 to graduate back to the CT at the start of next year, just based off what she did last year. She had 3 finals, a runner-up finish in Bolito, a runner-up finish at the US Open of Surfing, and she was the Era Series champion. I mean, she was
on fire.
Near unstoppable. She was just ripping last year on the Challenger, but this was a tough way to start the heat, Pauline.
Absolutely going for it, but unfortunately bottoming out. It's so shallow over there now.
She would have just had her team on the beach screaming her into that one, but it looked like it ran off anyway, but you just need to paddle so much harder than you think. I did that exact same thing last night, and just was like, yeah, I'll just swoop into this. It looks nice and clean, and then it just draws out as soon as it hits that sandbank and doubles up so quickly.
Couple of forces working against you. Obviously, that the sandbar out there is pretty shallow, but that rip current's sort of pulling you out the back almost, trying to keep you in that lip. You really got to get under it, and that's so difficult to do.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. You think you've absolutely fine. And while you're paddling, same thing like I saw Laura yesterday. Oh my God. You think you're totally sweet, next thing you know, the whole thing bottoms out.
Yeah, you don't expect it to just be as dredgy as it does when it hits that bank, but it's very slabby out there.
Did half the ocean come out of your nose halfway through dinner?
It did, yeah, straight on my plate. It was a bit saltier, after that.
Yeah, so Sophie McCulloch, she didn't really get anything out of her first ride. Macy also going down, so no advantage, but maybe a missed opportunity for Macy there to lock in a massive score. Even though that wave, there was only maybe a small percentage chance of coming out of it, low probability, it still held open for a while.
That is the trickiest thing about competing in waves like today. You can play it safe like we saw Sally in her first heat, just sitting a bit wider and taking off. She got like the barrel spinning out into her face, but she knew she just wanted to get those turns in and put up some scores, and then obviously it's like that 2s or 10s type thing.
This heat is a little different though, just in that Sally Fitzgibbons holds a real performance edge over Ella McCaffrey in a heat, so she knew if she just got some turns done, Ella would have to do something really exceptional to get the jump on her. These two are really evenly matched.
Sure, you're right, Ronnie.
And Sophie McCulloch, she's done some incredible surfing in this event, had one of the best barrel rides of the contest so far, and I think both of them are thinking, if I'm going to overcome my rival here, I'm going to need to probably be on the two of the better waves, and I'm going to have to surf out of my skin. But Pauline, you had some magic rivalries as a championship tour campaigner, and obviously you get to have these head-to-head heats, and you've got to formulate a strategy for the individual. Everyone likes to say, "Oh, I'm just out there, concentrating on myself and competing against the ocean and Mother Nature." It's a lie.
Oh no, you definitely knew. Well, I had definitely different ways of different competitors. Like I remember, in the early days when I was surfing against Frida Zambra, I used to love sitting right next to her because she had Flea on the beach always going like, move over this way or move that way. And I used to like sitting right there to just freak her out. So she's thinking, why is she sitting so close? And then, other heats, you just have never-ending paddle battles. Like, remember me and Kate Scarrett in France one year, we were following each other, chasing each other up and down the beach, trying to get priority. And so it's very different now. You just get allocated priority, whereas back then you had to work for it.
Yeah.
And they had a priority buoy out to sea that you had to paddle around to get priority. And, if it was too far out, you would end up just hassling each other for waves. So unfortunately, there was a lot more paddling than surfing, so I think it's a very good change in surfing now. Yeah,
there's been some great format changes.
Already got enough paddling out there. Imagine going out to that buoy out the back there.
I know, and they used to put it so far out to sea. You're like, you're kidding me. You're going to make us paddle all the way out there.
Well, have a look at this thing standing up. Macy doesn't quite get into it, and she's going to lose priority there. A 4 from Sophie McCulloch earlier on. Macy having a look at another one here. Late drop. She gets this one right. Loads up. Will she find anything down the line? Just got lost in the float there, losing contact with her board, and tried to eject. She was lucky not to get wrapped up with her board there. 19 minutes to go. And while she makes her way back out, let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Luke.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I'm here with Bella Kenworthy. Bella, did you expect to be surfing a dredging right-hander when you prepared for Narrabeen?
No, I was expecting to go left, so I was kind of surprised when it's been rights the whole event, but it's been super fun.
And talk to us about how you work skateboarding into your training regime.
Yeah, when I was younger, just growing up skateboarding has really helped my surfing, I feel like, and I don't skate as much anymore, but it's still I feel like a big part of where I'm at in my surfing.
And your dad, Jason, is a world-renowned surf photographer. Does that mean all of your good sessions are shot?
Yeah, my dad basically shoots me every single day. He comes down to the beach all the time, and yeah.
Well, you're a lucky girl. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you, Luke. Yeah, she is really lucky, and Jason's super proud. Good mate of mine. I put a few of his images on the cover of the surf mags I worked on back in the day.
Yeah, big shout out to the whole Kenworthy clan. I haven't seen them around, so they must be back at home. Bella is one of 5, and they're all absolutely shredding. And big shout out to them.
So just under 18 minutes to go here, and Macy Callahan, a bit of a tough heat start to this one for her, Pauline, and she's got to kind of have to rally mentally to get herself back into it.
Yeah, it's really hard. These waves don't really have a bottom to them at the moment, so you've got to be very selective with what you get. And this wasn't too bad a wave, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too much weight over her front foot there, and coming unstuck.
Almost like she needed to go to the bottom. She had a bit too much speed to go down. Just didn't really connect with that lip properly.
Macy stands at 5 foot 9 inches. Sophie McCulloch a lot shorter, and Macy's, you know, really uses that leverage, that height really well. Her front side calves are really strong. She's also got a big backhand vertical hit that she can lay down. And just with those two weapons, it doesn't matter if she's on a point break or a beach break, you know, she's always going to be a threat to drop a big score. And, you know, another reason why I just put her sort of above the pack, a majority of the pack when I'm thinking about campaigners on this Challenger Series.
For sure. And coming into Narrabeen, I had Macy as a pick, you know, coming into this event thinking of the lefts that Narrabeen can serve up. But obviously we got rights here. Macy spends a lot of time up at Snapper now. She lives on the Gold Coast, so she's so strong on her forehand and her backhand, and yeah, she just puts together really smart heats. This is obviously pretty difficult out here at the moment for these ladies. You can see they're non-stop paddling, but there are some big lumps of ocean coming through. We'll see if they have a corner to them.
Well, Sophie had a 9th place finish up there on the Gold Coast, top 1 of the Challenger Series. And Macy is 17th. You know, a 9th sometimes you might think is not a bad way to start the year, but we know on the Challenger Series for these women, only 5 stops up for grabs. 5 spots up for grabs to graduate to the championship tour. A 9th is really a throwaway. Doesn't really count for much. Did we see surfers holding on to a 9th that at the end of last year? We did, but they also had victories and semi-finals. But it just feels like it's not going to be good enough. So both these surfers, I think, don't have a keeper result just yet.
For sure, and I mean, yeah, Macy has that 17th. She'd want that to be her throwaway. This 9th here is not going to be good for either of these ladies. Sophie's got that 9th throwaway, but yeah, we were just talking about it just before the at the end of the year. The top 5 ladies, they have such huge results, all of them in their totals last year, and really, it's really hard. Yeah,
the big story last year was Teresa Bombolo. She had the same points as Sophie McCulloch, a win and 2 semi-finals, still didn't crack the top 5 somehow. It's just on 14.5 minutes to go here. Sophie McCulloch has the lead. Macy Callahan in 2nd place, looking for a 4.45. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none. From basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be a thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
We're loving the NRMA Parks and Resorts. Our producer, he's over there at the moment. Hope you're feeling better. Justin Higgs, working remotely at the moment and watching it all unfold. And I'm sure everyone's enjoying the show. This has been a tricky heat though. Heat 4, the round of 16, looking for a quarterfinalist out of this one. Macy Callahan, during the break, got herself into the lead. She found a little bit of room to move. It's been a tough one for her so far. Big beating on her first ride and almost coming into contact with her equipment on a second, but just finding a bit of open face to get some of those turns going here, Laura.
Yeah, 5.33 for this effort, and Macy got this under priority, so just realising I've got to get something on the board. 11 and a half minutes remaining, and that's not a bad idea because she's got a 5.33 and she's out in the lead now and best way to the heat.
Yeah, pumping surf, Pauline, can be really dangerous for competitors who have an appetite to get themselves barreled or get themselves an excellent score, and both these surfers, it feels like they're making that adjustment now.
Yeah, well, seeing if you don't have priority, you're better off staying on the inside, and that was great of Macy to do that because it was one of the only waves we've seen with an open face, and she was able to get a lot of turns. So, yeah, a great thing to do.
Yeah, we saw Sophie yesterday get that huge score on the outside. Looks like she's going to give it another crack right now.
Ooh, late drop, tucks in, she's deep. Well, I think the board just got swept out from under her feet by that foam ball. She was trying to ride over the top of it. She looks pretty comfortable with those steep takeoffs under the lip.
Yeah, she really does. She's got an awesome, strong paddle into it. She's positioning herself perfectly under those waves. And
well, that's what's happening, isn't it? The waves are kind of almost going underground. So she was like in the tube, but like slowly going under and under. It's that shallow out there.
Knifes this one so well. Soph gets a nice pump into that, but unfortunately it just goes too small, shuts down. Chandeliers on her there. She's looking so strong though, her bow riding. Love to see it. But unfortunately right now it's put her in a bit of a tough situation. Second priority with 10 minutes to go. She only needs a 2 though, so this is going to be battle of the backups right now.
Yeah, I mean, Macy, it just felt like Sophie was kind of in a better position there for a while, but Macy's got a real edge. There's a point and some difference in their best rides at the moment, so when Macy drops her second score, the requirement is likely going to be, you know, pretty decent.
And that 5.33 Macy got, I feel like she would have heard that and got a little like pep in her step, you know. She didn't have to do a lot to get that score. So to know, right, if I just get another sort of small wave and stick to turns, she's got some big turns in her bag, so.
The peaks and valleys of a 30-minute window on display here, Pauline. I'm sure Macy was super frustrated with how the heat started. Heavy wipeout. Lucky she didn't break her board, and you know, she almost now kind of finds herself in a better position than Sophie and holding that priority and has an opportunity to kind of capitalise. And she's going to try and do it here. Just finding a corner, so really wants to add that second number to her tally here and push the requirement up. Sticking with this one through the inside. Nice swoop off the top there, moving a bit of water. Not done with it. Taps the finish, but just a lack of attention to detail there and doesn't complete, so that the number will be held back just a little bit.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, it's going to better that 4, I think, than that Sophie. So, I mean, smart surfing for Macy to use her priority. It looked like a really good wave, then it kind of fizzled out a little bit, but she got the work done.
She's playing it smart because she knew that the other wave was a smaller wave, but held up for her, and lucky she just hung on that outside section and caught this wave. But I think it's a pretty good backup wave. She'll be happy with that and feel a bit more confidence in her feet.
Yeah, bummer she didn't just stick that last little turn there, because any points count right now towards just edging ahead of Sophie McCulloch. She's so dangerous out here.
Oh, have a look at that one deep on the sandbar, just rifling off. Would have been a tough one to make. And, I think we all as surfers picture ourselves locked in there, just enjoying the vision. Sort of starts to eat away at your soul a little bit, calling heats when the waves are firing like this after a couple of days. We were down here first light yesterday, last light in the evening, and yeah, just had to go splash some cold water on my face and shake it off.
Do some mind surfing.
Yeah, a lot of mind surfing. In fact, yeah.
You could get one wave in your 2 heats off.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Kaibo's out and
Depends how
about.
desperate you are.
Oh, I'm super desperate. Kaibo's out and about at the moment. Just over 7 minutes to go. Let's see what he's up to.
We're at BioGland, and where it's really important to take care of your health, and BioGland is here to help you do so. First of all, what you do, you come over here, you scan the QR code, and that way you can do a diagnostic of your muscle mass index. Very, very important. Now, when we talk about muscle mass, we want to renew that muscle mass. There's a couple ways you can do it. Right here, the Muscle Protect with HMB plus D3, that will help your muscles renew. The active magnesium, that's another great one for the muscles. Now, with a lot of big landings, closeout maneuvers, big floaters, my joints hurt. What do you do to help your joints? Well, the curcumin right here is a natural anti-inflammatory with the turmeric in it, and also the red krill oil with glucosamine as well as chondroitin. It's going to help take care of those joints. We got it all covered over here at BioGland, taking care of us with some nice supplements. Thank you, BioGland.
Thank you, Kibes. We'll be down there after the event to film a backpack.
Oh, yeah, that looks great, that stuff.
Oh, mate.
Yeah, after my little, what was it, the little lobster dive yesterday, I might need
Sore
some
joints.
of that turmeric.
How's your neck today?
Yeah.
My neck is definitely stiff.
Just under 6 minutes to go here, and it is Sophie with priority making a move toward one at the moment. Macy trying to force her to make a decision on that wave.
Oh, look at that thing.
Yeah, both of them watching on from out the back just to see what that one did and see if there was missed opportunity. Macy with the priority, 5.5 minutes to go now. 4 on that last wave. It was a clever move. And the requirement for Sophie McCulloch, 5.33 at the moment. So again, Macy, you know, she got herself a bit more space and added to the requirement for Sophie, and now she finds herself back out there with priority. So things are kind of falling her way at the moment. She'd love to drop a big number though.
Yeah, amazing work by her to really switch this around. Looks like a nice wave here. Nice corner as well for Macy.
Oh, late drop. Ducks in, finds a little bit of cover, will get the exit and some space for a couple of big turns. Nice carve there. Can she finish this one off? It's a sucky section, and she's going to hang on to it. That was tricky. There's so much seaweed there to ride through. Does she get the nod for the completion?
That could have really closed this heat out and put a lot of pressure on Sophie McCulloch, but we'll have to see that replay again to see if she did stomp that. Looks like she may have lost that at the end, but either way, a nice little head dip to carve. She kept a lot of speed through that. Takes off here, so sucky. She's adjusted from that fall before. A little bit under that hood there, but nice carve there. She threw a lot of spray, and does she get to finish this? She does. I think she did for a second there, and then...
Well, you know, in hindsight, this wave held open beautifully. Of course, she could have been deeper, but at this point in time, just finishing this right off is actually crucial. If she can better this 4, she's going to be in a powerful position.
We'll see if judges say that she rode out of that clearly. I think we'll know by the number, because that last turn was so critical, the way she just that shock over that that whitewash there to hang on, and then it kind of dredged out again.
Yeah, she got the projection to sort of take the hard impact of that dumpy section out of it, but it was doubling up. There was seaweed on the inside. It was gross.
She just threw herself at it.
Yeah, she did. You know, that was a really nice looking barrel too. But must be so hard in that situation where you're just looking to keep building on your numbers. You don't want to throw the ride away by stuffing yourself too deep in the tube.
For sure. You're better off getting the exit and having a short tube than going down. And yeah, she played it safe there, but then she made up for it with those big critical turns at the end. So yeah, what are the judges going to go?
The finishes have been so difficult here too, Pauline, because you got that reverb You know, when you've got a shallow sandbar and there's a little bit of deep water in front of that on the shoreline, you always get that rippling effect and some backwash. It's pretty common on the northern beaches.
And I think it's been pretty hard. Like, you know, even I've been listening to you guys all week, and you say, okay, did they make it? Didn't they make it? It's been really, really hard for people to hang on. And that's something I found yesterday when I was surfing the Legends heat. I did a big turn, and at the bottom I just got, you know, flipped off. And you know, I've had a lot of ill health the last few years and lost all my muscle mass from being on steroids for a long time. And so it's taken a long time for my muscles to build back. And it's not till having that problem and then seeing all this new generation, I realised just how strong you need to be to hold on to those end sections.
Yeah, I think Macy was wrestling with it. She did pretty well. Don't think she got credit for it, though. It was a 5.27. But like we mentioned, because she's got a point and a bit on the differential between her best ride and Sophie's best ride, anything she adds, if she adds an extra point, obviously Sophie's going to need a lot more. So the 6.6 is now the requirement. As we have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap, Sophie got the first semi-decent score of 4, but Macy's been able to claw her way back into the lead.
Sophie a 4 for that one turn, and then this was Macy's best, the 5.33. So just doing some work on this wave, and super smart heat. She'd had some gnarly falls, and then this was the 5.27 just before. The judges not rewarding this next turn, just pumping through that barrel. She'll probably see that and wish it was a bit deeper, but a lot of the turns coming from that nice, a lot of the points, sorry, coming from that nice turn in the middle. Judges not saying she made that there.
No, it wasn't a definite, but so close. But she is still in a great position here. 1 minute to go, and Pauline just really, she rallied, she turned things around. That was a heavy wipeout at the start of this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. You just never say die, right?
I think she might have worse tap nose than me last night.
I think so. She kind of, it was like the wave grabbed her by the feet and just whipped her into the flats. During the break, or during the heat recap, I should say, Sophie McCulloch took off, and at this ride, had to attack it. It was a smaller wave, and just 30 seconds to go now as Macy uses her priority, late drop, she sticks it. But what she really wanted to do was take the opportunity away from Sophie McCulloch, who's on the outside now with priority, and 20 seconds to go. Macy wants to look out there and just see a flat ocean, because she is in need of a big result to get a Challenger Series campaign back on track. Oh, have a look at this. Sophie making a charge here before the hooter, but this wave shuts down, and the Sunshine Coast surfer is not going to get the 6.6 that she needs. And Macy Callahan from just up the coast, North Shelley on the central coast, is going to hang on for the victory here and get herself a spot in the quarterfinals.
How good she can drop that 17th now. What a relief for Macy. Unfortunately, Sophie will be having pocket ninths.
Yeah.
So she's got a lot of work to do now coming into the next.
Going to have some catching up to do for sure. We want to say a big thank you to the 93 world champ, Pauline Mensah, for joining us today, and congrats on a good performance in the Bonsoy Legends heat.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's been great.
Yeah, well, we look forward to seeing you again and possibly getting you in the booth maybe tomorrow for another chat. But Laura, I'll see you again. But we're going to take a break now. We're going to bring in some new commentators to call the next couple of heats here in the round of 16. Stick around. It's going to be Rich and Jess Grimwood and Stace Galbraith stepping in for the call.
upcoming Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer is offering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for surf fans. At the end of the event, 2 lucky winners, one from the general admission and one from the VIP, will be selected at random to surf a wave in the Surf Ranch. Winners will get 1 left and 1 right, all to themselves. 1 catch, you've got to be on site Sunday, May the 28th to win the prize. The event will run May the 27th and the 28th. Get online to surfranchpro.com to check that one out. And Rich, Jess, how would you go when it says CT3, 30 seconds?
I don't know. I'd be stressing out, I reckon.
It's that's why I was giggling when you were giving that spiel. It's kind of ludicrous to get a left and a right. I don't know what I would do. Mental. Go left on the right and right on the left.
I have had the chance, and it is petrifying. You sit there in this flat body of water, and you're trying to play it down, but it seriously, exposes you because
gets the heart rate going.
Oh my word, it's crazy, but an amazing opportunity there. So looking forward to see who wins that, and paddle hard is all I can say. That wave moves quick, but. As we get this one underway, Stace in the booth with Jess and Rich, and I've said it about 3 days in a row, another fantastic day, and we've got a great day of competition lined up here for our viewers on the beach, which there's plenty of today and online. Isabella Nichols taking on Kobe Enright here in heat number 5 of the round of 16. We will see the rest of this round out. Then we've got 4 heats of the men this afternoon on standby, and if conditions stay the way they are, I can't see any reason why we won't be running into those heats, Jess.
Yeah, it's gone from good to better, and Rich, you called it like a few days ago even. You really put your head out or your neck out, and it's delivered, and it seems to be the best of the best at the moment.
I like to please. I like to provide when asked.
Well,
and it wasn't really a hard one to predict. It was all lined up there.
Come on.
It was a little tricky, but
I said that no one would ride a right this event.
Yeah, true.
It's just been rifling pits on this right-hand car park section, so I stuck my neck out and my head got chopped off. Kobe Enright now up and riding. And just comes unstuck there. And if I'm honest, Kobe's done that in just about every heat she's surfed in the Challenger Series this year, and it will be something she's looking to clean up. The starts of her heat have been not where she wants them to be. And, luckily enough for her, she's got the talent to build through the back half of these heats. But as you get to these rounds against competitors like Isabella Nichols, Rich, you just can't be doing that.
You won't get away with that for too much longer. You want to start strong. You definitely don't want to just be handing your opponent priority and no score, on the board to speak of. So, yeah, Kobe, I mean, she's quite tall, so maybe just working on getting a little bit lower, just hinging at the knees and the hips a little bit more. She just looks like she was extended through that turn and kind of had nowhere to go. She was fully extended and just needed to compress a little bit more off the top. But she'll clean that up, no doubt. She's been putting in just some amazing surfing over in her, her earlier heats, just finding those little gems that she can get 2-3 connections, super smooth, very stylish. Kind of reminds me of Macy Callahan, really, the way she surfs. So, but Bella's on the way back. A tough mental challenge about a month ago when she fell off tour over in Western Australia, and just talking to Kurt, her manager and coach, she said this has been the hardest mental struggle she's had to come back and just pick herself up, and she's put the work in. The surfing's definitely there, so let's see how she converts.
And putting her head down now, Rich. She really wants this wave, and rightly so. It's got a great corner, a great drop, able to get some pressure on the tail there to bring the nose up. She finds a clean face, beautiful snap in the lip, and just the one manoeuvre, but wow, that would have felt nice, Jess.
Gosh, that was dominant, that move. I almost thought she kind of missed it and blew that first section, but then regained composure, calmed the nerves, and straight into that blowout tail manoeuvre. I love that.
Yeah, that was she wanted this wave early. She identified it early, Rich.
Yeah, she just, had to really stroke to get in it, airdrop. And then as the wave went down the line, she had to get some speed, but a really crisp, high-risk turn there. She did well to take that drop.
Everyone else has been falling right there, where she's made the make.
Just real square off the bottom, and then gets that flare out of the lip, drifts the tail a little bit, so the one turn, but it was pretty special.
So Great turn. It's going to be a great benchmark for this heat. Early indications are going to be around the good range. A 6.33 there for Isabella Nichols. And as you're paddling back out after a wave like that, Jess, you'd have to be pretty impressed with that. One turn, 6.33. Wow.
Yeah, call for the scores again. Beachcoms, repeat, please.
Just check that you're in red. Yeah, that was me. Yeah. No, for sure, and deservedly so. A great turn. But I know in Isabella's mind, she's got combinations of those turns on lock, so she'd be feeling pretty good paddling back out after that wave.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. This sort of surf really falls in the favour, well, for both these women, obviously, but I feel like Isabella, let's look at them, you know, head to head. Isabella's going to have that more radical edge, I feel. Whereas Kobe's going to be looking for a more open face wave, real power up on that big wrapping turn of hers. But you know, Isabella's been trying to put a little bit more emphasis into that radical element out of the lip. She definitely brought it on that first wave.
Definitely, and both surfers, as we all are, products of our environment. Kobe growing up and on the beautiful right-hand points of the Gold Coast, Isabella Nichols coming from the Sunshine Coast, where, you know, she's able to, I guess, fit in some tighter turns and some more radical surfing. And as you mentioned there, Rich, Kobe looking to get out on the open face and really show the power, which I think is doable today. She's just going to need to pick up the rides early and try to get out on the green face as quick as possible. Because as we've seen today, a lot of fast rides, the swells coming in and standing up on the bank quite quickly as she looks to have a look at this wave here. Looks like it's got a pretty long wall on it, so she's going to want to get going. Kobe Enright up and riding. Oh, she's done well there to pull into the barrel, but unfortunately just gets lipped and will not make her way out of that one.
Yeah, she opened herself up to the swatting there. Then she almost kind of could have had that through the little doggy door and then come around and done a carve and made it into something, but just a little too open on exit there and no balance for her.
I was watching Alyssa Spencer's heat earlier, and Kobe sort of similar there on this ride, Rich, I feel, just sort of in two minds about the tube.
Yeah, it was just not kind of committing one way or the other. I think she saw that the barrel was starting to clamp down the line, and she made that final last-minute decision to just sort of redirect, but unfortunately just got caught by the lip.
Isabella Nichols having a look at this wave here. She's going to need to be quick. Another great drop.
Oh, yes.
Gets under the barrel there, but not quite in the tube. Comes out of the open face. A nice snapping turn and a nice floater to finish.
Wow, how quick were those manoeuvres in through the lip. Similar to Macy's, though, just outrun the barrel a little bit at the start. It's going to cost her in the score, but, I mean, confidence to burn out here for Isabella.
Yeah, she looks like she's you know, ready to rumble here. Nice and steady on her feet. Another difficult drop, and she sort of took that one. You know, she wasn't really knifing down the line. She took that quite straight on, so she had to make the drop, do the quick transition on the bottom turn, jump onto that toe side rail. Now she tries to stall a little bit. Still would have been a nice bit of vision for her, watching that wave curl over her. Quick snap there, and then gets another hit, another sort of drifting floater, and then she hops out of the lip. So that's 2 from 2 in terms of conversion with scores. And Kobe, she needs to make sure this next ride is some sort of number, because Isabella Nichols is starting to streak away with this one.
Rich, just talk to us about instinct there and positioning at the takeoff and how hard it is to essentially paddle another 10 metres deeper, because Isabella probably had the opportunity to do that there.
Yeah, I've done that so many times where I've thought I was in the right spot, and you know, you get into the wave, it's a late drop, you knife it, but then you'll see a shot, or you'll kind of go, hang on a minute, I didn't really even get that deep in the barrel. You've always got to go deeper than what you think, especially out here at Car Park Rights. It rifles down that sandbar so quick, and you travel like at max speed when you're in the tube, so you've really got to get out of your comfort zone, push a little bit deeper than you think you are. But she would have had to really stroke to get under that one.
Definitely.
And get down the face.
And a great score nonetheless. Adds a 7 to her 6.33. She's in a commanding position. Luke Kennedy's on the sideline with the heat winner that we just witnessed, Macy Callahan. Luke, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Stacey. Macy had a heavy wipeout early on in that heat. Did it rattle you?
Yeah, it rattled my brain. I got pumps and kind of, yeah, had a bit of a shocker at the start there, but managed to squeak through.
There was a clear change in tactics midway through the heat.
Yeah, definitely. I knew I was going to be on the bottom of the tide, kind of. So, I mean, it's been perfect barrels all day. I would have loved to have gotten a little bit deeper or actually made one. But, It is what it is. Yeah, I adjust midway through and just try to get some scores on the board because I knew that we're getting down on time. So yeah, glad that I managed to find some.
And you're up against Bella Kenworthy in the quarters. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I feel like I've been watching Bella grow up a lot. She's super young still, and she's such an amazing talent from America, and all those girls coming up are extremely amazing and just blowing us out of the water. So I'm excited, yeah.
Thanks very much, Macy.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Macy. And I could sense Macy being a little critical of her performance there. I thought she did pretty well, but I think it is hard as a surfer, and you watch these heats come through all morning, you do want to be getting in the barrel. And she had a good honest crack. It just didn't pay off for her in that 30-minute bracket. Cobian right here, late paddle and a little late drop there on a smaller wave on the inside and can't quite get into that one.
I was going to say, Stace, watching Macy as well, maybe still just kind of like recovering a little bit from that loss in WA and all of the emotions. I mean, watching her post-heats with you, I was even texting you, it's just absolute heartbreak. Like, you couldn't help but be choked up. So maybe a little bit overcritical, but like you said, she's done well. She's got herself through. This is going to be a keeper now for her. So she needs to kind of move past that mindset, move into a bit more of a positive headspace and realise she's meant to be here.
Absolutely. Rich, how is that? Sometimes you can have performances where you probably don't think you should be getting through and you're critical on yourself, but you've made the heat, and then you have heats where you go out of body but then lose. It's a balance, isn't it?
It's a balance, and that's the rhythm, and that's the wild thing about our sport that we love so much, you know. It's this is not just like a tennis court where nothing really changes. This is an ocean that you've got to deal with, and you've got that bracket of 30 minutes, and you've got to somehow make it work. But yeah, you watch all morning and you sort of have this preconception of how your heat's going to go, and I'm going to get a couple of 8s and get pitted off my brain. And if it doesn't go that way and you've got to adjust and scrap around to get through a heat, then so be it. You've got to take those wins. But yeah, I thought it was interesting. Just Macy, although she got the win, wasn't just oozing confidence and happiness there. But you look at Macy versus sort of Sally's attitude, and there's a real difference there. Although Sally's a seasoned campaigner, she looks like she's just reveling in this Challenger Series format and the chance to get back on the tour and looking at it as a positive challenge. And for me, she's got an incredible mindset right now.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a little bit of a lull in the action here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. More action coming right up. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Another beautiful day down here. It's a cracking Saturday at North Narrabeen, and we've seen some fantastic action so far this morning. We're halfway through the round of 16 for the women here at the second Challenger Series event for the year, and the conditions have just been non-stop all morning. At the moment, a bit of a lull in the action. We're going to throw down to Kuiper on the sideline. Kuipes, where are you, mate?
How's it, you guys? I'm on my Bailey ladder again at the Bailey ladder leaderboard, doing this one island style as we get into the brackets. Not the construction kind brackets. This is the kind, competition brackets. Come, check them. Got a couple Maui boys. Eli Hanneman, that bugger, he's good. He's going to be against Cole Hauschman. That's number 3 heat. Number 4, Imai Kalani DeVault. He's a hammer, and he's faced up against Mark Lacamar. That's what we got coming up. Shoots rubber boots. You know that. Aloha.
Aloha, Copes. Shoots indeed. Couple of stacked heats there. And the Maui boys went off this morning, so yeah, I'm stoked to see them come up later today, Jess.
Yeah, they just enjoyed such a beautiful heat. It was almost like a free surf heat, that one, when they both pushed through this morning. And it's been picturesque all day. Look at that vision. You can see the colours out here, even on the northern beaches. And it's just a really special part of the world. Nice little crowd forming as well for Saturday. Saturday of surfing here.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute cracker weekend. Expecting a couple of good days. Our weatherman on the ground, Richie P. Lovett, has been giving us spot-on predictions. Hasn't missed a beat so far. Thanks for that, Rich.
No worries, mate. We called it 2 Bluebird days for the weekend, and well, we can tick one off the list.
Yeah, definitely. But we have made the move up from your hometown, North Stain, Manly.
Yeah.
And it's been a good one so far, mate. As we see Kobe Enright into this wave with priority, streaking down the line. Unfortunately, just unable to find a wave that's letting it get out on the open face like Isabella. And they're the kind of waves that Kobe would look for on a sand bottom right-hand point that probably would have run all the way down the line. But here on a beach break, she's going to need something with a bit more of a TP in it if she wants to find any open face action at the moment. But
yeah. Bella would have been rubbing her hands together right there, licking her chops, paddling past.
She didn't really have to tell her to go, did she? That was Kobe was all in on that one.
No, that's a good, good way it's unfolded there for Bella. And I think something about Bella too that I got to watch from the last few events that you guys have been working and absorbing her performance on the grounds, but it coming through was that different mindset like you've been speaking about, Rich, and the relaxation that she's been able to get into. Like before those heats, when she's sitting around there on the rocks at Bells and the cameraman would pan across and zoom in, she'd just down the barrel into the camera, singing on the speaker. She's a whole new athlete, recovering from those losses and coming back with a new mindset.
Yeah, it's one thing, the tour and how cutthroat it is, but then the transition straight back onto the Challenger Series, there's not really much time to sit around and think about it. You roll up to Snapper, the venue looks and feels like a championship tour event. So there's no time to be kind of down on your luck and feeling sorry for yourself. You've just got to strap your boots up and get going.
What was the difference that you two saw there at Snapper for the Challenger Series, and the difference between that being a Challenger or a championship tour event? What is that difference in the vibe that you pick up there?
Look, there's obviously an energy around the championship tour. It's the best in the world, and every single one of them deserve to be there. You know they're going to bring big surfing. And when the Challenger Series was there, we saw a lot of big surfing, and our kind of radar was, okay, let's watch all these heats and let's see who has CT-worthy surfing and competitive nous and all that sort of stuff. And it came to the fore. It rose. It came to the fore. It was on show. By finals day, it was CT-worthy surfing. But, it's just finding that, and it's great that these Challenger Series surfers, and we've got such a big mix of surfers, they get to come in here and they start to learn, okay, what's it going to take? Because the judges were actually demanding CT level surfing as well. So outside of the energy, there was a slight performance difference, but by finals day, it was pretty similar.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, and I think at Snapper, the four-person heats, that they work a treat. It was a little slow this year compared to last year, but the same here, no waves are going unridden. Every wave was being ridden, and then you would see those performances come through. Everyone got their chance to showcase their surfing, and then there was those standout performances. Shion Crawford comes to mind, Zoe Benedetto in the ladies, but then just some strategical kind of mishaps, which this is where you clean it up, this is where you get used to it, and then particularly Snapper with the level of tour competitors there's just no room for that. And so I think that's the kind of thing you notice, and it's just a difference, not so much in the performance, but more just how crew are constructing their heats. Because I think everyone coming out of the regions is super strong. It's just that some of the younger, less experienced competitors, they they kind of look rushed in their 30 minutes. They're not, they're not taking it all in.
I love that analysis, guys, and exactly to the point of what you said at the start of this heat too, that little chink in Kobe's armour that we see, it's almost become a pattern for her once she gets to this kind of level. It is going to eventually be buffed out, and that'll make the difference if she does, or when she does transition to that CT that you're talking about.
Absolutely, and like credit to Bella here, and this is something this is super common within the CT ranks. Is her scores came back to back. There's no mucking around in there. She didn't go 6, 3 closeouts, and then a 7. It's 13 points in 2 waves, which in conditions like this, it's extremely hard to do, but Bella made it look easy. She did that in the first sort of 12 minutes. And so it's a real credit to just the professionalism of anyone that spent any time on the tour, even if it is just 5 events, like some of the surfers that might have come on and just fallen off. You just see that level of, I guess, like I said, comfortability in the heats. 6.5 minutes on the clock here. Kobe Enright still yet to make a meaningful strike in this heat. We know she's got the talent to do it. She's got the priority. I think Bella had a little look at a wave before that the judges might have.
Yeah, it was right on the edge, but she I think it's because Bella actually paddled in front of Kobe in that one and sort of blocked her. And yeah, the priority judge deeming that she made enough of a motion and a block to keep Kobe off that wave. So she's now got priority, which she needed.
Yep.
At this point, with just under 6 minutes to go, she's really got a strike now. She's in combination, which means she needs 2 scoring rides if she wants to progress through this heat. And she's got a task ahead of her.
Obviously, a score in the 5-5 range would probably be enough to have her feeling comfortable. Rich, what I'd like to know is when you see a 10 coming towards you, how do you decipher it and then get yourself back in the heat, but without taking the least amount of risk first reward possible, because there's some crazy waves out here today.
Yeah, there is. It's kind of instinctual sometimes as a competitor and as a surfer. When the wave's coming at you, you almost have a read on what you can extract out of that wave in terms of points. So, that's what these women are doing. They're looking at these waves coming in going, no, this one's a 4, no, this one's a 3, whoa, this one's a 7, I'm on this.
Yep.
So it's about reading the ocean, it's about having that knowledge, and that just comes with time.
Yeah. We've got the NRMA 5-minute warning here. This time for Kobe is just flying by. For Isabella, it can't go quick enough. She is in a pretty commanding position though, Isabella. Kobe can get the next ride and score well, but it would be then Isabella's time to then shut down the heat after this. So with under 5 minutes now though, Kobe does need to make a move pretty quickly.
It's similar vibe to that previous heat too. Like Soph pretty much had nothing at this point as well, and Macy found 2 pretty strong rides for what was offered in that heat. It's just like, it goes back to that decision run at the start and those little mistakes that then pan out into this result, where you get to the end of the season and then you look back, it's little incremental improvements that make you qualified or make you not. And this is one of them for Kobe.
Isabella Nichols up and riding here. Just looking to keep the wax warm under her feet. Quickly in and out of that wave there. She'll avoid riding into the seaweed and make her way straight back out. And there we have a Harvey Norman heat recap. It's going to be all Isabella Nichols, Jess.
Yeah, she just manhandled those takeoffs, if I could say that, and just really smart, snappy, powerful surfing out of the lip. Look at this, similar thing, big section, square to it. Just kind of outruns the barrel a little, but she still collects her best score. Really, really quick through the transition, and that's her best wave, 7-point ride.
So yeah, and that was, as we mentioned earlier, just in quick succession, back to back there, the 6-3-3 into the 7, the 6-3-3, just a single maneuver, and it was a fantastic turn. So the judges have got a good benchmark here as we see a replay, Rich, of Kobe Enright.
Okay, so the comeback wave, let's see what happens. Big swoop to open up. Comes through to the inside, and she falls, so that is not what she wanted. It was a smaller wave, and, well, she will probably get out of combination, but she's still going to need a huge score. So, well, she did only just, and now she needs a perfect 10-point ride.
All right.
It's pretty clear-cut what she needs.
Yeah, it's instinctual now. It has to be for her. Like you said, Rich, there has to be the bomb or the absolute pearl. Just mow on through. Somehow Bella's going to have to miss it, and Kobe's going to have to pick it up. Or
Well,
she could sell her.
If she got a 10, they'd actually be tied. And she would win the heat by default
the 10.
because she would have the 10.
Stranger things have happened
So,
in surfing.
The stranger things have happened, and it's 2 minutes to go, which, you know...
The strangest thing that would have to happen is for that wave to come and Isabella not be on it at this point for Kobe. It's a pretty easy equation here for Bella. If that, you know, Kobe can hustle around on the inside, Bella could let her go a 7, 8, or even a 9. But if the wave of the event comes through, I believe Isabella Nichols will be all over it. With under 2 minutes now on the clock, it's not the heat that I'm sure Kobe wanted to have.
No, she's had an absolute shocker, unfortunately, the poor thing. It's just a little bit of wave selection perhaps at the start and just missing those ride, just sort of falling off and just being out of rhythm. These things, it happens, you know. You'll have these...
Especially in conditions like today, like the heat total doesn't reflect her ability at all.
No.
It's just this day like today can be, you know, you're either the one out on the open face or you're the one caught behind every time. It's just an unfortunate sequence of wave selection errors for Kobe here.
Isn't it one of those days on the beaches too where it looks so good, but you just can't find them?
Isabella Nichols exercising her priority here. Oh, another cracking turn in the lip. Unfortunately comes undone, but she does hold Kobe off that wave, which is, I guess, 50% of her job done there. Kobe won't be looking to get in the way there. She pulled back, obviously, and let Isabella go. Now she's waiting her turn, as we mentioned earlier, needing a perfect 10.
Just a redemption ride for Kobe, at least for her own, you know, day of performance. I'm sure she'd love to just get up on one last 40 seconds. And
a perso.
Yeah.
Full perso tube.
Absolutely.
Just to leave Narrabeen with. As we see, there is a little bit of action out the back.
Oh, hang on.
There's a little corner here. Kobe Enright having a look at this wave. Up and riding now. Beautiful snap out of the lip. She's obviously got the talent, but unfortunately today just not able to execute on the waves that she wished. And the score will improve her tally, but it will not be enough to get over Isabella Nichols, who had a very professional heat. Got her scores early on the board and then used her priority well at the end there. Both of these two surfers surfed against a lot of each other around the towns of Australia growing up, and I know a lot of respect between them. But today it was Isabella Nichols victorious on this occasion. A very professional effort. And she'll be moving on through to the quarterfinals, which is exactly where she would want to see herself going into finals day. She's only a few heat wins away from where she ultimately wants to end up, Jess, right in the finals.
That's it. Finals day would be huge for her here and her comeback story for this year. Look at that. Beautiful sportsmanship between those two. Like you said, known each other for years.
And as those two make their way in there, we have got another ripping heat coming up. Who will be the Queen of Portugal by the end of that next heat? It's Teresa Bonvallo versus Francisca Veselko. We're going to take a break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Don't go anywhere. Thanks to all the support we've had at this event, particularly the Northern Beaches, in particular whoever's in contact with the weatherman. Turned it on this weekend for us here at North Narrabeen. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, and what a cracker heat we have lined up for us here. Teresa Bonvalo taking on Francisca Veselko, the current World Junior Champion. Stace Galbraith in the booth alongside Jess Grimwood and Richie Lovett. We've got to see a fair few heats of these surfers over the last couple of years, really bursting onto the scene, both with breakthrough wins. Teresa's technically the defending champion, Rich.
Yeah, she's technically the champion of the Sydney Surf Pro, but not at Narrabeen.
Correct.
Oh, look at this replay of Kika's.
Oh, what a drop!
Wow. She's got a lot of energy to give, this young Portuguese surfer. She's got a lot of excited kind of sass about her around the contest areas. I feel that I've seen it a lot at some of the other different events around the world throughout last year and the start of this year, and I don't know, she's just got that thing about her.
Air of confidence.
Yeah, yep.
Rich, walk us through this drop.
Yeah, this is, she knifes this one. This thing just cups out. You can see all the energy onto that inside rail. She gets nice and low, but that thing just hammered down. And yeah, it's sort of the momentum. Everything goes forward, doesn't it? The body language, the arms, the direction, your eyesight. It's all just geared towards some sort of little exit out of that tunnel. And unfortunately, well, that one just rifled off down the line. And look, Stace, I know all the competitors were devastated when it was announced that we'd be leaving Manly. And but I think the consolation prize of coming up to Narrabeen has been well received.
Tongue in cheek,
hey,
Mr. Lovett.
No, I can tell you, it is firing down at Manly at the moment.
Adam Hennessy and Richie Lovett walking around with upside down smiles on at the moment. But no, you're right. Manly has done some great things for us over the years, for sure, and we do owe her a lot. It's had some amazing champions and some amazing performances, and you know, a wide variety of conditions. You never, you know, everyone rolls up to Manly with their epoxies, but that's not always the case.
No.
And I think that you know, again, they've been really well received here up at North Narrabeen. And when the tour came to town, and we saw, you know, the likes of Gabriel Medina and John Florence and Morgan Siblick went on that crazy run, it was great to highlight this wave again. You know, although the locals might not be too stoked, particularly with how pumping car parks has been. It's good to highlight another, you know, iconic Australian wave.
Yeah, and you've got the die-hard fans here, the Grommies and those whole group of Bonsoy caddies as well. They live and breathe surfing, so to have it on their doorstep again and to be able to spend, you know, dawn till dusk here every single day is pretty sweet.
Totally. Now, we haven't seen much in this heat so far, and I don't want to harp on about a closeout too much, but I did love the effort there from Francisca, Jess, and I wanted to get your thoughts on, you know, practicing barrel riding. One way to do it, pack a lot of closeouts.
Yeah.
Looks like she's done that.
Yeah, 100%. And you even standing up from your seat and kind of mirroring her technique. Let's have a look. Oh, Teresa up and riding on the backhand, straight to that. Usually, I guess, reliable kind of in the lip snap, but it kind of just doesn't work out for her there.
No love lost between those two competitors. A near leggy tangle at the start there.
Yeah, she was... she got caught up there for a little minute, but she did well to get into that wave. It just stretched out a little bit in front of her. Just died off on the shoulder, and she just really didn't connect with that first turn, unfortunately. But, well, look, no decent scores on the board yet anyway, so this one's yet to really kick off.
And if I think back to the men's draw and competitors that have done well, it's crew like Eitan Osborne, Morgan Sibilic, they just roll the dice a lot in conditions like this. And I think that's the way you have to go. You know, every wave looks perfect, but it's not. And I think ultimately, the more you try, the better chance you're going to give yourself. As Francisca races off down the line here, point in case. That wave looked nice as she took off onto it. Probably just a little straight on the bank.
I think you're spot on there with her too. Like, the more she does this, the more chances it's going to be that she's going to slot into something excellent. And I do remember, even like you both would remember the same thing as a grommet. I remember one of the guys that I grew up surfing with, Tommy, he said to me, I said, how do you get barreled? And he said, just keep taking off and pulling in. One day you'll come out.
Up and riding. Teresa here. She'd be watching Isabella Nichols closely in that last heat, and her quick start and her ability to finish rides, and she's executed that one pretty well for what it had on offer. That'll be our best score of the heat, and she'll be looking to build on that. Both of these young ladies fired up, though. Both of them kicking back out the lineup. We haven't seen this much passion all morning.
Yeah, I think Kika's little interaction with Teresa in that second last wave before the takeoff is really fired Teresa up. Here's the replay of hers. Smaller wave, quieter at the start, but she just sets this line pretty nicely. And smooth surfing for her. The second turn was kind of the money. Third turn was just a little bit up there into the foam. But here's a replay, Rich. What did you think?
Yeah, I liked it. I feel like as the goofy footer, this was her game plan. Go out, try and find some of these tapering rights where I can really get going. Perhaps not really hunting the barrel at this point, just looking for scoring opportunities by way of that very clean, smooth backhand style. She's done it well on that last one, so 5.50. So that's the first significant score.
I think we're going to see her just more and more fired up throughout this heat now that Kika's kind of set the tone as well. Maybe Teresa's original game plan, I think generally is that composed, experienced, hold priority and wait for the bomb. That's kind of what I've seen from her. But I did see her get forced into a similar situation last year at the end at some of the different events. One of the ones over in Huntington, and she had to surf against some of the Latin girls, the older ones, Mimi and Ornella, and they forced these intense paddle battles on her, and she really had to get like elbow to elbow with them, and I had not really seen that in Teresa's performance before, and she really stepped up to the plate in that kind of assertiveness, and she was able to take control back, and she left it all out in the water too, to her credit. She came back for the post heat and she apologised to the girls as they walked past the glass, so she's got it in there. She's pretty well-rounded competitor.
No friends in the water.
Nah, that's play on. But, yeah, both of these young ladies, though, they would have spent a lot of time in, similar ocean to what we've got here. Obviously, Carcavelos in town there in Lisbon, a great wave at the thumping beach break, not too dissimilar to this, and then obviously Super Tubos, where we have the World Tour event. Providing very similar conditions to this, and Portugal is one of the most fantastic places to go as a surfer. Such a great variety of waves, and to be fair, they're probably underproduced in the talent pool for a while there. We've had some single standouts from there, but it's kind of unfair that both of these surfers should match up this early in this event, both coming from that country. A great drop there, but just a little too fast, that wave running off on her.
Yeah, I think the same, Stace. It's I was kind of like, dang, I'm bummed that they both have to match each other in this round, because we finally got that group of three of them. They've got Yolanda now, who's such a different athlete and competitor, as is Kika, as is Teresa. It's like a real mix coming out of that Portuguese push at the moment.
And obviously on the men's side, Freddie Morais campaigning to get back on the World Tour. I think that everyone in Portugal would love to have good, strong representation there. Take us through this replay, Rich.
Oh, gosh, she just didn't quite get in front of it. She was maybe just a little too deep, or needed to knife that completely. And perhaps there was scoring opportunity if she had found a little spot in the barrel there. She could have travelled along and maybe come out. But it is, I mean, we can talk about it quite comfortably from the Harvey Norman host set here, but to actually knife into those waves and paddle and have enough speed to get down the face of them.
Might need a Greg Webber banana to get into that thing. Plenty of curve. Richie had a couple of them in your day.
Sure did. Had a bunch of them.
Would you ride it today?
Maybe not as curvy, but I definitely think probably more rocker than in the boards than what we saw up on the Gold Coast. A little flatter wave. I think a lot of the competitors went for their kind of grovel boards, or a bit more of a relaxed, flatter rocker, so that they could generate speed really easily. Because it's so cuppy here, you're not really needing to drive down the line too much. You're just straight into it, and the waves got enough power and energy to get you going. So maybe a little bit more rocker, and that helps definitely with those takeoffs.
Teresa Bonvalot here having a look at this wave. This one's got a nice tapered wall to it. She'll do her best to get out in front of the wave. A nice setup turn there in the lip, hoping to get a closeout section here. And a finish.
Yeah, she knows the exact waves that she wants to get so that she can get those 2 turns done, maybe 3. She knows she's going to build some decent scores there.
Well, that is going to be it's going to play well into her wheelhouse, isn't it? It wasn't like crazy off your seat exciting surfing, but it's just solid and it's smart at this point, and it tightens the screws a little bit more on Kika. It's going to be, who knows actually what it's going to come in as.
Yeah, it's probably not going to go near her first wave, but again, it's going to make it a decent 2-wave total that she's going to put up, which then she can obviously build on that. Well, we're waiting to see the scores come in. Going to throw down to Luke Kennedy, who's with Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. Bella, a confident victory. How good does it feel when those big scores come back-to-back in a heat?
I haven't felt that for a while, so it feels really good to, you know, start a heat with a strong lead, and yeah, I forget what it feels like to kind of defend. So yeah, it felt good. It just ended up getting harder and harder out there with the low tide. So yeah, in the end, there wasn't really too many scoring waves. So I'm glad I got that done early.
Did you really want one of those big chunky barrels?
I mean, that's always like a little bonus. I'm not out there looking for them, but if they come through, then may as well give it a shot. I mean, it reminds me a lot of South Stratty at the moment when it goes below sea level, and I saw Sophie and Fitzy get some crazy ones yesterday, so I was frothing for them, but you just sometimes have to get it done by doing turns.
And you've had local legend Matt Granger in your corner. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, Maddie's my froth mascot at the moment. The last few months have been tricky for me, and I've really found it hard to, you know, bring the stroke and get some motivation. And so I try and surround myself with people who, you know, like just lift your spirits even when you're around them. And Maddie's just such a legend. He's always happy. He's always stoked. He knows his wave like the back of his hand. I'm also here working with Botsy and Pete from Surfing Oz too, so I've got a really good combo, both of those guys, or all three of those guys. And yeah, just here to have some fun.
Thanks very much, Bella.
Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Bella. If I'm honest, the cut is definitely weighing heavily on our last two surfers that progressed. It's evident there that they're wearing a lot of the emotions and they're carrying it through this event, and they're doing well to process it and still put up heat wins by the looks of things. It's no joke, the World Tour, a lot of pressure, a lot of eyeballs, and ultimately these competitors, although we've been watching them for a long time, still very young, Jess.
Yeah, it's also very insular too, you know. If you haven't stepped outside of this and out of this bubble for so long, it can get heavier and heavier, and it feels so impactful on your life. And then the moment, like Bella was saying, having somebody else outside of that direct bubble maybe can sometimes help you just regain perspective and get back to that stoke. I mean, you're surfing every day, and as much as it is a job to come to the beach, there's a lot worse places you could be ending up in, Stace.
I reckon you might spend some time in some of those places, Jess. Maybe they can come and help you for a day. But Rich, what do you prescribe?
Yeah, I think a healthy dose of losing. It never goes astray. You know, it's the biggest education you'll get. Yeah. You don't win that much on the tour.
No.
Unless you're Kelly Slater, of course, or, you know, the greats. You're not really winning that much. So, you know, falling off the tour, it really puts in front of you, you know, what do you want to do? What means a lot to you? Do you want it bad enough? You know, why are you here? Is there stuff that you can change so that that doesn't happen again? It gives you that, it's confronting. That stuff's really confronting. And I guess that's why it is so emotional, and you know, but these surfers have put their whole life into this moment, into making the tour, into being on the tour and staying there. And I know what you mean, Jess. Well, when you're on the tour, it is all-consuming. You're in this bubble.
Nothing else.
Nothing else in the world really matters, and you're living this pretty selfish life. And it's when you can appreciate some other stuff that's going on around you and all the other things that are happening in the world and in life, and I almost feel like you open up to success.
Yeah.
Because you become more accepting, and that energy just gets transferred a little. We're getting a bit spiritual here, but you know, it's the point is that it's probably a good lesson. And it looks like both Macy and Isabella are taking the lesson and doing the right things with it, and they'll be back.
Absolutely, marching through this event. But yeah, we're lucky enough to have a pretty good teacher in the ocean. Lots of lessons, and lots of good people around this sport. So I know those two will be doing their best to keep marching through this event as we have. Teresa Bonvolo on the heels there, did well to keep the board under her feet. A nice carving turn to start that wave. A little bobble on the second there. She's got a 5.5 and a 5.07. And that wave had an extra manoeuvre. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges make of that ride. Just a bit of instability at the start.
I think she didn't like it. Look at her shaking her head as well. I don't think from that body language to me, she was kind of disappointed. If we have a look at the replay, she almost goes backwards over the heels. But she regains really quickly. And she does collect what's on offer. It's a bit wobbly. It was off timing, but the last turn, I think she should be proud of that performance, regaining composure there. Wow.
To your point, Rich, her wave selection again, spot on.
Yeah, just finding these waves where she can get this open face. There's a slower pace to it, but that's okay because she's doing the manoeuvres. She's getting the work done. And at this point, Francisca Vasilko is yet to put any sort of number on the board here with 11 minutes to go. We know that, you know, you can get 2 waves in the space of, say, 3 minutes, get it done, but you don't really want to be leaving it that late.
No, not at all. We've seen some exciting moments from Kika, just unable to, you know, get complete on her rides there. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up at the round of 16 here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia, by Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia, and by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia.
Thanks to all our partners that make all of these events possible. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're coming down to the back third of this heat, number 6 in the round of 16. It's the Battle of Portugal. Teresa Bonvallo versus Francisca Vasilko. And we will catch you up on a ride that we saw in the break. Surfer in blue, Francisca. Kika, as she's known to her friends, looks like she's put herself right well and truly back into this heat.
Best wave of the heat so far. Danger time for Teresa. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, beautiful drop, so confident. Sets the bottom turn and gets to work. Powerful slash. And then just tease this thing off right on the end section. Great timing. That's got to go well. Like, best wave of the heat so far, Rich.
Yeah, you can see why they went a bit higher, can't you? More speed, more commitment to the turn, there's more spray, and she tags this end section too. Just pumps down the line here, eyes right on that moment, right on that lip line where she was going to hit it, kind of carves out of it, which is really well done. So I think good scoring, and she's nailed this right back in the heat, and now only needs mid-3 to get through.
Yeah, should be looking to get that and more as we see some beautiful vision there from the Phil New Sydney flight cam. A cracking day as we look down towards the south there. South end of Narrabeen. Rich, you want to give us a tour of the area? Oh, that's the end of my geographical knowledge. I can see the Collaroy Surf Club down there in the distance. Beautiful spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking south, we go down to Narrabeen, it turns into Collaroy, and then Longreef Headland on the other side of Longreef Headland. Longreef Beach, that turns into DY Beach. And then we start making our way down into freshwater and Manly, and then obviously to the north, well, where you go, Little Narrabeen, Warriewood, Mona Vale, etc., all the way up to Palm Beach. But it's just the most stunning peninsula. You know, such different breaks at every beach here. Some of the beaches quite long. Well, these Narrabeen and Collaroy and Longy DY, they're the two longest beaches on the peninsula, but there are some really short ones as well.
Yeah.
Incredible golf course, one of the best public golf courses you'll find in Australia on that headland, Longreef. There's a boat ramp there where all the crew launch their skis. Bunch of bomboras out the back there, and this is starting to travel north. So the pool at North Narra, we come around to Little Narra, which is a small little beach, and tight little pack of locals there as well.
And some amazing rivalries across all of these beaches within our board riders clubs. Rich, you've mentioned a couple of key clubs there, and a lot of the clubs harnessing some great junior talent at the moment. It's really good to see across our national events when they come around. But at the moment, two surfers who I know are really enjoying their stay in the Greater Sydney region. The two surfers from Portugal surfing in some similar conditions to home. Oh, this is an interesting one for Freddie. He's got.
He looks frustrated or exasperated. I'm not sure.
I believe he's in the camp of Teresa.
Yeah.
Both riding the same boards, both riding the JS tractors, and both spend a lot of time travelling the world together. However, he is, you know, it's a tricky one. I'm sure that he does want to see a Portuguese flag in the final on the women's side of things, no doubt about that. But unfortunately, he's going to have to lose one here.
Well, you can still possibly see two, can't we? Because heat number 7 after this, Yolanda Hopkins still representing that. So they've still got the chances on the table. But, yeah, you can see it. Exasperation maybe a little bit from Freddie. Is he pushing her back to that right?
He kind of looks like he was grimacing in a bit of pain. But as we come down to the NRMA 5-minute warning, we will have to see how Francisca can play out this heat here. She doesn't need a huge score to get into second. It's an interesting one for Teresa because the wave that Francisca needs, it's not going to add to Teresa's total if she elects to go, and it's only, you know, only has a scoring range of, say, a 3 or 4 on it.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a hard one there. Do you block that service momentum and just take the wave regardless? Or do you just wait your game and try to better your 5.3? Richie, love it.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. It's almost like if it was a minute and a half to go, you'd do the block. But at this point, you know, she's probably going to find a 3.3, you would think.
Yeah.
So
You have to better it.
she needs to focus on improving one of those 5s and trying to drop a big number. She's in the box seat, so she needs to kind of keep surfing aggressively and offensively, not defensively. Looks like there's some nice sets rolling in now. That wind's just gone back offshore again, so have a look at that little pit rifling down the line.
Beautiful wave going unridden there. A great wave to have in a free surf, but in a competitive situation, neither surfer's rolling the dice on that wave. Under 4 minutes now. Only a small score required by Kika. And I guess her first task is to just try and find some sort of a wave to make a decision. But then she'll have to keep a close eye on the competitor in red. As we see a Harvey Norman heat recap here. Teresa Bonvalot has been very well structured in this heat, Jess.
Yeah, really smart surfing. Like you said, impeccable wave choice to kick off, and she's found exactly what she went out there looking for. She recovers here, almost completely blowing that second wave, but she gets to work on it, and she puts up a nice another score that's put her in the lead. This final manoeuvre, really tight for her. But this, we're going to be watching her because this is the best wave of the heat so far. This is Kika's 7.5, and it's just so aggressive and it's so dominant of the conditions out there.
Yeah, I think there was the extra points were on that final turn. Looking at Teresa's second score, I thought perhaps that could have gone a little bit higher. When you look at the two comparisons of her 5.3 against the 5.5, I actually thought the second one was a bit better.
Well left there by Teresa. It's always important to be adjudicating the wave scoring opportunity, not what your competitor's doing. And I think it's a common trap for youngsters when looking to use priority. They just block for the sake of blocking. You've still got to make sure that there's scoring potential on that ride, and there was none of it on that wave. So it was a great decision by Teresa there to let that wave go.
I did see that mistake pop up a little bit earlier on in the round. I saw that block for block's sake rather than the waves, and there was a few really good waves missed in consequence of it. But look, Kika, she's trying to push her in a bit, isn't she?
Yeah, she doesn't need much of a wave. It's crazy. It's
one turn.
One good turn or a couple of sequence of smaller turns on a wave. Like, she doesn't need a lot, which makes the decision for her frustrating. She just needs some sort of a corner.
There's definitely lines coming through. Just which one's going to...
the issue here is, are they too far in, Rich? Are they too far in?
They might be too far, like, south, really. That one ran off a bit too quick. There wasn't really a corner on that one.
Not even a chop hop down the face on that one.
No. If she can get into a wave,
seconds.
just come straight off the bottom and tag it and make it, she'll probably get the score.
Yeah, I feel like Teresa's pulling her down and down and down with this too, though. I don't know if even though Kika looks in front of her, I feel like Teresa is pulling her down there.
As we see some definite lines approaching here. Surfer in blue chasing a score. She lets the legs to not go that wave. A smart decision, no scoring opportunity there. But as the clock counts down, it's becoming more and more difficult. And she can't really get away from Teresa at this point. It's just going to have to be a two-wave set by the look of it, which there's some lines on the horizon, but will both of them get there in time?
Yeah, these ones might actually go too far north for our competitors.
35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, these ones are heading down to the North Narrabeen. True North Narrabeen down on the left there.
Oh, desperate times. Stressful for the last 25 seconds.
Potential little wave there, but looks like it just went underneath them. That wave had a little corner on it, but they were just too far off the bank to be able to get there. Teresa's pretty happy with that. She's sitting underneath and in a pretty good position there. I like where Teresa is in relation to Kika, and she will indeed close this one out as we count down the clock. A frustrating back half of that heat there for Francisca. She will lose with the single highest score, but it was great competing there from Teresa to close that one out. Very clever.
Yeah, great positioning as well, like you said, Stace, on the right side of priority there, right at the end, did everything perfectly to play that out.
As we round that heat out there, we see the totals on the board. A great single wave from Francisca, could not back it up. It's Teresa Bonvalo moving through into the quarterfinals. We're going to take a short break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We're going to bring in Ronnie Blakey and Laura the Law Enova.
That feeling going up and down the New South Wales coast with my family and my friends, all of the memories There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Just started the morning off with a surf at Narrabeen, then up to my favourite coffee stop at Narrabeen. Went and checked out a couple of the coastal walks, some really cool places you can just see, whole lineup and break. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got amazing waves all up and down the coast, cafes, restaurants, surf clubs, each that make these beaches so different and unique.
We've been loving our time here in New South Wales on Sydney's northern beaches, back at the iconic North Narrabeen, and relishing the opportunity to see these Challenger Series competitors battling it out in really high-quality conditions. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, once again, Ronnie Blakey joined by Laura Anaver, a local in these parts, and Laura, Northie's delivering in a big way.
It really is. I mean, Northie, car park rights at Northie, it's been absolutely amazing, and just can't get enough of these beautiful shots of the golden sands of Narrabeen and the northern beaches, the Narrabeen Lake there, reeling into the back into the national park, and it's just, yes, it does have a special spot in my heart, and it always will.
Heat 7, the round of 16, that we're going to see Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal up against Erin Brooks, the Super Grom, who is representing Canada, and she was impressive yesterday afternoon. You know, it's all there for her. She's just got that impeccable technique, really well-rounded, charges when the waves get heavy. She's got a big, bright future ahead of her, and we'll see if she can break into the quarters in just her second Challenger Series contest.
Oh, she really does. I mean, Erin Brooks, it's a name that you will not be forgetting, and she burst onto the scene when we saw her doing those huge airs in the air, in the wave pool, sorry, and she is just in that wave of next generation of incredibly talented superstars to come. And like you said, Ronnie, she's got it all. She can surf wave pools, small waves, big waves. She's absolutely was charging out at Pipe this year.
Yeah, I think she's just looking to get some reps up in heats at this high level, not putting a whole lot of pressure on herself at this stage. In qualifying series events, she's had some pretty impressive results. She's made quite a few final series. She's been to the quarters at that level before, but this will be a big step up. She featured in the World Junior Championships over there at Seaside Reef, got a quarterfinal finish there. Massive following already as a 15-year-old, just based on some of the amazing moments she's had free surfing. Almost 150,000 followers at 15 years of age.
Yeah, some of her videos have gone absolutely viral. That video of her, she's doing the big backflip in the wave pool, and it's just bonkers the things that she's been doing. And, you know, put it down to all the training that she has. She obviously spends a lot of half her time on the North Shore, then the other half in Texas, and traveling the world. Has spent, you know, seasons in Indonesia, just getting to feel really confident surfing over shallow water, waves of consequence, and she's one of the most barreled 15-year-olds on the planet, I'd say.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of let that warranted hype kind of almost see you giving her an advantage in a heat like this, but Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal is super experienced. She's had some massive finishes on the Challenger Series these past couple of years. She's been to this round a lot. She hasn't broken into the quarters just yet, though. But she did surf in the Olympics and got herself to the quarterfinals there. She was beaten by silver medalist Bianca Batenduck in that contest. So, yeah, I like Yolanda's chances here just from the surfing we've seen. But it's a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, Yolanda is so strong. And like you said, I remember watching her at the Olympics, and she had a stellar run. Took down some big names to make it all the way into the quarterfinals. A 5th place, so 2 off a medal, which is an unbelievable achievement. This afternoon I was wondering what we would see. I was checking the surf just before, and there are a few locals out on the Narrabeen left right now pulling into barrels and doing some pretty big turns, but we saw Erin head over there yesterday in her heat, and she squeaked through. She got a couple. She's obviously the goofy footer, so she'd be drawn to her forehand, but deciding today to stick with their competitor, which is smart.
23 minutes to go here. And it's been hard to get our focus off this lineup and think about what else might be going on the northern beaches. Of course, when you get conditions like this, these offshore breezes and a bit of swell, you know, you just know that there's waves at some of the other spots. Just over 20 beaches, beautiful beaches here on this northern peninsula, and I'm sure some of those competitors who fell out of the draw are finding a little place to have some fun.
For sure, south swells on the northern beaches. There's a lot of those, you know, corners, you know, from Manly all the way up to Palm Beach that will have some amazing waves. I saw some videos of plenty of tubes all around the beaches this morning, especially here at North Narrabeen, the car park rights. They've been reeling through all morning, and these southwest winds, light offshore, have been absolutely amazing in keeping these conditions absolutely beautiful throughout the day.
Perfect. Our quarterfinal bracket is starting to take shape, and we're on the lookout for just a couple more competitors to make that final quarterfinal matchup. We've just been chipping away at the field. Really, you know, the surfers have taken that place in the quarters, have really earned that right, because we had really challenging conditions in the earlier rounds, a bit of wind, some really, you know, rough seas that they had to go and find some scoring opportunity out of. And then yesterday in the women's round of 32, the conditions were just firing, and it really did need a different level of commitment to get yourself the biggest scores.
Yeah, it really did, and the girls put on a show yesterday. It felt like when they paddled out, you know, went to that, it was going into low tide, so just getting trickier and trickier throughout the afternoon, but they literally pushed through and paddled against rips. Looks like there's a really good looking wave coming through right now.
Oh, Erin's going to take the ride using her priority, drives up into the first section, nice turn, hangs on to it. Just great technique as she takes this one through to the inside, but doesn't finish this wave off. Lost opportunity there to add some extras at the end of the ride.
She got a lot of work done at the start there, and commend her effort for, you know, I think throughout the morning we've seen a lot of these barrels, but if you can do a turn on one of these barreling sections, this wave was so sucky. You can see she took off here, had to drop down, had a lot of wobble to deal with, then goes right up in the pocket, slams that, comes around with so much speed. She's got so much power for being so small, Erin, and I think this, yeah, was a lost opportunity to go down on that section. She'll be kicking herself ashore, and Yolanda right behind her, pulling into a huge pit.
Charging. Yolanda Hopkins from the southern region of Portugal absolutely throws herself into a bomb there, and just getting her breath back, but can't wait to see a slow-mo of that.
That will get the heart rate pumping, the adrenaline. That would have been a wonderful view in there, but sand.
Short-lived, but
yeah.
Still, just a wide open vision. Have a look at this.
Oh, absolute bomb. Yolanda just taking off. She's in a perfect position, swooped in, just stood tall. If only that had a corner on it. Fortunately, a bit too straight that set, but at least she knows now if the wave comes in on the right angle with that nice hook on it, that she's ready to go.
Right, I love it. I mean, lucky her board stayed in one piece. We've seen a lot of busted equipment through those opening rounds of the competition, but Yolanda Hopkins locks into an absolute bomb. She's not going to get many points out of it, but gets a little bit of a reward for her bravado there. 2.67, but Erin Brooks has dropped a pretty good number here. 6.5, getting on the attack even without the finish. Managed to drop that pretty decent number. Just under 19 minutes to go. Let's see what Kaipo's doing.
Yeehaw! That's right. I'm at the Cooper's truck, and what is better than surf, sun, and suds? And when I talk about suds, I'm talking about Cooper's beer. We got all the flavors here. We got the mid ale in the orange cans. We got the blue Pacific pale ale. We got the light. We also have my favorite, the green, the original pale ale. What's your favorite color?
Oh, that's a good question. I like them all.
Oh, it's just a rainbow, really.
Yep. Start with a couple of whites.
The
move
Cooper's
on to the
bar will
oranges.
be. The Cooper's bar was absolutely pumping last night, and it was just a beautiful afternoon. These winds have just stayed pristine into the sunset, and yeah, happy hour was definitely popping off. So I'm expecting it to be the same this afternoon.
Yeah, happy hour went for about 7 hours,
Yeah.
which
Well,
was
it's 5
great.
o'clock somewhere, I'm sure.
17 minutes,
Not sure what time
45
that is.
seconds to go here. Erin Brooks getting an edge at the moment. But Yolanda Hopkins, she's got that priority, and we've seen just how keen she is to get herself into one of these big pits, taking a chance on a wave that really looked like there was no chance she was going to come out of. But I love it. I just love the fact that she's willing to give it a chance. Great technique in the takeoff. That's one thing we can take away from that drop.
Yeah, she really risked it there, and you know, if that wave, you know, had the opportunity, she had done everything absolutely right to put herself in position to get an excellent or perfect score. So love to see it from Yolanda, and yeah, like I said before, if a wave comes in that is like that and not as straight, she will not put it past her to just charge an absolute bomb.
Destination New South Wales, the official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And this city, it really does offer so much, even in addition to, of course, the incredible surf. Sydney is also the major events capital of the Asia-Pacific region, hosting amazing sporting events, arts, cultural events like Vivid Sydney, the Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras, the Bledisloe Cup, the NRL Grand Final. And there's a couple of big NRL games that'll be happening today and through tomorrow here in Sydney as well. 16 minutes to go in this heat. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat through to the quarterfinals, Luke. Teresa Bombalon on fire. She wants to go back-to-back at the Sydney Surf Pro.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Teresa got the win, but a few tense moments at the end of that heat.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the waves are really tough. From out there, you just find closeouts. So was able to get those fives in the beginning, try to maximize a little bit the waves, and yes, as well trying to be smart with my priority and use it when I need it and when there will be a nice wave. So that's what I kind of tried to do, and I'm stoked to make it.
And we saw Federico Moraes in coaching mode.
Yeah, well, I'm here with Francisca. We are staying at the same house, so we having the same coach, and because it's the two of us, so we had one giving sometimes some signals if we needed, and Fred was with me, and yes, obviously it's never the best thing to go against another Portuguese girl when you just want like all your country, all the girls to rip and keep going. But I guess it's what it is, and this time was me, and I'm super happy, and I want to congratulate as well Francisca.
Well, you got the win here last year. Are you keen to go back-to-back?
Obviously that will be a nice goal, but one hit at a time. Hopefully the waves get better and better and better, and we have more opportunities to put our surfing. And I'm stoked to be back, and I'm going to do everything that I can.
Thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good on you, Luke. Yeah, Teresa just seems really focused, not getting too ahead of herself. I mean, it's hard to look at the conditions from where we're sitting and say that it's tough. It just looks so fun, and but obviously finding waves that stay open for you or slow down enough to let you do a series of turns is difficult out there at the moment.
Yeah, I said it earlier. I mean, the waves are so fun if you wanted to sit out there all day and just hunt barrels and hunt big sections. But when you have 30 minutes to be out there, it makes it tricky in that sense of really trying to identify and find and hope that those really good waves come through in your 30 minutes. So the girls are doing an amazing job, and they're finding. I think as this tide keeps running out, that's when that rip and that current does make it a bit trickier, but it looks so beautiful, doesn't it?
13 minutes to go here, and it is Erin Brooks still hanging on to that lead with the strength of that 6.5. We'll see if Yolanda Hopkins can get herself a ride after the Bonsoy brew break. Beautiful views here of North Narrabeen, and a nice little crowd filling in anticipation of our quarterfinal matchups, which are being established here at the moment. Let's throw it down to Luke Kennedy.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I'm down here with Will Hayden-Smith from WSL. Will, it's still pumping out there. What's the plan for the afternoon?
Yeah, I think there's still incredible waves out there for sure. So we're going to keep on rolling. We're going to do heats 1 to 4 of the men's round of 16. And it's also one-on-one heats, so we're deciding who gets into the quarters. Really exciting, and the beach is packed. What more do you want?
Well, stay tuned in for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, Luke. So that's great news. We're going to get into the round of 16 for the men and work out some quarterfinal clashes there. As we see Erin Brooks just motoring her way back out into the lineup. And she has backed up her 6.5, but hasn't backed it up too well. She got a 2 on her second ride. Yolanda Hopkins hasn't really got a decent number to speak of just yet, but let's have a look at this one. Oh. Whoa, what a takeoff. Locked in. Oh, just gets swamped there. Doesn't quite find the exit. Got close, though. And Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins finds some cover, and she had it. She was out of the barrel, but just fell over that hillside rail. A little loss of balance and control is going to hurt her in the scoreline.
Oh, so tube time for both of our women out there right now, and absolutely love to see it. Erin sniffing at a left out there. I was wondering if she might have been looking at some of those and some of the lefts up the beach as well, but love that approach.
Well, it's one thing that this beach does serve up. It's a long stretch, and there's not a really long, deep sandbars, so they look at this thing. That would have been an unbelievable vision. She must have been so close to coming out of this one.
That was such a sick drop, in the way that she was able to keep her hands in the face of the wave and just knife straight into that pit. That was Indo-esque.
Yeah, I was going to say, this stretch of beach serves up some of the conditions almost Porto Escondido-like.
Yeah.
It gets really thick and chunky, and like you said before, difficult maybe in a 30-minute window to find a couple of corners and get some waves, but there's surfers that in big east and north swells all the way down the south end of the beach will surf for hours just looking for a wave that corners.
Seriously, these are the days that you slap on like an inch of zinc and you sit out there all day paddling up and down the beach just searching for that tube time, and Yolanda just going into some smart turns right here.
Yeah, she's just having a hard time finishing her rides off at the moment, and that's going to hurt her. It was a bit of a strategic move there just to get herself back in this heat and get a decent score on the board, but she's unable to execute once again. But she could have potentially had the best number of the heat so far. It was on the outside.
She's going to go.
Erin Brooks having a look at this one. She's committed. She's deep. She's going to load up, drive up into the section.
Oh my.
And that is an awkward fall. And it looks like she's okay, straight back on her board, but she could see that wave was stretching out. She was not going to pull in and find an exit, so she went for the big turn instead. And the battle is on to get back to the takeoff zone here.
Tell you what, that would have manufactured an absolutely huge score if Erin could have held on to that. Paddle battle, these girls.
Well, that's interesting to me. It looks like Erin's only kicking with one leg. And I'm just hoping that she's okay here.
Yeah, literally.
Because her left leg, her back foot looked like it slipped off the board there. So at the moment, she's really focused on getting herself into priority. She sits up. Let's have a look at it in slow-mo if we can, because these are the awkward ones, Laura.
I cannot believe she decided to try to do that. But yeah, that back foot slipped off, and that is a nasty way to tear a ligament in your knee. But she's a grommet, and sometimes those grommets can have some really bendy joints. I hope that Erin's okay. Seems like she is, but that was unbelievable to get up there in that pocket and find a lip. It seemed like she had almost pulled it off, and really hope that.
Was that just me?
Yeah.
Observing that? Was she kicking with one leg then on the way back out? I mean, she's got the priority, so that she put her head down and really dug in there. That was a next level commitment, trying to stick a big backhand hit there.
Here we go again.
Let's see. Let's hope she's okay. Erin Brooks, 15 years of age, pushing Yolanda Hopkins here, and she looks all right. And she digs into that first turn. Well-timed hit. Goes down on the second move, but looked like she was moving pretty freely there. Thank goodness.
She has just absolutely attacked me. I'm so impressed. I knew this is what she would bring to these conditions. You know, watching these men and women surf all morning, to be able to just go up in the pocket on a wave that's basically barreling over. Unbelievable. And here goes Yoli.
Late drop. She did so well to stick a big one at the start of this round of 16 clash, but she's unable to get this one right. She gets thrown over. And I think we better start collecting some of these, you'd call them low-light moments for the competitors, but just unbelievable wipeouts from the commitment we're seeing. But Erin got a great first turn here, Laura.
Yeah, that was an epic first turn. Unfortunately, just nose diving on that second, and Yoli just going down on that one there. Looked like it ran off anyway, so.
Pretty heavy fall, though. You said yesterday after you came in and on the Bonsoy Legends heat that on the wave that you wiped out on, you got ragdolled and held down for a while.
Yeah, I actually got quite held down. I came up and Tom Carroll was like, "You all right? You all right?" It was like he's almost going to paddle towards me to like pull me up by my hair or something, but I was just kind of floating, stuck under there for a little bit, and I was like, all right, this is what you get after a month of not surfing. Test the lungs.
The NRMA Parks and Resorts warning coming up there for the 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Erin Brooks has just dropped a 6.17 to go with that strong opening ride, and she's got priority too, so putting herself in a position of control here at the moment, leaving Yolanda Hopkins looking for a 9.67, but at this stage she still might have time with 2 rides to chip away at the requirement. This wave, though, is not going to help her cause. Sleepy first turn on the outside.
Wow, the conditions just absolutely beautiful right now. Lumps just coming on in. Let's see if these can eventuate into anything.
Oh, that was, you know, really heavy. The wipeout that we saw from Erin. Glad to see it quickly catch another wave and let go of a good turn. But I have to say, you know, for a 15-year-old, she is so dedicated, dedicated to her training. She's putting a lot into it. She looks strong. You know, she doesn't have the physique of your typical 15-year-old.
She's tiny.
Yeah, you can see, though, that she's strong, really strong.
Yeah, even just seeing her from the beginning of the year in Hawaii, she has put on a lot of muscle on her little body, and yeah, she's absolutely ripped. She trains a lot, and she's dotting her I's, crossing her T's.
She doesn't need much help building numbers on her following for Instagram, but there's, you know, a reason that she has so many is, like you said, the clips that she's dropped, you know, they have actually the attention of our world champion surfers, multiple champs like Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright. They're talking about Erin and some of the amazing stuff she's doing. And it's actually a sort of a big psychological advantage that she holds over a lot of competitors that have achieved more than her in Challenger Series and CT events, that they get rattled, I think, just seeing her pop into heats like this. You know, you just don't know what she's capable of. Yes, you've seen it in the free surfing, but she's looks pretty capable of turning it on in the jersey as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just tell that she's working on being the best all-round surfer that she can possibly be. And, you know, even when she was so young and doing those airs in the wave pool, you know, she immediately just wanted to go show the world that she could translate that into the ocean. Pulled off some amazing airs that have also been on her page on Instagram. And then same with barrels. She was getting tube in the wave pool and then translated that into huge barrels at Indo, and then this year at Pipe, being out there for her first season and just really digging in. She's got no fear.
Yeah, obviously encouraging everyone to follow all these competitors, but definitely go have a look if you don't follow Erin at some of the clips, and you'll get an idea of what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I mean, I think one of the coolest results of her career was making that final in the Padang Cup.
Oh, that was incredible. Yeah, against all the guys.
Yeah, against all the men. It's an invite contest in Indo at Padang. And yeah, Erin just beating men double her age, experienced barrel riders.
Yeah, so Yolanda Hopkins has to save herself here with a single ride now. It's going to have to be, I think, a throaty barrel. She's definitely a charger. We've got to give her props for throwing herself over the edge on some of the heavier waves today. But
unfortunately, just hasn't been in that priority rotation when one of those corners has been able to come, and just not being able to find anything to do a complete big turn on.
Yeah, the Grom is just built beautifully here. You know, it's a really great start, 6.5. Smart backup too. Both surfers, you know, when those bigger sets rolled in, were willing to throw everything at it. As we see Yolanda up at the moment, just tucking in, gets a bit of cover, does come out. 30 seconds to go. She needs to do something super big here on the inside. Forcing it and just losing that front foot. But look at her, she looks at the clock. She even thinks about trying to fight her way back out there with 20 seconds to go. It's a never say die attitude.
Yeah, it really is, and that's what we love about Yo-Yo. She's an awesome competitor to watch. I feel like she just brings that attack and that, you know, that attitude to just never give up, like you said, Ronnie.
Yeah, still looking for opportunities out there at the moment, but it is going to be Erin Brooks moving through to the quarterfinals in just her second Challenger Series event. A 6.5 and a 6.17. There are numbers. And I'm looking forward to hearing that post-heat interview and just hearing what kind of workout she got on that big backhand blast attempt. But it is an impressive run that she's had here already at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And we'll see how far she can take it. We're going to take a quick break here. Up next, we'll see a couple of former CT surfers, India Robinson and Nikki Van Dyke, go at it here at North Narrabeen. Welcome back to the show. The upcoming Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer, is offering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to surf fans. At the end of competition, 2 lucky winners, one from general admission and one from VIP, will be selected at random to surf a wave at the Surf Ranch. Good luck with those nerves. Winners will each get 1 left and 1 right, all to themselves. You must be on site Sunday, May 28th to win the prize. The event runs over Memorial Day weekend, the 27th and 28th of May. Buy event tickets now at surfranchpro.com. What a huge opportunity. Laura, have you surfed out there at the Surf Ranch?
I have not.
Oh, I've had the opportunity, man. It's so much fun. Definitely a unique experience and a super nerve-wracking one.
Yeah, one left and one right. You'd have nightmares about falling off the takeoff.
I'd love another shot at it. I might fly myself over there. I'm not working on the event, but I might go spectate. Memorial Day weekend's going to be a lot of fun out there. So make sure you don't miss that opportunity. That's huge. Of course, another big factor is going to be who's sitting on top of the Challenger Series ranks. When you think about those North American surfers, we know the highest rated surfer on the Challenger Series on the men's side from that North American region will get a call up to surf at the event, and the same on the women's side. Sawyer Lindblad, she's currently in second position on the rankings, but Alyssa Spencer's still moving through the draw, and she's only coming from 9th place. So that's going to be an interesting finish. But out there in the lineup now, the current #1 on the Challenger Series, India Robinson, coming off a huge victory and looking for more, looking for that magic start to the season here at stop 2 up against Nikki Van Dyke, who also had some strong moments up there at Snapper Rocks. And Nikki, a finalist at the Sydney Surf Pro last year.
Yeah, this is an absolutely intense round of 16 heat with these two, both former CT surfers. Nikki Van Dyke, long-time CT surfer. India Robinson just hoping and wishing and wanting to get back on there, and starting off first here, first blood. Nice slash, keeping her speed in the pocket, and she finishes here nicely. So nice quick way to start off. Won't be anything too big, but Nikki behind her. Let's see what she got going. A lot of speed into this first carve. Goes a bit foamy, but she bashes that whitewash. Gets another slice in here, but unfortunately no finish. So both of the ladies, I think that'll be a pretty similar start.
Sydney Surf Pro has been a magic event for Nikki Van Dyke over the years. She's had a couple of victories here on the Northern Beaches. I think it's got a little bit to do with her style of surfing. As far as fitting turns into, really cupped out faces, Nikki has that great compact style.
Growing up in Phillip Island, those beaches there are super similar to what we get on offer here. We've got these really sucky, drawn out, cupped out, waves, and Nikki does such an amazing job at going off the bottom and just smashing into the lips, and incredible compression in her surfing, so she hardly falls, honestly.
Well, she had a 9th up there on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks, so she did have a nice little roll going, but it came to an end a little earlier than she would have liked. But great memories of competing here at Sydney. A second last year. I mentioned those 2 wins, but unfortunately for her, the second was really sort of the only big highlight result that she had last season. She has finished in 9th place on the Challenger Series these past 2 seasons.
Yeah, well, Nikki actually suffered a pretty gnarly concussion and was out of the water for the back half of the year. She had to forego going to Hawaii last year to try give it a crack. She was in 9th place at that time, and just with the concussion protocol, just didn't want to risk it going to Hawaii. So she only really got back into the ocean at the start of this year, and she's looking amazing.
Well, India Robinson here, late takeoff, puts her a little behind it on the first section. She had a 5 on her first wave, won the opening exchange. Nikki posting a 4.43, but Van Dyke not too far off the pace and with priority on the outside now. And this will determine our last quarter finalists on the women's side of the draw here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We just saw Erin Brooks charge through. The 15-year-old will take on the winner of this heat. As Nikki now just sees some opportunity here down the line, just loading up, so much speed. Little clean float. Just looking to combo it up through the inside, punches through the lip, not really drawing the board through that move, bringing it down into the bowl. So 2.28 was the requirement just to get into the lead. It's probably around there. Not going to be a big score though.
Yeah, down the line surfing that wave sort of just funneled off and didn't really give her the opportunity to slow down and dig the rail in, but looked like a fun little wave for a Grom.
Oh, just a race down the line, and do something big. One big individual turn probably would have been better than what she laid down.
She's looking amazing though. That was a cool timed turn there. You could see that wave just doubling up, and it would have been awesome here if she could have just gone and did a sort of direction change with her board. Unfortunately, just a bit of a wonk in that wave, so she's out of there.
Digging the purple board.
Yeah.
It's cool. So no big scores on the board for these competitors just yet. Nikki did get the score that she needed to get into the lead at the moment, 2.67, but that'll be a throwaway, guaranteed, at the end of it all. Nikki, one of the surfers on the Challenger Series with a huge following right into her yoga. I think attracting plenty of surf fans with that, and yeah, 281,000 followers. And yeah, she's certainly earned that. She's had some amazing finishes, a championship tour victory, and obviously still feels like she's got more to give. Just under 21 minutes to go. We've got a set standing up on the outside here. Priority is with India Robinson. This one looks like it's going to shut down, though, as our competitors duck underneath it. Look how square this thing is as it just reels down the sandbar. It would have had to be the fastest surfer in the world to find an exit on it, but wow, it was impressive. Just under 20 and a half minutes to go. Let's check in with Richie Lovett.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Down here with the Bonsoy Locals Report, and I've found one of my old touring compadres, North Narrabeen local and former World Championship Tour surfer, Nathan Webster. Nudes, how are you?
Good, mate. Loving it.
How's the action? You've obviously been glued to the sand all day long. It's been an incredible day of surfing.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's amazing to see a competition go down here at Car Park Rights. I mean, it's one of my favourite waves of all time. I mean, I'm out here any time it kind of breaks, so it's, I know how difficult it can be, and it's certainly, we're going through a difficult moment right now in these women's heat at the bottom of the tide. Hard to find those corners, but I mean, still, I think we're going to see it switch on this tide, and we're going to see some great rides again this afternoon.
Talk to us quickly just about how competitive Narrabeen is as a beach to grow up with. So much talent around.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable growing up here. There was so many of us like vying to, to be competitive surfers and ultimately, hopefully, professional surfers, and so there was a lot of us really pushing each other at the time during that period, and yeah, it was a great, we had all these incredible role models, from the Sultan of Speed, Terry Fitz here, and world champ Duma at the time when we were all young and impressionable. So I mean, I mean, if I didn't grow up here, I probably wouldn't have been able to become a pro surfer, so I think I credit a lot to this beach.
And there's obviously some people tapping into your local knowledge in this event. Who are you working with, and what words of wisdom have you been passing on?
I'm just working with Bots and the Surfing Australia crew. I'm just kind of sharing little bits of knowledge that I know about the bank and the directions and how things happen through. I don't know, it's kind of like, know these little small intricacies and details about, the tides and the banks and swell directions and what to expect and, what to look out for, some of those little local tips. So trying to pass them on and hopefully get the Aussie boys a big result here.
Cool. Well, thanks, Nudes. Trying to work out the riddle that is North Narrabeen. The action is incredible. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rich. Good to see Noodles. Had some amazing results on the championship tour. He won the Pro Junior here, which was really like a World Junior Championship back in the day, as we see on the outside. It is Nikki Van Dyke slotting in, finding some cover, trying to punch her way through the curtain, but can't quite do it. Yeah, Nathan Webster, a World Junior win here in 94, runner-up on the qualifying series 95, Rookie of the Year on tour in 96. Was world number 2 behind Bo Emmenden after the first stop way back in the day. And yeah, just always in his long tenure on the championship tour, always featured at the top end of the rankings, as we see Nikki on the replay here. Got some vision, couldn't find the exit.
Oh, yeah, that looked like such a nice wave, and that low tide just, yeah, like Noodles said, making it a bit harder to find those corners and really see how deep you can be on the peak. So unfortunately for Nikki, that one just ran off, but loved what I saw there, loved the double arm stall, and yeah, just slotted. But Noodles, like you were saying, he's been a hero of mine growing up. I remember I was running around us a little grom, and yeah, just loved watching Noodle surf and get sort of pushed by him as well.
Yeah, the physique of a broom, and one of the best paddlers you've ever seen in your life. Can just charge around a lineup, probably from paddling and fighting the rip current here at Car Park Rights. But we just saw an amazing heat. We've seen a 15-year-old break through to the quarterfinals here at the Sydney Surf Pro. Erin Brooks with Luke Kennedy. And Luke, I want to know, did Erin get slammed when she went for that big backhand jam?
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Erin, they were a bit worried about you up in the commentary booth. Talk us through that wipeout when you went for that big backhand snap.
Oh, I just knew that I needed a backup score and I had priority, so I was just trying to get any big one turn that I could, but I'm all good.
Well, we're glad you're okay. What break were you channeling? It felt a little bit like the beach park back in Hawaii.
Definitely. It was pretty gnarly out there. I saw some nice little slabs that kind of A-framed up, and I got one left that I got super close to coming out of. I love left barrels, but I saw some really nice rights too, so it was really fun.
Are you hoping to get some lefts tomorrow, or are you happy on the rides?
I definitely want to go left. Before the contest started, that's where we were surfing at the other bank, and I was having so much fun, and the waves are still pumping out here, so I'm just glad we have really fun, good big waves.
Well, thanks very much, Erin, and good luck.
Thank you, Luke. Erin Brooks, that is just that Grom energy just shining through there, because we've had some of our competitors there at the Littlemore season. They, obviously want to just get out there, get lots of opportunities, but she was just only seeing positives out there at the moment, and I like it.
Love that.
I think it's a good attitude to have.
Fresh attitude. Oh, India Robinson finding a left out here at the Car Park Rights.
Oh, nice first turn.
Yeah, getting off. Did she finish the third? Unfortunately not. And Nikki also another left. Comes off the bottom. A nice slash. Is she going to get anything more vertical? A second and a third. This is raining into the rip here on the Car Park Rights left.
The Northern Beaches loves Nikki Van Dyke.
They do.
It loves her. No, I'm talking about the waves. Oh yeah. Oh, you love her too.
I think
everyone loves her.
I mean, she's always getting carried up the beach at Manly, and here,
man.
she's done a lot of winning.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was an incredible ride. Series of backhand hits. The wave just kept standing up for her and held its form right through the inside. And India had to watch the last couple of hits on that ride. And she'll be aware that Nikki's probably got a pretty decent score coming here. Just under 14 minutes to go. Priority with Nikki again on the outside.
Yeah, what else would have heard about that is that Nikki got the last wave, but she did get out and get priority. Let's see if she can turn it into anything.
Yeah, she's just, I think, taking a chance on some corners out there, knowing that there's been quite a few closeouts in the last couple of heats, and you get a little cover up. You can get yourself a good mid-range score, even on a medium-sized wave, if you can get deep enough. But waiting on scores to come through. India's got a pretty decent one on the way, but expecting Nikki's going to probably drop the best number of the heat so far.
Yeah, for sure. Wait and see what that score comes in as.
Big step up, I felt like, in the performance of India's surfing up at Snapper Rocks. Just looking at a approach, there was a bit more of a vertical angle, a couple of sharper bottom turns into the pocket of waves. Typically, a trademark move is that big, powerful frontside carve, but she was mixing it up nicely at Snapper.
Yeah, I feel like she's been working on her surfing. She brought a beautiful attack to the World Tour when she qualified, and unfortunately, not making the cut that first year. It was implemented last year, and loved at the Gold Coast, which came up against Steph Gilmore. She just said, well, the memory I have of her is knocking me off tour, and I didn't make that cut. They both were fighting for that last spot in that heat at Margaret River. So for her to get the jump on Steph up there felt mighty fine, and you can tell that she's sharpened all the tools and wants to get back there.
Yeah, a bit of payback, bit of revenge on the 8-time world champ. 12 minutes to go here, and India has a look at one on the inside. Not much doing there. Still waiting on those numbers to come through. We'll update you on the situation right after this Bonsoy brew break.
down 45 seconds.
And time can't tick away fast enough for the young Paramamia.
About 40 seconds to the biggest win of his life. Any chance these waves can come through in time? Do see a bump in the water here.
I should have just gone on that one. I don't know.
Counting down 10 seconds.
Maybe this one. Go. Come on, big boy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Got to be the highlight of season 2, make or break. Kelly Slater's remarkable victory at the Billabong Pro Pipe.
Every time I see that, 3 seconds paddling into that absolute bomb. Oh, I'm going to go watch that tonight.
Yeah, do it. One of the best events I think I've ever witnessed on the broadcast.
Really.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it really was. That was, unbelievable event. The waves were just perfect. I think it was maybe the most viewed ever first day of surfing. That first day when we turned up to the beach at Pipe, and it was just lines coming through like you saw in the posters.
It was macking. And you can catch it all. Season 2, make or break, streaming now on Apple TV+. Out there in the lineup at the moment, we've seen India Robinson get herself the lead. Both surfers dropping good scores on the left. Nikki Van Dyke got the best of them, a 6.77. But India Robinson wasn't far behind with a 6.67. I think they were really loving the power from India, even though she didn't finish her ride off.
Yeah.
She let go of a couple of big hits, and she's out there now with the lead. Nikki's got priority. She needs just a 4.9 to get herself into the lead now.
Yeah, I think they might have liked that bit more vertical approach by India. So even though she didn't complete that last turn, she gets the jump and has the lead right now.
Two of Victoria's finest out there fighting for a place in the quarters here. The winner of this one going up against Erin Brooks. India's from Janjak originally, been spending a lot of time up north. And Nikki Van Dyke from Phillip Island. But always on the move, as we see. Maybe a corner here. No, India lets that one go. Nikki staunch, hanging on and being really selective, wanting to use this priority wisely. Both these surfers have enjoyed road trips up and down the east coast of New South Wales. I spent a good portion of my childhood driving up and down the east coast. My family's from here in Sydney. I originally lived in Narrabeen Law, and then my dad was halfway up the coast around the Scots Head area, and then my mum lived up near Byron at New Brighton.
Yeah,
I saw it all.
Yeah, if you live on the east coast of Australia and the west coast of Australia, get ready to do lots of driving. It's all I can remember from my childhood, you know, just going up and down the east coast and finding beaches to camp on. We could drive the cars on the beach at some certain spots, and yeah, just magical memories as a kid. Just very simple living and just finding waves to yourself anywhere. It was so cool. And
everywhere.
I know Nikki made the drive up from Melbourne to get all the way to Snapper, so that's a pretty huge drive. She had a friend go with her, Pez, and then she's driven back down here and just
loving it.
Clocking up the KMs.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, there's plenty of sights to see and good waves to be had south of Sydney as well. Extremely wave rich all the way down to the Vico border. But yeah, the East Coast has been good to us throughout these first 2 stops of the Challenger Series. And there'll be just 4 events left after we complete things here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro before jumping over to South Africa, Ballito. And there's going to be a bit on for the competitors in the lead up to that event. As we see India Robinson under priority, just looking to add to her scores, trying to improve on a 5 here. Throws that board up there, doesn't quite stick it. Jay Thompson watching on. head in his hands. He knows that if she rode out of that move, there was a chance that maybe she pushed the requirement up a little bit. Just wondering if he's thinking that she shouldn't have gone this.
Yeah, India getting nice first turn here, but then just sort of put her board up there and went a bit too high, so she couldn't get back down under, leaving Nikki Van Dijk out the back all alone with 5 minutes to go. So looks like these girls are focusing on these lefts right now, and
Yeah.
it's not a bad formula.
Yeah, we're seeing the lefts. We're just not seeing them right up there on the usual North Narrabeen sandbar. They're down here at Car Park right still, and just that swell clocking around to the east a little bit sort of opened up some opportunities here on the backhand for these two surfers.
Yeah, I feel like the swell dropping. So yesterday when these lefts would have been mostly closing out, they're running into that rip that everyone's paddling out in just off Emerald Street there. So yeah, we'll see a bit of everything this afternoon.
Yeah, well, this will be a good test for Nikki Van Dijk's medal here, because on the Gold Coast she had a slow heat in this same round and had to hold her nerve at the end. So we'll see if she can rally here. Just under 4 minutes to go. Let's have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap.
Starting off here with India Robinson falling out of the lip here and getting a nice slashing turn. Backing it up and just finishing it off. That was a nice quick start. That was her 5-point ride, and this was a 6.67 up into the lip there, and a nice slash there, dropping down to, this could imagine go higher into the 7s if she'd finished that off. Here was Nikki's best, a 6.77, the best of the heat so far, just getting 4 turns into this epic little rip bowl we've got going on the left here. But yeah, what's letting her down is that 4.43, the first of Nikki's, where she actually, did she go down on the last turn? Maybe not. Making up stuff.
It's interesting to me because I'd have to see India Robinson 6.67 again, but this is such a close heat, and I thought Nikki was maybe going to find a little bit more of an advantage on those two lefts, but here she is having a go at it, going after a 4.9 here. A couple of decent turns. It's not super convincing, but it might be right there.
Yeah, not super convincing, but it just, oh wow, as we see, a left blowing its guts out right there. India Robinson just to the right of that wave.
Yeah, time ticking by. India's going to be with priority on the outside here, and we're not convinced.
Felt like
either
that,
way.
Yeah, it felt like that wave that Nikki got just had a nice first section, and I thought it was going to cup out and give her space to go down to the bottom and hit the lip, but it went slightly fat on this second section, so she had to sort of do a half turn, then it cupped out and she got up into the lip. So we'll have to see what the judges think about that one, but
felt like a series of 1-point turns to me.
yeah.
I think the wave just flattened out a bit too much for her.
But India's going to use a priority here.
Oh, bigger wave for India. And she throws everything at the section. And that is a huge blast. And that is going to really help her chances of progressing through this heat, you'd think. That was strong. A bigger wave, a more committed approach, more vertical approach. She really threw herself into it and managed to ride out. This is going to be a good score.
For sure. And I mean, Nikki's out there with a minute 22 with priority, but I will be saying confidently that this will drop India's 5. Went down to the bottom, timed it perfect. Almost felt like she went too high there, but threw her board up and over that lip and pushed down to just,
that was awesome.
blow the fins out. That was so well done.
That's the best wave of the heat. It's one turn, but everything else has sort of been tap, tap, tap away at these tapering walls. That was just a big steep section, and India threw everything into it. This should be a big score.
When we think back to, you know, Luana Silva and Teresa's turns yesterday, those single backside and front side turns, they were getting up into the high 6 range. So I do feel as if that's going to go there.
Yeah, well, it didn't drop as the highest number of the heat, but it's definitely put Nikki Van Dijk under a bit of pressure here. 6.7 with 25 seconds to go. And Nikki needs a 6.6. I really felt that just that commitment was worthy of a bit more when I compare it to some of the other rides in this heat.
Yeah, just the height of that wave as well.
Just a big backhand blast in the face of your rival must feel fantastic.
It was cool, you know, those different angles of that turn. That angle that was the more, you know, front on down the beach angle, you know, it almost looked like she went too high, but then the angle that showed looking into the left, you just saw her blow the tail out.
She's on some kind of run. India Robinson gets the jump on her fellow Victorian here. Nikki Van Dyke out of the mix with another 9th through these first 2 events. And India is on fire. And she's just getting closer and closer to shoring up her position at the top end. Already some space between her and the surfers chasing her who are still alive in this draw. And she is on fire. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to move back into the men's round of 16 after this with Mikey Madonna taking on Jackson Baker.
How good is it? Sydney's northern beaches. GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. And we have the quarterfinals all set for the women. Let's start getting them set for the men. We're in the round of 16 right now. I'm Kipe along with Richie Lovett, Stace Galbraith. And I'm going to start with you, Stace. Indy Robinson on a roll.
Yeah, the Battle of Victoria there, and India getting one up over someone who no doubt she's looked up to for a long time there, Nikki Van Dyke. And consistency, we know the women need it. It's sort of quarters and semis onwards become results for them. And India's got 2 from 2 here to start the year.
Good, strong Australian leg for India Robinson. Continue the roll. Thoughts on this heat? Rich, we got Mikey McDonough against Jackson Baker in this matchup.
This is a gnarly heat is what it is, Kipes. The 2 front-siders, the natural footers, they're going to be taking on these car park rides. And I was just sitting down the sand a couple of heats ago when I caught up with Nathan Noodles Webster, and Jacqueline was in pretty good mood. Happy-go-lucky, pretty jovial, joking around, and finds a little bit of vision here. Just a clean tube ride, big floater to finish off, solid as a rock.
Look at this in slow motion, Stace.
Look at the position on the board. Gets right up forward.
It's a funny way the world works. I was talking to Jackson Baker in the car park yesterday, and he just said, as long as I get out onto the open face, I think I should be able to, you know, show my strength, which would be his power, and steer clear of the tube. I think I'll give myself a good chance to win this heat. And very first wave, he locks into the pit. It's a funny world we live in.
The 26-year-old Novocastrian, Jackson Baker, fan picks going into this heat, 84%. of our fans online
really
picked Jackson in this matchup.
Yeah, well, you can see why. He's obviously been a World Tour competitor. He's had incredible surfing, some big results, some big scores this year. But the youngster, Mikey Madonna, he's been putting together some really solid heats, some big numbers. And I was sitting with him down on the sand for a little while too, checked in, and he was sitting with Father Tony, just looking at the conditions. They were back and forth, looking at the rights, looking at the lefts, and they were pretty much deciding that, yeah, the car park right section still has the most scoring opportunity. But he said he felt great, boards feel magic, and he's ready to roll.
Yeah, Stace, Mikey McDonough in that round of 32 dropped a monster number, 8.67 for his effort. Barrel ride to a couple of flaring turns.
Yeah, he's certainly looking locked in. He was in rhythm in that heat. He had a really high heat total. He backed it up with a 6.9 and looked super composed. One thing that will be weighing heavily on his mind is breaking through this round. He had 1/9 last year. I believe just the one in the prior season. He had one at Snapper to start the year here. It gets to that point where you're sick of this result. You want to be quarters and above. So for sure, he wants to put in a strong performance again here and break through for a real big finals day appearance.
Yeah. I mean, end of the year, we take the top 10 men, Rich, and I'm going to say you need quarter finishes to end up in that top 10 at the end of the year.
Absolutely, yeah, consistent quarters with a couple of big single numbers in there with a one, and like they just want to win basically. If you get a win though, it's almost like if you can just back it up with
you're
quarters,
halfway there.
You're pretty much good, I reckon.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, 5.17 drops in for Jackson Baker. Nice start for Baker. 2 years on the championship tour. Unfortunately, this year, a victim of that mid-season cut, and that's why he's here fighting his way back onto the tour.
Which is, it's strange in itself when I think about, Jackson's performance over the last couple of years, because he's surfing better than he did last year.
Without a doubt.
No doubt about it.
Without
so
a doubt.
the surfing's better, but the result isn't there. And I think back to that, that 9-point ride against Philippe down at Winky Pop, and some big turns that he's been putting on display, down at Bell's and over at Margaret's, and it's just, well, I think we all had him on the list to get back on tour.
Yeah.
The heat was him v Kanara at Sunset.
Yeah.
The heat was massive. That's the best surfing we'd ever seen from Jackson. The result just didn't go his way, and it was a flip a coin heat, and you could probably wrap his year up in that heat.
Well, it was a bit like Joao the year before.
Yeah.
Massive numbers, had incredible heats, but his heat totals were winning most of that round, but he just wasn't getting through the heat. So, we'll see Jackson bounce back. It's almost, when you talk to him, it's almost like it's just a foregone conclusion. He knows he's going to be back there. He's that happy and jovial, and I guess that's just his personality too.
He's one of the more easygoing surfers on the championship tour. Just a pleasure to be around. And doesn't seem, switches on when he needs to in a heat, but Stacey doesn't seem like a super serious guy ever in the competitors area.
Well, he's grown up a lot in the last couple of years through the juniors and these early years on the QS. And, Jackson will attest to this. His head was on a swivel. Sort of was growing into himself as a bloke and a surfer and figuring a lot of things out. And he was pretty easily agitated, very emotional in heats. He'd let little things get on his nerves. And I think he's done a heap of work on himself and figured out kind of how to be, like you said, focused in the heats and just enjoying himself on land. And you're absolutely right. He's a pleasure to be around. Lovely young man, and comes from a great part of the world. He's got a great group of friends that support him. And, yeah, we all love watching him surf. He's an absolute ripper.
Yeah. It's kind of a bummer, Rich, if you're on tour and you're not having fun. And, there are certain personalities that take it as a job. And, hey, it is a job, but if you're not having fun, you're missing half the party.
Yeah, you can get a bit too serious. Looks like Jacko's going to paddle into this one. Doesn't quite get it, but you're right, Kipes. I had a couple of years when I was trying to break in and just things weren't going the right way, and I was so serious about everything. And then, Jake Patterson and myself sat down and went, what are we doing wrong here? And he goes, let's just go out and have some fun. And we just started, just right at that instant, turned it around, and then the results started coming and things started flowing. So you've got to find your happy place.
Yeah, it is a very physical sport. I know I've said it dozens of times, but it's probably more mental than it is physical at the end of the day.
Yeah, Richie made the good point earlier today. You know, even the world champions, they lose more than they win. They might win 2 or 3 events in a season, you know, and there's 10 or 11 in a year. So you have to get good at sort of digesting your losses and realising that it is a long game.
Yeah, the losses in the first few rounds definitely sting more than if you lose, say, in a quarters or a semi. That you know, you're sort of angry that you were that close and you didn't quite get the win, but still after a couple of hours or a day or so, you start going, oh well, it's a result, it's a keeper. But it's those rounds like you were talking about for Mikey Madonna. Like, this is a big moment for him. If he doesn't get through this heat, he'll be going, God, what have I got to do? What have I got to do to get through this round?
Yeah. There's certain barriers, and then once you break the barriers, sometimes people just go on a roll. And on a roll right now, India Robinson looking good. She's into finals day. She's with Luke.
Thanks, Kaipo. India, a tense battle with a former hero. What do you take away from it?
Yeah, I've looked up to Nikki for so long. She's such a close family friend. A bummer that we met up so early on in this event. I would have loved to have met her in the final, but yeah, it was a hard battle out there. We're on dead low tide, so we were both just trying to find any corner we could, and yeah, stoked to get the win on that one.
You grew up surfing right points, but it looks like you've been honing that backhand.
I have, yeah. I noticed that was a weakness of mine, so working with my coaches on, yeah, fine-tuning all of my weaknesses, and I feel a lot more confident on my backhand now. So yeah, I was expecting to go left a lot at this event, but there's a little right rip bowl that's now has a left off of it. So yeah, I'm just trying to get any corner I can out there and yeah, find my rhythm.
And up against Erin Brooks in the quarterfinals, how do you feel about the matchup?
Yeah, it should be an exciting matchup. She's such an amazing talent, right? Like a little rising star. So yeah, hopefully we get some fun waves and it's a good little battle between us.
Well, thanks very much and good luck.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, she is on, and that's going to be a great matchup to watch. Quarterfinal number 4, Erin Brooks versus India Robinson. We had an exchange happen while that interview. Let's start here with Mikey McDonough, Rich.
So Mikey gets this right hander up and over that first little section. Just timing was a bit off there. Feet position on the board, just had to adjust it. And not a huge scoring ride. Jacko out the back on the second wave of the set. A foamier ride, but he does better to start connecting. It's a long projection floater. That first snap off the lip, turbulent water, but he does well to stay in control. A little rock and roll lip glide, and then straight up for that third turn. Close-out re-entry. That was a well put together wave.
And the icing on the cake there, managing to get back out in front of Mikey without Mikey really firing a shot there on his ride. So Jackson's got 2 on the board and priority, a very commanding position for someone of his stature to be in.
You called it, Stay. So 5.43, combine that with the 5.17. Control over the heat with Jackson Baker, too, with pretty good scores, as well as priority at the 17-minute mark. Mikey McDonough, if he wants to do it in one wave, he needs a 7.93. Plenty of time to get 2 waves to eclipse that 10.6 that Jackson has, but without priority, he's going to have to be a little sneaky right now, Rich.
Yeah, he's try and stay a little bit away from Jackson, or you've just got to, be patient and get back into your priority rhythm. And India noting that we have just gone past, we're about half an hour past the low tide now, so we will see these waves improve as we get some more water, more depth on this sandbar. But conditions are just absolutely perfect when you think about wind direction and just how this is all set up. So it's, we've got 4 exciting heats to get through in the men's this afternoon.
Our Sydney flight cam here, high above. You can see the churning of the sand and rips developing. Incoming tide right now, Stace. Should be coming in pretty fast, though, with a high tide little after the 8 p.m. mark. It's about 2:45 right now, local time.
Yeah, and we've got the bigger tide in the evening, like you mentioned, so the tide will come in a bit quicker than it ran out today. However, yesterday, the low tide sort of helped it break out a little further, but I think what we've seen today with the drop in the swell, but the bump in the period, it's just a little more walled out, which isn't ideal for this bank. We have seen a lot more closeouts today. So if you're in Mike and Madonna's position, it's a lot harder to, as we said, sort of just sneak one. The bad waves are quite obvious.
And the good are quite obvious as well when you have priority.
I wonder if we will see someone in these next sort of 3.5 heats have a look at the left. Maybe. This right is becoming pretty challenging.
Lull right here. A couple of sets coming through. We'll see if we have any takers with these lines starting to hit the bank. Decision time for Jackson Baker. Got one more wave here.
There's such a good vibe down on the sand when I was down there earlier. As we see Jacko, he's having a look at this one.
Jackson Baker drops into this one. Finds a nice little keg there. Tries to get out, but just gets the guillotine. And that is going to switch priority over to Mikey McDonough. That's also going to switch our heat to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll come back and see what Mikey can come back with right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By NRMA Parks and Resorts, official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. As we left for commercial break, we're going to update you with the situation. It's exactly the same. 5.43, 5.17 for Jackson Baker. He's in the lead. Mikey McDonough holding on to priority, patiently waiting for another scoreable wave.
Yeah, and it's a different sort of strategy in the man-on-man heats, isn't it, Stace? It's not so frantic. Every last little wave isn't getting hunted down. When you're pitted against someone just as a direct opponent, it's easier for the judges to really compare the waves, so they're being a little bit more selective.
Do you find it more personal in a man-on-man heat?
Well, yeah, it is in the sense that it's, you against your opponent, and you're kind of sizing up your opponent and thinking about what they're going to bring to the table and what you can potentially do to differentiate, to separate yourself, bring something that the judges would want to see and a point of difference. So in that regard, it is more personal, for sure.
You ever use any psychological tactics on your opponents?
Nah, I was hopeless at that. I think I had psychological, things tried on me, which worked.
Mikey McDonough. Oh, and that thing just drained on the sandbar with the low tide, Stace. You could see that outside rail catch.
To be fair, he never looked quite locked into the right part of his board from the pop-up. With the amount of water draining off the bank there, it would have been nice for him to be able to probably rock back onto the tail there through that ride. But we'll take another look at it. He got into it nice and early, but probably from the beginning a little too high in the wave. using that inside arm as a bit of intel, and as you can see, the right arm trying to guide him through the tube, but wow, not a lot of room in there. That tube was more square than round.
It all happens so quick, doesn't it? When, on a wave like that, and your choice is to knife and get into the barrel there, and Mikey just on that bottom turn turned just a fraction too much, and that just set his line a bit high in the barrel.
That reminded me of next stop number 6 on the championship tour, the Surf Ranch
Oh,
Pro.
yeah.
The right at the Surf Ranch, you got to stay on the bottom of that thing just because it's a draining right like that. Anytime you get caught up anywhere near mid-face, that's exactly when people go straight over the falls.
You've got to really go against your instinct. Like when the tubes are that round and that square, you have to be so much lower than what feels normal. But because it's throwing so far out, there's room in there.
Yeah.
But it's like you said, Rich, it is happening so fast. It's very easy to commentate here from the couch.
Oh, we're the smartest people in the world on this Harvey Norman host set.
Yeah, well, Mikey Madonna from up around the Lennox Head area, so no stranger to getting barreled off his brain. And if you know he ain't going to make it, then no one is going to. So, he's a taller guy, though, and he's put some bulk on over the last couple of seasons. I like it, though. He's really settled into his height and weight, and he's using it to his advantage. Looks like we're going to get a rider.
Jackson Baker just is going to hand over priority. He's going to want that back. And so, for a studied competitor with a high heat IQ like Jackson Baker, that was an unusual move, Stace.
Yeah, I do feel like, though, in these kind of conditions, you have to throw a bit of mud at the wall. And as we mentioned yesterday, like, some will stick. Today does look harder, though. The difference in a good one and a bad one is pretty obvious. Whereas yesterday, you could probably have that strategy to just have a go on a few different waves. It's a tricky one, though. I feel like with the talent of Jackson, you've kind of got to back him in. If he's looking at a wave that has less than half a chance, he should still probably be going.
Yeah, the complexity or just of the heat with this one-on-one setup, though, man-on-man, it's important. Priority is ultra important, far more important than a four-man heat. Your thoughts, Rich?
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely. Like in the space of a heat, in the entirety of the 30 minutes, there's going to be a couple of nuggets, and it's only going to get better and better. If you just want to make sure that you've got that P next to your name when that little gem comes through.
Mikey airdrops into this one, finds the bubble, fights for the exit there, gets the exit, so going to be his best ride.
There's Tony, his father. He's always been really close by his side throughout his junior career and now onto the Challenger Series. Board shaper as well, knows a lot about the equipment. And Mikey obviously on the DHDs at the moment. Just that was a better line. More of a kick stall, but he took a better line into the barrel there. Love these shots from above. You can really see just how intense. Look at all the whitewater plumes just getting absolutely, sent skyward. But he did well to sneak out of that one. There wasn't too much on offer in terms of travel time.
It's like Jackson got a wave as well, Stace.
Yeah, this is the kind of wave that Jacko would have been looking for prior to his first couple of tube attempts. Just a bit of open face and a chance to show his aggression, as you can see there. And you see the little fist pump. It's just giving himself a pat on the back because he spent 23 minutes looking for a ride like that. And at this point in the heat, crucial for him to keep adding to his total with Mikey, starting to fix up some of his errors from earlier in the heat.
So waiting for scores for each of our surfers. Mikey needs a 7.93 if Jackson Baker does not improve upon his two-wave total. Feeling is that Jackson will do that. Number for Mikey comes in at a 4-point ride, waiting for last score of Jackson Baker.
Yeah, it feels right. Those numbers feel good. When in the scheme of what we've seen with the barrel rides, I feel like Mikey's was, it was a 4. We've seen some incredible barrels over the last couple of days. And it's got to be pretty special if you want to get up into that excellent range, and you often have to come out and combo it up with a couple of turns towards the end.
Jackson Baker checks in with a 6.5, his best effort so far in this heat, and that's exactly what you were talking about in the replay stages. That was the type of wave that Jackson was looking for.
It's funny how the waves come in sort of sequences like that. Mikey did well to get himself back in the heat. It was only a 4, but, you know, he got his heat started, but then just straight behind. That's just the power of the CT surfers and that experience. They know when they have to keep twisting and pushing on the pressure.
Mikey, square one. Stalls off the bottom, has the pump in the barrel, gets caught up looking to bust through the door for the exit.
You can see he just came up from that wipeout just with a bit of a sigh, just going, oh no. He knows that with 5 minutes to go, and he's just handed over priority here. This is going to be a difficult task for really to get back in this heat. That 4, although it's you know, his best number, it's still a point short of Jackson's last or his lowest score.
Now we just hit our NRMA 5-minute warning, and Jackson Baker in complete control over this heat. He's got the lead, he's got priority, he's got the clock on his side because it's ticking down pretty quickly, Stace.
Yeah, indeed it is, and I think with this amount of time remaining on the clock, Jackson will stop rolling the dice, and he's going to be very selective with his next opportunity. He's going to look to ultimately use a priority, like you guys mentioned. He's going to use it to block Mikey and hopefully better his situation, and he's been in these situations before, so I don't expect him to make any more mistakes.
It's time for Jackson to act like the warden and just lock Mikey up, Rich.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, well, Jackson does have, you'd say, more man-on-man experience than Mikey Madonna at this point. So we would expect him not to make any little errors here in the final 4 minutes. And really, all Jackson's thinking about now is, you know, do I have a wave that's going to improve my situation, and am I going to stop him from getting an 8?
Let's check our Harvey Norman recap of this heat. Jackson Baker, Rich, comes out swinging for the lip.
Yeah, Jacko, he was, you know, had one thing in mind. Let's find these waves where I can get these turns going. Put this power display on show. But Mikey Madonna found a nice little tube there. That's his best scoring ride. But Jacko found another good ride.
Yeah, absolutely, and he would have been looking pretty closely at these smaller rides. I think Teresa Bonvalo earlier in the day did a great job at identifying the waves with open face, and I think Jackson Baker's, you know, mimicking that wave selection here. He's doing his best to get away from the tube, which is a pretty low risk situation at the moment. Excuse me, high risk, and get out on the open face where he knows he can get some pretty easy scores done for his level of talent.
Love that final turn from Jackson on that wave. That layback hack, I was saying this morning, you know, yesterday we saw so many waves that were really tall towards the end, and that big lip gliding projection floater that, you know, that hit off the top and out onto the flats. But today, with a little less size, the surfer's able to really dig in and get a nice layback hack on that final maneuver. Maxime Husseneau.
Yeah, Maxime Husseneau will be up against Federico Moraes in the next heat. It's going to be a challenge.
This is interesting, Cobs.
Europeans. Oh, he's going out to the left.
He's heading down. He's going to paddle out at alley rights. And I tell you what, there is the odd little alley right there. The tide is super low, but on the right-sized wave, there was a few through there that are standing up and will offer you 3 or 4 turns.
And, you know, if Maxime's making that decision, Frederico's watching him like a hawk, because Federico definitely comes from the playbook of surf where your competitor surfs and beat them on that peak. He's not going to do anything fancy.
Although, yesterday, he went down. We had that split in the, I think it was Reef, was it, that went down to the left, and Freddie, he chose to stick on the car park right section with one of the other competitors in that heat, and it paid off for them. But it's a different day. These definitely different waves out here today, a lot faster.
Down to just 90 seconds, and Jackson Baker sticking like Velcro to Mikey McDonough, not going to let him get away. As I say that, oh.
Jackson Baker yesterday had an execution of priority that was purely a block on a closeout. And I think he probably would be reflecting on that now and just making sure there's actual scoring opportunity on the wave that he looks to take here with a minute on the clock.
Is this one going to make him think? No. Like he's trying to sell it to him, and Jackson's not having any part of it.
Oh, I love this Sydney flight cam. Pretty cool. Just been highlighting the beautiful colors and the positioning of our surfers throughout this entire event. It's an added dimension to the broadcast. Down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a perfect autumn afternoon here, and it's like so Jackson Baker at this point is going to be our first quarterfinalist.
That's right. Quarterfinal number 1 will feature Jackson Baker, teammates there with some good sportsmanship between Mikey McDonough and Jackson Baker. Love seeing that.
Yeah, Mikey's got such big expectations on himself, and you know, he's sort of been on this trajectory for the last couple of years. There's the Aussie contingent down there.
Just a public service announcement. Morgan Siblick found his phone. He was looking for that one.
Stop looking, everyone.
All right, there we go. Jackson Baker on to the quarterfinals. We're on to a quick break. We'll be back with Maxime Husno and Federico Moraes in the water. Thank you, New South Wales. We're having a great time here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Maxime Husno, Federico Moraes out in the water. Kaipo with Rich and Stace, and it seems like the two surfers have moved to Narrabeen, North Narrabeen, the left.
Yeah, they've gone to the Northie proper bank, and both our competitors, you were right, Stace. Federico Moraes wasn't going to let Maxime go anywhere without him.
No chance.
Travel in pairs.
And these guys coming from the parts of the world that they grew up surfing are so used to this, with the tides coming in and out, the winds changing. You know, you could be surfing out the back, half an hour later you're surfing on the inside at some French rip bowl, and likewise down in Portugal.
Yeah, man.
So they're so tuned to it. Moving between these two peaks for these guys is like nothing. They would have been keeping an eye on both regardless.
Yeah, how is it in France? It's like, okay, at 1:43,
yeah.
The bank's going to come alive, the tide's going to be okay, and we're going to get some fun waves.
You missed it by 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the story of France. Maxime Husno, 31 years old, just took him over a decade to get onto the championship tour. Had half a season as a rookie, but was relegated after that mid-season cut His best result, a 9th over at Bell's. The 2009 World Junior Champ's been on the surf scene for a long, long time.
He's had a lot of success here too. Won the World Juniors here, I believe.
Yeah,
way back in the day.
2009.
Yeah, so, you know, what's that, 14 odd years ago, and still here, and looking to really kind of find his place on the Challenger Series for this year and solidify one of those spots. Look, I feel like Maxime's surfing, like we keep talking about all these guys that are improving, and it's great to see like someone that's been at it for so long is still on the improve, you know? And I like the way this guy surfs. He's got a different sort of a stance, a bit wider, a bit boxier in the way he positions his feet, but really functional. He's got some big turns as well.
Yeah, he's up against another 31-year-old, Frederico Moraes from Cascais, Portugal. Frederico, 5 years on the championship tour, wants to get back on there. Highlight was his rookie year, 2017, was runner-up at J-Bay and the long walls at J-Bay, where he took on Felipe Toledo in that final stage.
Yeah, wow, memorable event, that one. A massive breakthrough there for Freddie. He had some incredible moments, a 10-point ride, and yeah, an incredible rookie season. And then it's one of those things, like you mentioned, though, Richie, improvement. It's got to be there no matter how good you are. The judges get used to seeing a certain thing. And I think Freddie is probably the victim of, you know, probably not keeping up with his own level of talent and not looking to adapt quickly, because it's cost him his spot on tour, I believe. He has been working on his air game, though, and he pulled a big air out in his heat the other day, and it's, like you said, it's great to see at 31 years old. He's still adding these, you know, things to his repertoire, which, you know, you have to do.
Yeah, the sport's still evolving, isn't it? And when you look at what Philippe and John and you know, Italo and all these top competitors are doing, it's remarkable, you know. Jack Robbo, they're finding different ways to approach the wave, different ways to do aerials, and if you don't evolve, it becomes really clear to the judges that you're just delivering up the same old main meal every time.
Yeah, you're right. And Jack Robinson is a case in that study, known as a tube rider, a charger, a rail power surfer, developed an incredible aerial game, and that was just pure just will and looking to improve his surfing and change his surfing. A couple of waves to the beach, just thinking that it's open priority right now, though. So it doesn't, if you're paddling for a wave, even with intent, there's no priority to have or to lose. So it looks like there was a little bit of a frustration from Frederico on that paddle by Maxime Husno. But until someone takes a wave.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, they recently changed the rule. Yeah, because Mick and Kanoa had that thing at Trestles where they had the reheat. And since it's been around there since the rule change, and that's why Freddie's appealing there. Maxime's blocking him not to go.
Oh, if it was
that's not the case.
If it was a block.
But that wasn't a block, but Freddie's just... They love their soccer, these boys. He's just having a wave.
That was a wave, that was not a block. A block would happen on like a point break or something. Like, here it is. This is...
Maxime kind of looks, so Freddie pulls back. Freddie's never going to get this wave anyway, and he's dead set having us on. So, but not for me, no priority change.
Yes. He's tripped over. Yeah. He's rolling around on the ground.
So we're still here with open priority right now. All we have right now is the clock ticking down. Now, with 22 minutes and 43 seconds, and these surfers surfing a different peak. North Narrabeen, the left. If no one catches a wave, we could have a restart this late in the day, but it looks like Maxime's pretty intent right now. No.
Close. I've got a booking at the Baron Joey house. So let's get going, boys.
So we will see. And we'll see, you know, I mean, that's to the discretion of the head judges as well. You know, if he deems that there were some rideable waves, some scoreable waves out there, he doesn't have to give them a fresh clock, Rich.
No.
Yeah. No, he can just say, no, you guys, well, you blew it, and you didn't find what we were looking at. So yeah, but you can see this is a different lineup. These guys are paddling constantly. This is that water that's coming out of the lake right through alley rights there along the rocks and right next to the pool. And it just comes straight through this line. And in particular, in a south swell like this, it just hammers out there because all that energy's coming all the way down from Colorado right up the beach, and then it's got to go somewhere. It meets up with the opposing force coming out of the river, and it just heads out to sea. But it's that action that makes this bank what it is.
Gosh, there's a lot of sand in that river as well, Rich.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much movement of sand that comes up the beach here, and sometimes actually have to get the tractors out and ship it back down the beach because it's not like you know, the Gold Coast where there's a sand pumping system and they can kind of place it back and forth. But there is a natural movement, though, that happens during the summer months. You know, we're getting predominantly south energy at the moment. We're getting south swells, but through the summertime, it's completely the opposite. We get a lot of north, and we get a lot of north wind, and all that sand just starts going all the way back down south again.
Yeah, we have a button for that up at home.
Yeah, you guys are kind of pretty cheeky like that.
and you folks have different varieties of sand as well. It seems like the sand moves a lot faster here.
Yeah, we were talking about it this morning. The difference in sand, it's really fine. It's kind of like a powder type sand up on the Gold Coast, where here it's real granule. You know, it's thicker grains, and you know, so that obviously affects how fast the sand does move.
Okay, well, it's decision time actually for our surfers as well as our head judge to see if we're going to either get a ride or a new clock right now. We're down to 20 minutes and 15 seconds.
It's a funny thing because if you think you're the underdog, you should probably try and ride a wave right now. But neither one of these guys think they're the underdog, so I don't believe we'll look to see anyone get a quick start here.
Yeah, we're down to.
They're gonna get a new clock.
Yeah, they are.
All right. So here's the pause in between the start of the new clock.
And generally, what happens is someone gets a ride straight away. So. We'll see if that's the case in this heat. But you can see that rip going all the way out. It's about 100 yards out past the break there. So if these guys were just to stop paddling and sit, they'd just go drift all the way down.
So little after 3 local time here. We've got 3 more heats.
Yeah, so an hour and a half. So, you know, closer to 5.
Sun's going to be pretty low by the time we finish up today.
Yep, closer to 5 by the time we get done with the close show, the post show. Well, it will be after 5, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great Saturday afternoon atmosphere down here with the surf finishing late into the afternoon.
Well, if yesterday was anything to go by, there was a tribe of crew down here just enjoying the Coopers and big local contingent along with a bunch of spectators. And why wouldn't you? Friday Harbour.
Yeah.
Golden hour.
And we want to thank the Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, for their support. Also thank you to Tourism New South Wales, the local communities that have come in and made this happen. It is so great to have a Challenger Series on the Northern Beaches, and the move to Narrabeen, I think everybody appreciates that, probably other than Rich.
No, they were sad. I've been talking to a lot of the competitors, and they're like, oh, why did we move? You guys laugh, but...
They want Manly. They want North State.
He was talking to George Pitter. He was talking to Axel Rose in the junior. He was talking to... That's right, yeah.
At least, you know, all the crew. They were, but no, seriously, there's, believe it or not, there's been super fun waves. We've had 2 months of crazy waves along this whole coast, including Manly. Has just been absolutely on fire. And even like right now, there's fun waves down there because there is enough east in the swell for it to get into Manly.
Yeah.
But I mean, that big swell, it did do a number on some of the banks along the coast.
I'm giving a visitor observation to this wonderful coastline. It's so cool the different personalities of each of these beaches have. It's really, I mean, when you visit here, you're blown away by the variety and the personality that each beach has.
And the individuals that live at all those beaches.
Well, how's the vibe? Manly's like Bondi in the morning, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
People watch for a couple of hours.
Oh, the promenade there's crazy.
Yeah, there's so much going on. Plenty of awesome cafes and restaurants, things to do. Obviously, the other side of Manly Beach is Little Manly, where the wharf is. Jump on a ferry, go over to the city.
And then over here in Narrabeen, we got NRMA, the park over here, which is just like, you're in nature, you know what I mean? You're amongst the critters.
Yeah, it's really cool. And like there's a football field right next to it. There's the driving range, putt-putt.
Yeah.
Across the roads, there's the cinemas and all the other restaurants. There's just so much to do in this little vicinity here. you know, and behind right next to the holiday park, you can actually just walk down and, you know, go for a paddleboard, go for a fish, jump on a little tinny, have a fish.
Yeah,
and then there's a crazy bike path that goes all around the lake. You go for a hike. There's so much to do, man.
Yeah, I by the end of these events, I would have spent 1/6 of my 2023 here in Australia. Ponder that.
I like that, Kybes. They're good stats. Here we go.
Okay, Husno finally goes, and he gets the priority going. That's one thing he just did.
Have we ever done a double restart?
Yes, we've seen double restarts before.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be the case.
Yeah. When I was a kid, we moved the snapper event. I didn't move much of it, probably lifted one zip tie, but moved from snapper down to Greenmount. I think it was Bobby Martinez and Phil McDonald, if anyone cares. 2 restarts, and then they called the comp off.
Oh, no.
It happens.
Oh, then I think we went to debug after that.
Actually, Coke Classic one year, I remember it was a Narrabeen event, and the swell had gone big from the south. Okay, looks like we're going to get Maxine up and riding.
Here we go. Second swing at it. This is much better for the surfer from Reunion Island. A couple of taps off the top on the backhand, and we will start seeing some scores come through. Priority still with Federico Moraes. We'll see if Federico goes on this wave.
Okay, look at wave. He doesn't like it.
And since he doesn't like it, we'll see if he goes on this next wave. He's not interested in the second wave, so perfect time to check in with the last heat winner and our first quarter finalist, Jackson Baker.
Yeah, thank you guys. Jacko, you were just telling me a pretty good story about having some pretty intense tap nose over some kid's poster down here.
Yeah, sorry to that poor kid, but that's what happens when you're on a shallow sandbank. You get that salt water in your nose, and usually when you come in and poke your head down, it usually comes out at pretty awkward times. But I mean, to come in and do that and win the heat, I'm pretty stoked. If I lost, it would have been a bit embarrassing. But I'm stoked to slide through that one. And hats off to Mikey. He's had a great start of the year. He's pretty much a little brother to me. We've been family friends for such a long time, so I'm very proud of him for the results that he's been getting. And yeah, I couldn't let my little brother get me in that one. I had to let the big brother get it. And yeah, but I will have plenty of heats together in the future. And yeah, I'm stoked we had a pretty good one there. It was pretty tricky though.
And you're so renowned for your big power hacks and the weight you push behind your rail. Talk to us about how you shift kind of that perspective, looking at conditions like this and chasing down the little tubes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big lad. I don't really squeeze into too many little tubes, but yeah, I snuck that little one under his priority at the start, and I guess that put me on the front foot. And then, yeah, later I was able to get that 5-4, which I felt like I probably could have surfed better, but at that part of the heat, a completion was huge, like 10 points. I could kind of see there wasn't a lot out there, and then to kind of get one after him when I had priority and get the 6-5 and kind of shut the door, I was stoked. So as much as those heats aren't pretty, 11 points isn't much, or 10 points or whatever it may have been, it's not that great, but a win's a win at the end of the quarters, and yeah, one step closer to getting back on tour.
And you're talking about the importance of not leaving somebody alone on the bank, and we just saw this heat that's currently in the water make that shift over to the left. You were saying there was no chance you were leaving Mikey alone on car park rights.
Nah, even I've seen him having a look at it. I had a look at it, but I've just seen there's so much rip pulling over there, and there's some moments where that one just piped over there. So I feel like that's going to turn on. If I was heat 3 or 4, you're guaranteed over there. And I was like, I'm just going to set the bar on this peak and stay there, and we both went there and kind of had to play the game a little bit, like chase him around at the end, but that's competition. And I mean, yeah, I've been doing this for a long, long time and surfed enough heats. I'm glad that in a tricky heat like that, I could perform and get the job done.
Yeah, it's great to watch you perform, and good luck going into the next round. A huge result already for you, Jacko.
Yeah, a couple more. I won't take a quarters. We want more than that. We want the W. We want the champagne. We want to do it. Let's chop, baby.
I like it.
Thank you very much.
I like hearing that from Jackson Baker. Well, we saw some waves being ridden. We're still waiting for a score for Federico Moraes, and then a little paddle battle where Moraes beat Maxime Husno for priority. This is a 2.83.
Maxime just on the back end there, throwing a couple of good hits up. Bigger wave here for Federico Moraes. Little check turn to start up, sets this big, powerful closeout re-entry. So you'd have to say that's the most impressive moment of this heat so far.
Got to give tip of the cap to Fred's decision not to go that earlier ride that I think we were all kind of calling him into, going, how does he pass this wave up? And obviously it paid off. The wave that he ended up on was far superior than the wave he let go. Newcastle Knights style interview there from Jackson Baker. Happy to get the 2 points and move on.
5-point ride for Federico Moraes. So Kikas in the lead right now with priority. He can really do some damage now to Maxime Husno-Rich if he executes that priority and gets above a 5-point ride on his next wave.
Yeah, he's in that power position in this heat for sure. He's got the highest number and priority, so he can kind of control what's going on. But it looks like Maxime's trying to get away from him here. Second there, looked like he might be looking at one of the rights. He looks to be on the other side of the peak now.
Swell seems like it's easing. I'm going to go to local knowledge with Stace on that.
Well, I'm going to have to handball back to Rick.
Well, it was always going to ease off today. You know, I was surprised at the swell size yesterday, and I was surprised at the swell size this morning when we came down. I was like, man, this thing is hanging in, and you know, the charts have been just marginally off in terms of the timing. It's been kind of coming earlier than what it did. So this is what we expected to see kind of yesterday, it taper off. But, you know, one thing's for sure, looking at the charts about an hour ago, tomorrow's looking really interesting. That swell that was predicted for Monday has come forward.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to see a new south energy during the day, maybe early afternoon tomorrow. It's going to start coming in. So we potentially could be, you know, getting close to crowning our champions when a new swell's hitting. So that's going to get real interesting, but we'll see what happens. We'll be down here tomorrow morning, obviously assessing the conditions.
Yeah, that's a huge call, Rich. I like it. Yeah, there's a lot of energy in the Southern Ocean at the moment. So just, yeah, I like your call there, and we'll see. We kind of found that the south swell, like you mentioned, it didn't quite arrive when it was predicted, and the same up on the Gold Coast with the east swell. Like, that lingered forever.
Yep.
So we've had a pretty good run.
Kikas weaving down the line. High line snap there. Federico forces a float through there.
Yeah.
And another decent wave for Federico Moraes.
Yeah, he did well to get that second turn in. You could see that wave was running off down the line, and at some point he had to go, you know what? I've just got to square up on the backhand here, throw it up onto the roof of the wave, and maintain control, which was great. So you can see here, pump, sets up for this first turn, keeps that board directing down the line, just hops up onto the lip as it's coming down. You can see here, watch the nose, it is still hammering toward this left-hander, and just a fun little lip glide to finish off.
Federico got a full new quiver of JS Industry boards as he prepared for this leg, and it looks like everything's working out pretty well for him, equipment-wise, Stace.
Yeah, definitely. And Freddie's had a long relationship with JS and the crew up there on the Gold Coast. And Freddie spent a lot of time in Australia too. He's best mates with Ryan Callanan. He goes to Newcastle a lot. He spends time on the Gold Coast working on his equipment. And yeah, I know he feels at home here.
Husno. He's got to get going. Big backhand float. And incomplete. So priority back to Federico Moraes.
Was Freddie actually just sitting and watching him then? Oh, I was just going to say, like, Freddie just does not miss a beat. Like, he, you know, you just see some competitors not pay any attention to their opponents, but Freddie's watching every single move. He's got 10.5 points, and he's probably looking at that going, okay, if Maxime falls here, I'm in a really, really good position. And this is the decision that I don't even think Freddie needs to turn around for. He knows exactly what to do.
Yeah.
It's follow Maxime.
Yep.
Well, is it time to follow? We're going to see. But you know what? First, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of the second heat of the round of 16.
There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got each that make these beaches so different and unique.
The beautiful part of the world. We're here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Federico Moraes with the advantage over Maxime Husno, Kaipo, Rich, and Stace on the call here. We're halfway through the heat at 15 minutes. And no action has happened since we've gone to break. So situation remains the same. Here's Maxime Husno looking right this time. Soft tap there for Maxime. And a little slidey finish. Needs a 7.67 if he wants to change this heat in a single wave. He's not going to do that with that wave, Stace.
No, I don't think so, and I think he'll do well to better the 2.83 by much. But what he does get is information about the bank, about, you know, how he's feeling on the front side, and he can kind of get the ball rolling here. Again, it's not a huge score. He gets a couple of turns in the lip, none of them super special. However, I just think you don't want to give a surfer like Maxime too many free looks at a wave like this ride. We have seen some pretty special rides here over the last couple of days. And Maxime right now, he's cheering that he's got this little right all to himself.
Yeah, I like the move. I think it's a great strategy. It wasn't working for him down there on the left. He had a couple of attempts, and it just wasn't really working for him. So Federico, he stayed down there. So he's giving Maxime free rein, and car park rides could just turn like that. In a couple of minutes, it can just turn back on again.
So the flyover there with the Sydney flight cam gave us the perspective of Federico Moraes at North Narrabeen and Maxime Husno doing the breakaway to the car park rights.
Well, here's the set approaching. So it looks like Freddie's trying to position himself here. He might get a ride. No.
Now Federico with, I mean, I'm going to have you put your coach's hat on right now, Stace. Federico with a lead and priority is letting Maxime run away from him.
There's not a situation in my mind where I wouldn't wave that competitor to the other bank.
Right.
I mean, I just think with how shifty it's been, like Rich just said, that right has been kind of on again, off again all day.
Right.
And Freddie's in an amazing position right here.
Right.
And you know, a lot of these competitors, they've got a lot of heat IQ. They know what the right thing to do is. It's sort of, and I've seen this happen so many times. I just am not too sure that Freddie, unless he gets like a 7.5 on his next wave, which he's capable of doing for sure, and really improves his total, I just don't know why he wouldn't follow Maxime down.
Yeah, that was my gut feeling. I wanted a confirmation from the actual surf coach on that thought. But there he is, Federico Moraes.
And yourself, Rich?
Yeah, I feel like the right thing to do is to get down and just be with your opponent. You know, even Jackson in that last heat, he had a heat total of 10 on two just, you know, smaller little right-handers where he got some work done, and Freddie's only sitting on a 10 as a total. So, you know, it's dangerous leaving him down there. You know, he could pick up an absolute nugget, and all of a sudden, and Freddie's going to be on the back foot. But Maxime needs 2 scores still.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Maxime right now trying to hide low in the grass, if you would, and try to hide from the obvious from Federico Moraes, and not make a lot of noise, and hopefully he gets a chance at car park rights if things work out for him, Stace.
Looks sad down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's no good down here, Freddie. Don't bother. Which it is tough down there. There's no guarantee Maxime's going to get a good opportunity. We know that, but it's still you know, he's a dangerous surfer, and he knows how to read these conditions well. He's one of the standouts yesterday. The one thing that's different to here, the snapper, where guys were chasing each other up and down the lineup, was they were suspending priority. Just
Right.
because the surfer would be moving too far down the point. This is not the case here. Freddie could move from peak A to peak B, and he would still retain priority. So that's something to note. as we see the distance here between the two competitors. If you're Maxime, you're happy. Happy as Larry.
And just gets another swing at it. Nothing going there for Maxime Husno, but continues to, you know, just have swings at waves and hopefully find a corner, find a barrel, find an exit.
Well, Freddie looked in, didn't he? He looked into someone on the beach and asked the question, should I be going down? So whoever's on the beach has obviously had eyes on the rights and just sort of went, no, stick to your guns. But maybe they've said now it's time. You know, 10 minutes to go. It's time to make a move, and he's putting the motor on.
Maxime's got 90 more seconds by my watch to have one more free look. Freddie's motoring.
Yeah, on the move, Kikas. Federico Moraes will look to exploit his priority and lead over Maxime Husno.
Pick up a little wide left here, maybe. Freddie, he's done an about face. Has been the odd little wide one on the bank, just so tricky. Well, there's the pit crew waving him down.
Great relationship there between surfer and coach. You know, Freddie looked in once, got told to hold it. They obviously had a game plan they wanted to stick to. Got to a certain point in the heat, they're switching it up. You definitely see plenty of surfers, coaches, parents all around the world. The arms are flying and the surfer's sitting still.
Yep.
So a low-scoring tactical heat is how I would describe this matchup right now. Looks like you got Teresa Bonvala taking the backup board and the coach. Everyone going to reposition down to car park rights now because Freddie's on the move.
Yeah, it's been a tricky heat, hasn't it? It was always going to be challenging at the bottom of the tide for a couple of heats until a little bit more water comes in, decreasing swell. But here goes Maxime. Oh, no, he caught his edge. Went down. And, well, he'll be trying to get straight back out the back. Maybe pick up another one before Federico Moraes joins him.
That was his chance to break down that total. Yeah. That's a bit of a miss there for Maxime. Freddie will be there in no time now. Even if he squeezes a 4.5 out of that ride.
Yeah, yep, he's in it. Then he's only going to need a 5.56 maximum.
Yep.
Well, here's the deal. Maxime's trying to run away a little bit further up the bank. He wants just one more chance, I feel, Stace. You know, by creating that little bit of separation, maybe he can get lucky. And you can see the shifting of the waters right now.
He did everything right there, Maxime. He went down there early, created space. He looked sad. Don't come down here. Yeah. He found his opportunity. Just couldn't quite put the finishing touches on that ride. A difficult wave to ride.
You watch this little set just pop up now. Federico just wow, put the screws on.
Well, this is the game of surfing. 7.5 minutes remaining. Maxime Husno needs a breakaway score. A 7.67 if he wants to do it on one wave. He's under priority. There hasn't been a ton of opportunity for either surfers. And this is when the playing field gets difficult, Rich. I mean, this is how, like, the guy who plays the game the best wins the heat.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, just so many heats with amazing rides, and just we've been spoiled the last couple of days with just how much good surfing and good conditions we've had. And it's just a little testing, a little tricky right now. But this is what our surfers have to figure out. Looks like there's a little corner now. Maxime's showing some interest. So will he lure? No. Whoa, thing's below sea level.
Here we go, second wave of the set. Perhaps a corner. This one's going to double up heavily on the bank. Maxime Husno taking a look. He's going to have a dig on this one. It's a gurgly one, and he's not even going to be able to get into that. Nor would he want to.
No, it's really that first wave of the set at the moment, isn't it? Second one just seems to have too much foam and froth, just drawing back up the face from the first one. From the first wave in the set. So Maxime, he's going to just keep trying to get away. There's also that left on the other side of this peak as well. That could be an option.
And Maxime's got a great backside air rotation. His strike rate's really high, so That's one thing he could use. However, Freddie's too clever. He knows that. You know, he's not going to let any opportunity come up here at all, I don't believe.
Yeah, we've seen that air rotation in competition. Actually, for Maxime, in Frederico's kind of home grounds over there in Guincho one year, they had the qualifying series events over there. Was a big 10,000. Maxime Husno actually riding one of Sage Ericsson's hand-me-down trade-in Channel Islands, and it was a magic swallowtail for him there. Pulled a bunch of airs.
And in Frederico's holiday spot of the Azores Islands as well, Maxime did a monster 10-point backside rotator. So he's kind of just rubbing his nose in Freddie's home turf there. He's going to have to do it again here. He's definitely got it in him.
Well, he's got 5 minutes to get this done in 2 waves, and in about a minute and a half, it will come down to 1 wave.
Yeah, the NRMA 5-minute warning's just gone off, and things are getting darker for Maxime Husno, who has, you know, it's been a tough heat for both competitors. We look back to a restart of this heat. We look back into Frederico Moraes just only has ridden 2 waves so far, and those 2 waves have given him the lead. Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap right here, because it's been all Frederico Moraes, Rich.
Yeah, Freddie just got this 1 wave here. It stood up and allowed him to do those 2 clean turns, and that really has been the difference. He found this little running left as well. Throws this one up on the roofs. Good surfing, calculated performance.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Maxime just hasn't been able to connect with anything decent. Just a frustrating time. It looks like there's a couple little lumps approaching. We may get something. We may get some action here.
All right, all right, all right. Here we go. A couple of waves coming through. Double up on this first one is going to make it pretty unrideable. Second wave coming through.
The wave wasn't too angry, was it? It might have some clean water in front of it here. Maxime could be on.
Husno. And Kika says no.
Wow.
Okay, Maxime has a chance to break away, get priority right now.
Oh, that was so heavy.
That was pretty sick. Expert drops from both of them. That was crazy.
Sacrificial drop by Frederico Moraes to use his priority. Maxime Husno has gained priority. He's got 3 minutes now. It would be the Hail Mary for Maxime Husno, but at least he doesn't have priority in his way, Rich.
Yeah, he can try and take off. You see Maxime force the issue, and well, Frederico did well to even just kind of get control of his board, angle it back into the face, and pull through the back.
Yolanda Hopkins and Teresa Bavolo checking it out.
Wow, this has just been a really interesting heat.
You reckon there's like a magic little spot in that tube that would push you through it? If Freddie holds his balance off the bottom there,
if
like
got
just
towed in for behind a ski, it's like 50k an hour, perhaps.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, Maxime, he's having a little look at this one. No. Man, tough to ride at the moment. These guys are even struggling to get down the face of these waves here.
One thing for sure, these last 2 days, we've seen some vicious double-ups at Car Park Right Stays.
Looking like the beach park out there. It's crazy sandbar rip bowl. It's amazing. But my biggest thought for the next heat is, where do they surf?
Right.
It's tricky out there, no matter what spot you're going to surf. I mean, we saw Jackson Baker grind out 10 points on this right-hander here. I think he got 11.1. Frederico here's got 10.5. Frederico's 5 was one of the better waves, like open face-wise. It gave him a chance for 2 turns. So, you know, yeah, really, really tricky one for the coaches and athletes this afternoon. I don't think either bank is a clear standout.
No, it's going to be a battle. And we got 2 more heats to go. And before we call it a day here, And we have 1 more minute for Maxime Husno to mount a Hail Mary, a miracle comeback at this point. See a line out the back with 50 seconds remaining. That line likely will hit Maxime in time for him to get his hands off the rail. Just depends upon the shape of this wave that's coming through.
Yeah, normally when we see them at the top left of our screen, they kind of head down more towards the left. We want to see them coming out of the right side of the screen and coming kind of south to north.
And looking like a triangle, not a rectangle.
Yeah, you don't want a straight line on it.
There's a couple straight handers coming through right now. Yeah. That's going to be it.
Is that just the beautiful afternoon light?
Stace, you have a glimmer of hope.
Oh, what is that? Is there something there? Not likely, but
you're trying to manifest.
We can dare to dream. Maxime's seen what I've seen, but I think we're both looking a bit ambitious there.
Federico Moraes will be meeting Jackson Baker in quarterfinal number 1. There are the numbers there. It was a hard-fought strategic battle. Wow. What's going to happen next? It's going to be decision time. Cole Hauschman, Eli Hanneman will be doing battle when we return.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia, by Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia, and by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official SAE of the WSL Australia. A nice cool afternoon here down at North Narrabeen as we look to set up some quarterfinal heats here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Laura Enover, and Tracks editor and publisher Luke Kennedy. Good to see you, Luke.
Yeah, great to be here, Ron. It's been a fantastic day of surfing. I don't think they could have asked for more at Narrabeen.
Yeah, your eyes are looking a little bit like mine and Laura's. A little bit bloodshot. We've seen a lot of high-quality surfing these last few days, and we've got a couple more heats to get through this afternoon to set up our first couple of quarterfinals on the men's side. But the women's quarters set, Laura, they look unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable women's quarters. And, yeah, it's been a long few days, but it's been absolutely amazing. We've had so much of absolutely everything, and, yeah, women's quarters are exciting. And this heat coming up right now is exciting. Two friends, but... yeah, this low tide is making things pretty difficult to restart in that last heat. But yeah, it's any moment now, it's just going to switch back on. I can feel it.
I can feel it too. Heat 3 features Cole Hauschman, the San Clemente surfer, having his first real run at the Challenger Series and been posting big numbers already. He's going to be up against Eli Hanneman. Good matchup, this one. Bit of a David Goliath battle, Luke.
You stole my analogy there, Ron,
sorry,
straight
mate.
away. But yeah, I can give a few stats, though. Cole's about 6'3" and 93 kgs.
Oh, there you go.
And then Eli's just lucky to push 50 kilos, and he's about 5'3". So
yeah, Cole Hausman's had bigger lunches than Eli Hanneman. And this is going to be a fantastic clash, this one. Eli, though, he's got big moves, you know, and he's got the kind of moves that can match it with Cole's power. He's so progressive and, yeah, really starting to come on.
Well, you made a good point earlier, Ron. It's not so much about how big you are, it's about your power to weight ratio. And Eli's definitely got that. He's kind of like a gymnast, really.
Oh, he's super elastic. And, yeah, just a really high strike rate with his airs. But, you know, we've had that pretty clean offshore flow in the breeze today. It feels like it's died down a little bit. So, you know, there is a ramp. You know Eli will hit it.
For sure. And, I mean, this morning we saw him fit really well into some of those small pockets. Obviously, it has dropped today as we see him look for a little left. I think these two boys are actually staying together with that whole San Clemente crew.
Yeah, they've almost adopted,
together.
even though Eli's not from San Clemente, they've kind of adopted him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good one to adopt if you want to push your surfing to a new level. And he's running on that energy as well. And having a look at that wave. So, you know, we know we're not going to see a restart now, but it wasn't a big score. But I think the MO from the competitors this afternoon with just that energy decreasing in the swell a little bit here, Luke, is to get busy early, build a couple of numbers and move from there.
Yeah, well, the difference is going to be that you're going to have to be able to manufacture your own speed a little bit more. The wave's going to be doing less of the work. Hopefully we do see them get busy. There's going to be very distinctively different styles. Cole's got some really big turns. For a big guy, there's still some pop there if he wants to do it. I feel like Eli has to bring a little bit of progression, though.
Yeah, I like it. Cole Hausman starting to really warm up in the jersey, the WSL jersey. Good run on the regional qualifying series. Big QS victory, breakthrough win for him down in the Dominican Republic. Massive run through the contest, had a 9.5 and a 7.1 in the final, the 22-year-old. That just kind of tells you that, you know, he's really warming up and starting to find his best performance with the Rashi on, which, Laura, you can speak to it. Sometimes that's a difficult place for these competitors to get to.
Yeah, and like you were saying the other day, so many of these competitors, Cole's still really young, just he's grown up so much in the last few years, and he's a big boy now, and he's you know, just getting used to all the new equipment that comes along with all that muscle that you put on. As we see Eli, have a look here.
Well, controls the drop and quickly gets out of that one. Looking to save the equipment, but great technique in punching through the back of that wave. Unbelievable.
Yeah, didn't lose the board at all.
No.
But yeah, it just feels like he's come into his own now, and his surfing is unbelievable. Just so strong, so comfortable throwing those fins and in really hefty sections.
Eli's had the attention of the WSL bigwigs in the past, and they've given him a couple of opportunities to surf in championship tour events. So, I mean, he's really earned those places too, with some momentum in minor events. But we saw him in 2021 at the Surf Ranch, and then this season we saw him get a spot at Sunset, had a 17th place finish in both those contests. But on the Challenger Series, not a whole lot to celebrate so far. This will be his best result, and he'll want to make it a really big one and take this opportunity to crack the quarterfinals for the first time on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I feel like you want to go at least that one extra round to call it a keeper. If he gets bundled out here, he's going to leave Australia without really anything meaningful in his account.
Yeah, it's a good point. On the men's Challenger Series, quarters definitely keepers. If you get a big result and you might be hanging on to a ninth, you still might be able to make that top 10 picture. On the women's side, we know that that's not a possibility. Ninths is a throwaway. So, yeah, it's obviously a few more places.
It's going to be interesting to see if it changes things slightly with 2 throwaways this year for the men. The mathematics become slightly different. Hard to see what impact that'll have at this early stage, but I think as we get further down the line with this Challenger Series, it will become apparent.
Yeah, it feels like victories are a guarantee almost to crack that top 10. Sammy Pupo's got one of those, but he's also got a dud result from this second stop. So, you just don't see him, though, tripping up through the rest of the Challenger Series. He's just too strong. So I like his chances of getting to or maintaining a place in the top 10 at the end of the season. Cole Houshman on the move here.
Yeah, it looks like he's heading north. He's getting some space between himself and Eli. It looks like he's heading up to the left. And I went down and watched that last heat with Freddie and Maxime, and that was such a tough one. We saw so many lefts coming through on that bank on the heat before, and then felt like as soon as they got out there, the end of the dropping tide just made it so quiet. And I think Cole must have had maybe a signal to say, get back up there, it's turning back on.
Yeah, we'll see if Eli can make him pay for that decision. He looks over his shoulder as Hanneman works this one over through to the inside. A little left-hand rip bowl, but it didn't really have a whole lot of steep face on it, so he was just working it over, desperately trying to just juice any kind of points out of it.
3 backside cutbacks, but it's the best wave of the heat so far, Ron.
Yeah. I don't think for long, though. Eli's going to punch his way back out through the lineup here. Luke, Trax, still putting out the hard copy. I love it, mate. I worked there for myself for almost a decade. I love the mag. I love what you've done with it. Here's a replay of Eli's ride.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It's just a little left-hand rip bowl here, Ron. You would have surfed a few of these in your time at South Narrabeen, dare say.
Yeah. I get any left I want at car park rights. Just over 19 and a half minutes to go, and Hanneman's back out there and having a look at a bigger wave here. Drops to the bottom, loads up, comes up under the lip and somehow manages to stick it. 19 and a half minutes to go. Come back to that conversation about tracks, Luke. We've got a couple of replays that we've got to get through here and some scores on the way. But Cole Houshman vacates this car park right section of the sandbar here, Laura, and Eli's starting to get a couple of reps up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tricky wave to read. It just had this one section, but he went up and he had to cut it short. And the lip just coming down, it was so thick, but nice completion there, but I'm not sure how high the judges would go. It wasn't that, dynamic, really. Looking
a little straight out there at the moment, 2.5 on his previous wave. And this one, it'll be a little more, but probably not much. It was impressive he was able to stick it, but the judges want to see you really get your timing spot on off those sections. They want to see you attacking, and it was really just about survival, that move.
Yeah, exactly, and no one's really got any control over this heat at the moment. It's winding down to being an 18.5-minute heat right now. I can't see any of these scores factoring in.
Yeah, I don't think they're worrying this guy, Cole Houshman. He takes off, he finds a bit of room to move, gets a couple of hits in. Eli dropping a 4 for the float, which is actually a really positive number for that move. On the outside, we've got Setway standing up, the crowd's hooting.
Yeah.
They're seeing something.
Yeah, we saw Puff the Magic Dragon back again there. He's been around all day. He's been hard to find, but certainly when you're watching, you're seeing barrels spinning up and down the beach.
Yeah, I was going to talk to you, Luke, about Tracks Magazine and just, when we were Groms, those the big events that are unfolding here, obviously no live broadcast. Sometimes a radio broadcast, but usually you had to wait for the vision to drop. There was some live updates from Surf About back in the day, but Tracks Magazine always lending a lot of page space to those contest reports. They were famous.
Page space and colour. Yeah, there wasn't the saturation of media back then, and you would hang out for those contest reports.
Oh, wouldn't you?
You'd be getting the information maybe 2 months after the event had gone down, but that was your way of tapping into the professional surfing world.
And what's the focus now? I mean, I see that with the tracksmag.com, you still got that coverage and reporting on the news that's happening at each of the events, but what fills the pages these days?
Look, it's kind of the golden era of surfing though, Ron. There's so many different boards that people are riding. Travel is still a huge focus. Profiles. It's just really dynamic. And so trying to reflect the fact that surf culture has so many elements.
Well, it's looking great. the mag is looking unbelievable. 16 and a half minutes to go here. Let's check in with Jess Grimwood. She's found one of our quarterfinalists down there.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. Freddie, that was such a stressful heat to watch. You had the restart right at the beginning, and then at 9 minutes and 20 seconds, you were sprint paddling across to close the gap. What was going through your mind coming across that big bit of flat water and watching Max on this other right hand here?
Before the heat, I knew the right-hander was a straight closeout. It looks really hard to surf. So I saw a couple lefts, but I haven't really surfed it with this swell, with the south swell. So I didn't really know how it was breaking. It looked good, so got out there, got 2 waves, two medium scores. It's perfect to start the heat, but not kind of the scores you want to finish the heat with. But then the time just went by. I saw Max down here. I was like, yeah, 10 minutes to go. I might as well just sit next to him. I've got priority, so if a good one comes, I know it's mine. So that was the strategy. But on the last 10 minutes, I guess there was only closeouts here. So yeah, stoked. Surfed good. Stoked to be here in Narrabeen. I've had a third here on the city event. So it's a place that I love. Great crew with Francisca, Teresa, and Rodrigo. So yeah, stoked for tomorrow.
And just a little bit about the difference between being on the championship tour stage and then coming to this vibe here on the contest site at Narrabeen. Are you feeling like the atmosphere of all the locals getting around you here?
Yeah, it's awesome. Obviously, with the championship tour, there's a lot more people. But I'm stoked. There's so many people today watching here. The Challenger, there's amazing surfers, really good surfing. So yeah, epic to be back and looking forward to qualify again.
You've had a great day too with the Portugal team, and just congratulations. Good luck moving on through, and maybe a word for everybody supporting you at home.
Yeah, thank you guys. Muito obrigado a todos. Foi um heito estressante, mas deu para o nosso lado. Vamos com tudo. Felizmente tivemos a Teresa e a Kika. Não deu para passar as duas, mas estamos cá em peso. Obrigado, Portugal. Thank you, guys.
Cheers, Jess. Freddie Moraes is on his way to those quarterfinals, and there's been a noticeable difference in the attitude of some of the competitors, even those that won through today. And Frederico, he never, obviously he had the win, so he's thrilled, but, he didn't talk about the conditions lacking. He saw opportunity out there. He had a game plan to get that victory and made it happen. Here goes Cole Harshman on the replay here. Just pulls through the back of this one, but he's coming back. He's fighting a nice battle here against Eli Hanneman, who ducked into the pit. Oh, that one just closed up, and not even Eli could squeak out of it, but he had a nice line into it. But Cole Hauschman's fought back into the lead here.
Yeah, if anyone was going to pull that off, it was going to be Eli. Unfortunately, that left just running off, but Cole is finding a bit of momentum on his left now. 3.6, then a 4.03, so nothing too high, but judges leaving room, I think, if he gets on a bigger, sort of better left that we've seen. But I think smart for him to just get moving at this point in the heat.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see whether these two get in each other's faces. Eli's scores, really they're quite comparable to what Cole's been able to do on the left, so is he going to back and the rights here and have faith that a wave's going to stand up, maybe offer him a barrel, or is he going to make a move down to that left-hander and go a little more head-to-head?
Well, I don't know. It looks like he's making a move now. It's really all about choosing the bank that best suits your surfing. I think that's been key today. We saw Mark Lackamau do it really well in the first heat of the day. He went down to the left and converted.
Oh, and we're going to see if Eli can convert here. Good-looking wave, stretching out a little bit. But, wow, he does well to get a turn in as well. And you've got to be thinking, he had a 4 earlier on for a single turn. Quick vision there, straight up into the lip. Tricky section, bit of a double up there, and he rode out of it nicely.
I like the attitude. I feel like in any other heat, wouldn't be a wave that you would claim, but Eli knowing that on this low tide, this is an absolute keeper. Just being able to pick that section there, time it well, and come down. He got a 4 on that wave before, not much of a barrel, but just had to squeak out and just time that. The way it sort of pushed his board up and exploded him down.
It was a riddle that last section.
Oh, I had like an extra rib through it and almost got his head taken off by the lip. And then he had, as you said, that little double up rib running through the wave. So extremely well surfed.
So tricky. And he's going to get the reward that he needs to get back into the lead here. But Cole Houshman, he takes off, just falls out of the sky there. Can't handle that impact and goes down. 11.5 minutes to go. 4.5 for Hanneman. He jumps up into first. And the man in red, he's now after a 4.48 with just over 11 minutes to go. Waiting on numbers to come through. Don't think it's going to change the situation, though. We'll give you an update on the situation after this Bonsoy brew break.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be a thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
NRMA Parks and Resorts, definitely worth checking out. If Richie Lovett gives it the stamp of approval, I'm in. One of the Northern Beaches' finest. Won at Trestles, famous victory, featured on plenty of Tracks magazine's covers.
I think we were talking about three.
Yeah.
You got three.
I think four.
Four.
Yeah.
It's a pretty exclusive club. There's a lot of good surfers that don't have any.
Yeah. No, he was a page one hog. He had plenty of page ones and plenty of DPSs, he said. Double page spreads.
Yep, you've been using the abbreviation.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was all the talk back in the day. It was the focus if you were, you know, an aspiring pro surfer. It was a huge breakthrough if you landed on the cover of a magazine. But for a competitor, they were massive trophies, obviously, getting those covers. But getting big scores at the Challenger Series level was huge. And we saw Cole Houshman rack up at 7.17 during the break. We'll bring you a replay of that shortly. Eli Hanneman, he's trying to play catch-up, some frustration in the body language there.
Yeah, didn't get an opportunity to get vertical in the lip, very lateral on the first turn, and kicked out knowing that that's not going to be a score of consequence.
Yeah, probably shouldn't. Oh, let's see what Eli did down the beach here. This was before he made the move. Does he get in the barrel?
Oh,
goes for the air.
That was a good-looking wave too.
And then this was Cole's 717, so it was bigger wave out the back, coming on that classic North Narrabeen left. Second slash here. Let's see what he did on the inside when it cupped out. Nice hack. So just getting probably the most turns we've seen all day out of that classic Northie left there.
Yeah, the wave looked a little bit wobbly, but he did really well to piece it together.
Real punchy mix-up on the inside too when he kicked on that tail, moving a lot of water. 7.17 was the reward. Eli Hanneman, I mean, he's not out of this. He's got a 4.5.
Could he have found the barrel on that right-hander?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's, you know, with all those aerial weapons, I think that is sometimes a little bit of a trap that those aerialists fall into, is chasing that big ramp. It just felt like Eli could have tucked in there, but here goes Cole again. Really strong first turn. Nice mix up there. Kicks the tail again. working this small wave over as he moves through to the inside and finishes with a big bang on the inside there. Eli behind him, getting an opportunity to answer, stepping on the tail, looking for the air on the inside, opts to go to a big hit instead. Really paying attention to the finish, and he'll find it there.
Oh, now we're talking.
The San Clemente crew cheering both these surfers on, both part of that pack, and they're going to have a surfer in the quarterfinals either way.
Yes, they will, and how good. What an epic exchange from those boys.
Here we go. I can't help but feel that Cole got the better of it again. Love this first turn, just airdrops out of the judges will love that. Great transition between maneuvers. Gets motoring across this little flat section, eyes off the end turn, and a good directional change finish.
Wow.
And then Eli right behind him takes off. This wave didn't really have as much steep wall on it, but almost thought he was going to look for an air section here. Decides to just blast that end section and push through the foam. That was so hard to do. He just floated on down it like a little wheelie.
Yeah, that was a great control, but I'm with you, Luke. I think that everyone probably is. The Cole just got that big hit in, great variation. Eli's wave just didn't stand up for him for the first hit, forced to a little backhand cutback, and it didn't have a lot in it. I think at one point he stood on the tail and was thinking, I need to launch here. Noticed some strapping on his front knee too, but I don't think it's going to stop him here. I don't think he'll be feeling anything if he's got a niggling injury.
No, I think he's going to go for it at this stage. But interesting when he has to make that decision from being focused on an aerial and then switch. I feel like you lose a little bit. You lose a split second because you've got to shift the weight. Front foot to back foot makes it a little trickier.
The Parks and Resorts 5-minute warning courtesy of NRMA there, and Cole Hauschman with a big number on the way. Probably something pretty comparable to his other ride, the 7.17. Eli's going to have work to do, it feels like.
I feel like there's a lot of similarities between Cole Hauschman, Gerard Daru, and Mark Lackamau. Three big hitting goofy footers who are still in the draw.
Yeah, I'm with you. And really sure-footed when they're riding out of those big final turns. But the judges really loving their power, and
we'll see Mark coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, that's
up against E. Michaelani DeVault. Another kind of David Goliath sort of battle.
Yeah. Eli's a pretty big unit too, but he just has a completely different style. Obviously, being a regular footer is the big one, but just a really clean touch. And Mark Lackamere a bit broader in his stance and sure-footed. Really solid scores. Looking like it's going to be the best one of the heat so far for Cole Hauschman. As the numbers roll through, Eli's not going to waste any time here and has a look at that one. Not much doing. He's out of there. 7.6. I think Eli's probably going to put his best number up too. So he might chip away at the requirement, which is currently a combo.
I feel like we're going to see him go to the air.
Well, there it is. And that's what he can do. He can spin it. He has an amazing pop. Just that exploding, impacting water there, just knocking his board out from under his feet.
You can see how shallow it is where he's landing as well. He's kind of knee-deep almost as he makes his way back out.
So Eli's last ride, or his previous wave, did get him out of combination. It was a 5.17, but he now needs a big score, a 9.6. The replay of that rotation again.
Just
gets the full rotation, just isn't balanced directly over the board at landing.
Well, he had like a split second to, gather his gears together and go to the air, so just not really...
Didn't get the landing gear down.
No.
He, the tricky thing here is that water impacts so hard that finding a soft pillow, a nice transition to land on is really difficult. I think height is really the only way to, let the wave impact, soften a little bit before you start coming down from, the heavens. And Eli that time just sort of ran into that wall of water as it exploded under his feet.
Yeah, I feel like the wave is sort of, this bank has been breaking since the event started, that you've got to be fully prepared to come and land hard in the flats.
Yeah, well, that's how Gabriel Medina got his championship tour win here back in 2021.
Yeah.
He was on bigger waves than this, landing on dead flat hard water, and you know, just has, obviously he's a quadzilla. He just held those moves and made them stick.
And the CT event was super similar conditions to this. South swell, really similar left bank. As we see Cole.
Yeah, loading up for something big. Great grab. And that's what we're talking about just then. Getting enough height to let the wave do its thing and then provide a softer landing. And he found a great transition there. And that was a really clean straight air. I loved it.
Well, we've been talking so much about Eli's progression, but there we are, Cole Houseman. We did mention it. He's got plenty of pop for a big guy, and he just demonstrated it then.
Laura, what I love is he didn't go to the rotation. It's so refreshing when someone doesn't go into the spin, gets the grab. He stomped it.
And he would have seen Eli from behind do that spin before and thought, you know what, I'm not giving him any opportunity to punt on this, and made the most of that wave there. So absolutely unbelievable. He's pumped. He's really got it all.
Oh, man, he's just on fire at the moment, waiting on scores to come through. And it'll be an interesting one, just the one turn.
Well, the heat context played into his hands. He was way out in front. He knew he could go for the air, but he'll draw confidence from it because, you know, he's landing big airs going to the next round. I think it's fairly apparent he's going to progress, and a very well-rounded served heat.
Unbelievable, yeah, and just showing us something else, showing the panel something else, and they chomped it up. An 8-point ride, an excellent score. Eli Hanneman's going to fall out of the mix here. Comboed again.
Yeah, well, the judges have been looking right all day, so they'll be stoked to be looking the other way and heading into this last heat. I mean,
he just got overpowered.
And that was a really strong effort there from Cole Houseman, who continues to impress. Just his second Challenger Series event. And look at the numbers for him. One of the better heat score totals today. And he's on his way to the quarterfinals.
He's living up to that haircut, that's for sure.
Giving it 2% more.
Yeah.
Every time he takes off. Cole Houseman survives the round of 16. Stay with us. When we return, we're going to see Imai Kalani-Devolt going up against Mark Lackerman. Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We have just seen Cole Houseman dish up a beating to poor Eli Hanneman, and now we're going to see who he comes up against in the quarterfinals. It's going to be a battle between the current world number 2 on the Challenger Series, Imai Kalani-Devolt, and this man, a veteran campaigner trying to get onto the championship tour, the Frenchman Mark Lackerman. This one during the break, Luke.
Yeah, well, Mark has that incredible ability to make his surfing look big. Big carves, big turns out of the lip. And I feel like he really has to make this event count. Any event that's got solid swell is Mark Lackamau's best opportunity to get meaningful results and lay down results that are actually going to contribute to his quest to qualify.
I think he'll be pretty happy as well that this left has turned on, because I think all of his heats so far in this competition, he's actually started over there this morning, getting a couple of big scores and then moving down the beach to stop Maxime. No, it wasn't Maxime, someone else.
Yeah, right. Mark's a real danger. But the interesting thing about these guys is, they basically surf the same number of championship tour heats. Mark's had so many opportunities as a wild card, 5 reps. His best results were quarterfinal finishes. Was over in France in 2019 and 2017, and he overcame really tough competitors on his road to those results. And it just sort of tells you just how much his stocks go up in tricky beach break conditions. He's had wins over Michel Perez, Felipe Toledo, Wade Carmichael, Kanoa Igarashi, Julian Wilson, Sebastian Zietz and Kyle Belly. So, he's beat some of the best at the locations where they've had fantastic results. So he's a real threat here.
Well, as you said, Ron, he's proven he can sort of thrive at the CT level. Those are big CT scalps. So the big thing is, can he be consistent? Can he operate in a variety of conditions? I think so far this event has suited him extremely well. And as I mentioned before, he is a bigger guy. His surfing is big. He has to really capitalize on any event with solid swell.
Yeah, much like Imai Kalani on the Gold Coast. Right-hand point break, he's got all those weapons on his forehand, and he banked a result, using his strengths. And he's doing pretty well here at Narrabeen as well. Been looking really sharp.
Yeah, interested to see him start on this right-hander down the beach, and especially after Cole, manufactured so many good scores in the last heat. So Imai just wanting to stick to his guns, and he feels his guns are his forehand, and he can really just throw his tail and do something pretty progressive, and he'll be in the spot if he has that opportunity to, go.
I think, Luke, you hit the nail on the head at the start of that last heat, just talking about the strategy, and feels like Imai is thinking like you, where do your strengths lie over your rival, and do you want to, does Imai really want to go and match his backhand with Mark Lackamau's big frontside hits on the lefts, or is he going to read these right-handers that have given him big numbers and great vision, great barrel rides throughout the contest?
Yeah, well, he's going to stick to the plan. Has a little look at that one, Ron.
Well, he would have probably just heard that number from Mark Lackamau, 7.33 to start. So
that'll get you thinking.
Yeah, that'll get you thinking between the ears.
Maybe I will give my backhand a try down there. But Mark Lackamau, he's been at this for a while, campaigning for 12 years through the qualifying series, now the Challenger Series. Only surfed 4 Challenger Series these past couple of seasons, but that is the beauty of the regional qualifying series. Someone like Mark doesn't have to travel too far to do some of those QS events and weigh up his options once he gets in a position to have a full run at the challenges.
Yeah, you've made the point, Ron, that it's probably reinvigorated the careers of a lot of surfers. I think Mark's 32 now, so would he still be chasing it if it wasn't for the new regional system? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think that's true for a lot of surfers, even surfers that don't have the backing, that may need to even, work for a lot of the year and then save up and do that regional series and then jump on the challenges, and it's a short, compact series, so, it's doable.
It is, yeah, and, there's been some people that have looked at the numbers, and I know in Australia, Murmur magazine, murmurmag.com, I should say, founded and run by True Starling, an aspiring young surfer, commentator and assistant Jess. They actually put the budget together for what it cost to do the regional qualifying series. It was such a cool article.
It was amazing.
And it just broke down all the costs, and it was on a skinny budget, but it was really manageable for a surfer to put together a campaign and then you know, maybe look at the Challenger Series schedule and weigh up their options there. And they went that one step further and looked at what the Challenger Series cost as well. And the numbers are interesting. Obviously, that was from an Australian perspective, but I'm sure it's not too dissimilar in other countries as well. So, you know, it's extended maybe the competitive careers of a lot of these surfers.
Yeah, completely. I mean, those numbers are interesting because they give the sponsors a bit of an indication as well as to, you know, what they need to put up.
Yeah. If the individual is sponsored. And that's, you know, another good point to bring up. The reason why the field has been compressed a bit is so that prize money is a little higher and it goes a little bit further for these competitors having their first real run at the Challenger Series if they don't have that major backing. But it's a commitment in these early stages. And some people just have that extra bit of support that relieves a bit of pressure, but a lot of battlers on the Challenger Series as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of surfers on the Challenger Series who are still working jobs. You know, so,
and you see amazing stories from people who don't have the big sponsorship support. And India Robinson's a fantastic example of that.
Cal Robson as well, you know, coming, you know, he went back to working as a tradie and then, decided, no, I'm going to give surfing another crack. And then when he came back, he just blitzed through the challenges and just, you know, it came out of nowhere, it felt like.
It also, when surfers are competing on a regional tour like that, it can generate some interest from more domestic brands. And Cal Robinson's success in the QS events originally, then the Challenger Series, and then onto the CT, got the attention of Bonsoy, and they have been backing him, and they just love the fact that he's an underdog. So it's really cool to see. 20 minutes remaining here, and Mark Lackerman holding on to the lead. He's kicked off this round of 16 heat in fine form. Imai Kalani DeVault has work to do at the moment. Really committed to focusing on the right-handers at Car Park Rights, where he's had some amazing tube rides, and he might be setting up one here. This one not really opening up, though.
Yeah, the big incentive for Imai in this event is that it's only Imai and Jacob Wilcox still left in the draw who made the quarterfinals on the Gold Coast. So it's a big opportunity for Jacob and Imai to put some daylight between them and the rest of the competition.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, Imai's got a massive opportunity here.
I mean, if he goes better than this round, he walks away from the Australian leg with 2 keepers. If he doesn't, then this one is, you know, perhaps not.
Yeah, and potentially in the #1 position on the Challenger Series ranks. Just over 19 minutes to go. One thing about Imai is he's shown us that he can ride the momentum when he gets a quick start and you know, shut out a heat from the opening stages to the end, or he can turn around a tough situation like this. He's had some clutch moments through Snapper Rocks and even here at the Sydney Surf Pro.
Yeah, you were talking about jobs, Ron. I reckon Imai's got a gig as a baritone in a choir if everything goes wrong with surfing.
Yeah.
Just that deep, resonant voice we always hear in the post-heat interviews.
Yeah, good look as well. As we see him loading up. Doesn't stick this one. Imai, he's had some explosive turns on his run through to this point in the competition. Doesn't make that one stick, but it again, much like Cole in the last heat, who relied on his power initially to build scores, showed us that he can go to the air, and Imai demonstrating that as well.
Yeah, I mean, the plus here for Imai is that he can keep having a look. He doesn't have to worry about priorities, so he's serving his own heat and just realising with 19 minutes to go, let's go to some progression. And I think we'll see him look for that sort of wave the rest of the heat, I think.
Yeah, I feel like he just didn't get as much rotation as he wanted there to ride out of that manoeuvre. Straight away again.
Oh, that's a nice swoop off the top, moving plenty of water. And he swings the tail again on the finish. Well-placed turns. And this is going to get him right in this heat. Just on 17.5 minutes to go. We're waiting on the scores to come through now for the 25-year-old from Maui.
I love the change in approach. The air doesn't work, so he takes it back just 10%, and it pays dividends.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a confidence boost to get something substantial on the board at this point. And, you know, not a big wave, pretty small, but it had 2 nice sections. blowing the tail there to show a different side of what he's got. I think the only thing that'll really keep that score down will be that the judges are now comparing two different types of lefts. And, you know, the left up at Northie at the moment is a lot dredgier and intense, I would say, than that left. But he's got the progression.
So let's quickly check in with the quarterfinalists just progressing through that last heat. Cole Houshman is with Jess Grimwood.
Yes, he is. Thank you, Ronnie. Cole, that was an exceptionally inspired performance from you. What was it that got you going out there and finding those incredible rides?
Yeah, it was one of those like days or heats where it was like, it was equally like the rights at Car Park and then the left at the alley, and it was like I really was torn until like 5 minutes left. Eli went down to the alley, and I was like, I might as well surf with my competitor. And then I got down there, and I was like, this isn't it. And my coach Matt just waved me over to the left, and it took me like a few waves to kind of get used to that because we haven't surfed there yet this comp. And yeah, I was stoked. Found my rhythm, and yeah, I was torn though. I was like paddling over, like just praying it was the right decision because you never know. It's like the guys went over there in the heat before and it went flat, so it was like kind of like torn, but yeah, you just got to go with it, and stoked it worked out.
And what about your work ethic too? I mean, word on the street here is that you were the first surfer in the water this morning, so it is an early bird gets the worm for you.
I wasn't first guy out, but first guy in my jersey out maybe since I had first heat of the morning. But yeah, I've been up early every morning just kind of watching the waves and yeah, just putting in the work and the time throughout the week, and now it's just having fun. So.
And getting absolutely mobbed by the Groms when you came in. I mean, those guys were wading out to chest high water. What's the vibe feel like here at Narrabeen for you guys and the rest of your pretty well-known support crew?
Yeah, I know, it's sick. I've never really had that happen before. It was like, took me like 15 minutes to get up the beach, but they're all asking for my leash, my fins, and I was like, sorry boys, I got to keep the magic fins and leash going for the comp, but I was like, come find me tomorrow and I'll hook you guys up with some stuff. So I felt bad saying no, but the Groms here are insane, and it's super cool to see all the youth, for sure.
Thank you so much for your time. I'll let you go and soak in. What a good win for you, and keeper in the bank. Thanks, Cole.
Stoked, yeah. Thanks to anyone watching at home, too, so shout out to all the boys.
Yeah, Cole, great performance, and working like a tradesman today, getting his morning surf in, and then just over 8 hours later, having an afternoon session. And he's been down here working and getting behind his countrymen and that San Clemente posse, but he is powering through to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Still 14.5 minutes remaining here in this last heat of the day.
You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Each that make these beaches so different and unique.
12.5 minutes remaining in the last heat of the day. What a Saturday it's been. The crowd still hanging in to see what's going to come of this heat and who's going to be taking on Cole Houshman in that second quarter-final clash. Mark Lackamer up against Imai Kalani Devaldi at this one during the break. to add to the 7.33 opener.
Oh, nice big hit there. Just the one turn, but with 12 minutes to go, he just obviously wants to get something on the board to back up that 7.33 and put a bit more pressure on Imai.
I feel like Mark's got this ability to kind of hover in the lip for that little bit of extra time and make his manoeuvres just look a fraction more dramatic.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to stomp a move on a chunky section over a shallow sandbar.
Yep, that's for sure. And, you know, we've talked about it a lot this event, but there are shades of the French beach breaks here. And it's definitely suiting the Frenchman.
Well, they're punchy. There's rip currents tearing through them. And
tidal.
Yeah, and there's often a little bit of feedback, reverb too, and there's been a bit of backwash at different times.
Hey, 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 come on an Eastwell.
Yeah. It's been pretty good to us, really. We've had some amazing moments yesterday and today have provided us with spitting barrels, big numbers. And when it has gotten tricky, these surfers are still capable of doing just brilliant moves.
Look at this for Imai. Is this going to eventuate into anything special?
Look at that light.
Oh.
This one might corner up for him. He's having a look at it. He's really deep, though.
Damn.
I think it was a little stretched out. It really is looking a little straight there at the moment as Mark again finds some room. Pushes a bit too hard. Busts the fins free, but completely out of control.
Laura, your brother was making the point this morning, Chris, that when the locals surf the car park rides, they actually like it to be sort of beyond 4 foot.
Yeah,
so it sits further back out off that shallow bank and tends to close out a little bit less.
Here goes Imai. Not going to get much out of that final section. Doesn't need a whole lot to get himself into the lead here. But it just feels like at some point he's going to have to put something up that compares to Mark Lacamere's 7.33, because it just seems to be a lot more corners, waves with opportunity for, if not one hit, maybe two, even three.
Yeah, back to what Luke was saying about the car parks, it's actually easier to surf the bigger it gets. You can really identify exactly where that set's going to come in and break on the bank. And yeah, especially when we come down to this low tide, it's really hard right now to be in position for anything that's going to have opportunity. But Imai found a corner here. Missed opportunity, I feel. He got a nice hit there, but then just goes down, tries to ditch the fins, and just a bit too late to the party there.
Yeah, that end section was really foamy. It wasn't one of those nice little crumbly lips that you want. It was really tricky, and I don't know how much scoring potential was in it, but he's only chasing a very much a mid-range score. The heat's alive, but Ron, you made the point that it feels like Mark Lacamere's still lurking. Like there's another good left coming his way at some point.
Well, he's still hanging on to a 3.33 at the moment, and it's just really unlikely that that's going to be the case in the next 9 minutes, especially when there's, no going back and forth with that priority. Any left that corners up down there, he's going to get the opportunity for at least one big turn, maybe more. As Imai loads up again, he has to go all out to convert this into the score he needs. 5.67, this wave's getting really average on the inside here. Still working it over and doing decent turns. But it's just not top to bottom, just because it's trying to stack up and catch up to the wave in front.
Yeah. He was down into the left rip bowl section, Ron, which is, really fun to surf, but that actually doesn't look amazing in a contest.
Yeah, maybe on a twin fin with a Hawaiian shirt on and
that kind of
short shorts.
And that kind of golden light is going to look incredible.
But, I mean, he still surfed this wave really well, Laura. He might go close to the number, but it just feels less convincing.
Yeah. This wave just lost so much power, and even though it trickled down nicely along that bank, it just didn't really give him any opportunity. However,
we call that small wave surfing groveling, and that was great small wave surfing, but there hasn't been a need for it throughout this event because there's been so much energy in this lineup, and the scores are reflecting just that. 3.7 for Imai, and here comes Mark trying to get rid of a 3.33 to make life difficult for Imai Kalani to vault. Big turn, almost executed in slow motion. Just found that little release in the tail.
Yeah, I think he's realised halfway along afterwards a lot of downtime that he was only going to get an opportunity for one manoeuvre, and he had to add something a little bit extra if it was going to be meaningful. That light does look amazing. Here it is, big frontside carve, drifts the tail. Looked a little bit on edge at one point, but
it's just okay for me. It'll probably better the 3.33, but you know, to race away from the taller part of the wall and get to the end of the wave and then do your turn,
Yeah.
it's still, there wasn't enough in it for me to post a
It also
big
felt
score.
like, yeah, the tail slid but didn't really release, so that could maybe hold that score back. But it's gonna better the 3.33.
Yeah, we could see that coming. 4.27 now, and just the benefit of the big 7.33 for Mark is making the requirement larger for Imai, who I think out of frustration just rides that one to the death, and his board's still in one piece, and he's lucky it is. I mean, if he wasn't thinking about an exit there, he probably should have just punched through the back,
Yeah.
but I think he's just feeling a little frustrated out here at the moment. Having a look at his equipment now, just over 6 minutes to go, just not really kind of coming to life in this heat as he has through the earlier rounds.
nothing like a big closeout pit to give yourself a wake-up call though, Ron, you're right. Here it is, traveling. It was just a moment. Soul arching into the barrel.
He just needed Matty Dunbar out there.
Oh, man, I'm a fan. Hopefully Mark Honorati was down by the Narrabeen Ocean Pool looking into that barrel, but it's not going to help his situation.
Looks like Imai's going to make the move over to the left, but
Yeah.
6.61, that is not a big score in his book.
In this situation, Laura, you know, are you paddling down there kind of sheepishly like, oh, I think you had the right strategy, mate.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm coming down. I'm going to try and wrestle priority away from you at this point and give myself a chance.
Yeah, I think it's almost a case of Imai saying, well, I've just got to try something different. I've got to change my own rhythm because whatever I'm doing right now, it's not quite working. So I need to shift the focus. And
It'll be huge if you can turn it around.
yeah, and it's like the last heat, it's still well within range.
Yeah, and Mark hasn't been able to really build too much on the 7.33. He has improved, but he hasn't built on it too much.
You're right, Ron. It felt like he was surfing for the backup on that last one somewhat.
Yeah.
You know, could have thrown a little bit more at that turn.
Yeah, the big Cole Houshman straight air might have been a good option. But 4.27 still lifts the requirement. But Imai, I feel like he's lucky to only be needing a 6.61 at this point, and he's still in it. He's got to sort of shift things up and get his head back in the game here.
Yeah, I feel like Mark,
leaving that space too in the lineup.
I think Mark Lackermark probably caught that wave in the first 5 minutes of the heat.
Oh, yeah.
So he's been sitting on that for a long time. In terms of his own heat strategy, as you say, probably should have a more solid backup by now.
It's obviously, Laura, just a case of there not really being that many quality sections standing up out there at the moment, because both these guys have been on a heater on their road through to this point in the competition.
Yeah, they really have, and that's just the tricky thing about this low tide here this afternoon. It's low tide south swell. It's just making this bank really straight at the moment, and there's been those couple of jam lefts and a couple of jam rights and the biggest sets that hit the bank well, but in between waves, it's hard to make something happen on.
I forget who it was against, but we did see Imai have a buzzer beater victory in one of the earlier rounds. So, you know, it's within his range psychologically.
Yeah, and hard decisions here for Mark Lackermare to make with that priority. As we see Imai up, just taking a chance, trying to force things. But, yeah, I think, Mark, if there's a section, a wave with just one section on it, and Imai sitting next to him, Mark has to go, because Imai's got that big backhand air rotation he can go to. And if it's a wave with a couple of sections, he's so capable of threading together some big turns.
Yeah, it looked like that last wave that Imai got had a good sort of section just a little further down the line from where he was, so slightly out of position for that one, but at least he knows there's some ramps out there.
Yeah, I also feel like Mark knows that he can probably improve his situation with one big turn as well. So you're right, he's got a couple of good reasons to go.
Yeah, a couple of the tougher seats I think we've seen in the contest, just as far as finding opportunity, even on those more onshore wind-blowing days, surfers were getting a number of chances to throw Hail Mary moves and get themselves out of holes in heats. And Imai just isn't getting that many, hasn't had that many corners to work with. I don't even feel like on the southern end he had bad wave selection. He was just taking anything that kind of had something in it. So it's the 7.33 is the real big difference here at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully we get one more exchange for both surfers.
This looks like a straight closeout. Imai taking off. He's going to pull through the back of this one. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Mark Lacamere. I mean, the decisions have kind of been easy for him with priority at the moment, not taking these ones. There hasn't even been room for Imai to load up and attempt something.
He still would have been a little bit nervy letting him go on that one though, Ron. Now he's basically become the magnet. Big, long paddle strides.
Yeah, semi-trailer.
On your tail.
Yeah,
with the lights blaring.
Oh, absolutely.
On the highway at 150, look out.
Yeah, Mark's, just really benefited from the strong start. There hasn't been a whole lot else in this heat. Beautiful afternoon, a huge day of surfing, a lot to break down on the WSL post show. Some surfers turning around their fortune at this second stop on the Challenger Series, and others just continuing the fine form and on their way to another big result here. So it's going to be fun to break it all down. 35 seconds to go here.
Yeah, India Robertson looking really good going into the quarterfinals.
Sure is. Frustrating heat here for Imai.
Yeah, this is super frustrating. We came off that low tide this afternoon at 2 p.m. It's now 4:30, so just tough times here for these guys trying to find opportunity. Mark really picked the eyes out of it.
He did, yeah. I think if Imai stuck the backhand air reverse, we've got an interesting heat on our hands. But this is, just been a strategy from Mark Lacamere really that's paid off. The heat was won on the first exchange.
And it's a strategy that worked for him all day. He got one good wave at the start of both his heats, and it's seen him through, and he's happy about it. That's a happy splash, not an unhappy one.
Yeah, you don't see the happy splash all that often. Usually it's a splash of frustration. But Mark Lacamere, the Frenchman, survives the round of 16 and hangs on for a victory over one of the most informed surfers on the Challenger Series. And Mark is on his way to the quarterfinals, where we'll have a heavyweight bout. He'll be taking on Cole Hauschman in quarterfinal number 2. We got the WSL post show coming up next. Stay with us. It's a beautiful afternoon here at North Narrabeen. Welcome to another WSL Post Show on another stunning afternoon here at North Narrabeen, Sydney's northern beaches for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with Laura Anaver and Richie Lovett. Rich, a really big day of competition, some more highlight moments created, but some really tricky heats this afternoon as well.
Yeah, this afternoon really tested the resolve of our surfers, you know, especially those last 4 men's heats, you know, right at the bottom of the tide and tricky. It wasn't much on offer, but they made the most of it, and a couple of surprise results.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a lottery, really, Laura, just reflecting on Emi's strategy and Mark Lackamer's. I mean, there was only one real quality wave that came through, and Mark just happened to be on it. So Emi went for the car park right section. It just never really came together for him.
Yeah, I know. Well, I feel like after watching Cole, you know, in that heat before, light up those lefts, I would have expected maybe both of them to go to that left-hander, but you know, Emi stuck to his guns for most of the heat for the 25 minutes before making the dart down to the lefts, but unfortunately it was too late by that point.
I guess the point is, though, that even though Mark got the 7.33, there wasn't another wave after it. He struggled to even back up that 7.33 on the left. So if Emi was there, and maybe if he got the 7.33, things could have been different, but it was lacking some opportunity for both competitors.
Yeah, for sure. It's and you know, as a competitor, you just want an opportunity. You just want to be able to ride waves and put your best performance on show. And unfortunately for Emi, you know, you had that awesome result up on the Gold Coast, was looking to back it up, and you know, this is not really a keeper result.
It's not, but it's going to keep him at the top end of the rankings for sure. Let's have a look at Heat 3, the round of 16 this afternoon. Cole Hauschman, he's just marked himself as a real contender on the Challenger Series with his performance here at North Narrabeen this week. Looks so sharp again here against Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, there's surfers that kind of pick an event, and it seems like Cole Hauschman has picked this one and just found that crazy left. That was one of the best lefts that came through all afternoon. Eli came bounding back in this heat, tried to... he was hunting ramps, looking for those opportunities where he could take to the sky. This was really well done how he rode out of this one. But Cole Hauschman just so strong. It was really, wow, just a huge lofty air. Just, he was on fire in this heat, and total contrast of body build in this one as well.
Yeah, solid. And the Groms have just been out fourth yesterday. They got a little holiday from school, and they were back down here first thing this morning collecting signatures. And Cole Hauschman said in his post-heat interview that he was just loving seeing all the youth out here, getting inspired by all these Challenger Series campaigners. But look at the numbers for the San Clemente surfer.
Yeah, when a lot of the surfers were really struggling this afternoon, for Cole to come out and get an 8 and a 7.67, that is unbelievable. Well done by him. And yeah, that tide though, just playing trickster on the lineup, which was a real bummer to see. But you know what, someone's got to win, and they did.
Yeah, Laura, you're spot on there, Laura. Yeah, but Rich, equipment is a big one, and Cole just looked like he surfed with a lot more speed than everyone else this afternoon.
Yeah, he was on, and well, I just think, you know, he was in rhythm, perfect rhythm with the ocean. You know, it all needs to fall into place, and that heat out of the 4 that we ran this afternoon of the men's was the one heat where both surfers really got a good crack at it, and well, Cole Hauschman just showing amazing form.
Yeah, it's going to set up an amazing heat, though. Quarterfinal clash between two of the heavyweights on the Challenger Series. Jess Grimwood is with Mark Lackamer.
Thank you, Ronnie. Yes, a heavyweight of the Challenger Series. This has got to feel good for you, Mark. What a great result going into your season.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. That was my objective, to start with one result in the Australian leg. So it was really tricky, like really slow, but a very nice wave. I was really scared of Emi going on the right over there, but pretty stoked to make it.
And you got the first score pretty much right at the start of that heat. What was going through your mind? The rest, it's quite a long time in between waves, and like you said, Emi was hunting those car park rights still, and you were way up on the point.
Yeah, that's a scary feeling, but I had to stick to my plan. I saw there was some great wave when they come earlier. So I was hoping one more was coming, but it didn't, but it was enough to do the job, so pretty stoked.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure you've got so many people tuning in at home, watching your performance. And before we let them go, any last words for them?
Merci à tous ceux qui regardent. Je suis vraiment content d'avoir passé la série. Final day demain, je crois, ou après-demain, donc let's go.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah, Mark Lackerman there, one of the veteran campaigners. You love to see it. You know, he's looking sharp. He's celebrated in style. He's going to be one to watch for sure. Just very comfortable in these punchy sand bottom conditions.
Yeah, really working to his strengths too. Just he's been sticking to that left, just getting these open face waves where he can put that big rail game, that power on show. It's working for him.
Another veteran that looked really sharp today and has looked really sharp through the Challenger Series these first 2 stops. Sally Fitzgibbons cruising on through to the quarterfinals. She was up against Ella McCaffrey and she got a quick start on the 20-year-old and it really paid off.
Yeah, well, coming off that huge score yesterday, Sally just wanted to get the job done, and this was when the car park rights were still on fire this morning. Ella taking it to Sally, finding some cover, but Sally getting the job done. You can see her taking up a bit wider on the peak here just so she could safely get a couple of big bashes in here and just really make sure she can close this heat out. And yeah, she kind of, I think, had the confidence that she could beat Ella if she just did the bare minimum, and that's what she did. She put up some really good scores.
Yeah, with full respect to Ella, she was going to be up against it in that heat, and it did feel like Sal had a pretty restrained approach and just looked to build a couple of reasonable numbers. Just tactically, it was just chess from Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, it was a pretty convincing win in the end.
She's already had a tube for this contest, so she's like, well, we'll stick to the rails.
We'll just get back onto the turns. But yeah, I think, you know, Sal spent about 2 hours after that heat in a wetsuit just dealing with sponsorship obligations. She was up at the Harvey Norman tent, back down at the GWM tent, and just, you know, the Grommets were just following her around. She was like the Pied Piper.
Yeah, she never stops working, and she's going to be working her way through those quarterfinal heats, you'd think, but you know, we're going to have a look at some of those matchups a little later in the show. India Robinson comes into this event in the #1 position, and there's a fair chance she's going to be hanging on to that spot. She progressed through the quarters as well.
Yeah, huge result from India. She had a tough opponent in Nikki Van Dyke right here, but she just got the job done. Her and her team obviously working out that these lefts on the car park rights had turned on, and they found some opportunity. Nikki going up here, they had similar top scoring waves, and it was really close until the very end of this heat, until India just took off on a pretty solid wave at the end here, and on the one turn just bashed her tail out and closed the heat down.
Yeah, big sledgehammer turn there from India Robinson, and she survives around a 16-heater against really the queen of the Sydney Surf Pro. Nikki Van Dyke's had such fantastic results at this venue, but you could tell then when we saw the competitors on the left just what the surfers are dealing with here. You've got barreling rights one moment, you've got the lefts down at North Narrabeen firing up as well, and then a rip bowl off car park rights as well.
Yeah, Narrabeen's normally pretty straightforward.
Yeah, usually it is, honestly.
And it's anything but. It's been a full riddle the last couple of days, well, the last 4 days.
Yeah,
but that's cool. It's part of the game, and it's fun watching our surfers having to figure it out.
Yeah, they're figuring it out, and the quarterfinals are set. Let's have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket. And this is what we're looking at. Sally Fitzgibbons up against Alyssa Spencer in that first quarterfinal heat. But what are you looking forward to here, Laura?
Oh, there's some good heats. I mean, I love the Erin Brooks, India Robinson, and yeah, they're all really great, actually. Bella Kenworthy, Macy, Isabella and Teresa. These are some heavy hitters right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an epic battle. Teresa Bombalot is looking to go back-to-back here at the Sydney Surf Pro, one down in Manly, still alive in the event here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for her, though. There's some really big names in there. You have to think that, you know, Sally's just kind of cruising through at the moment. She really hasn't hit 4th, 5th gear yet. And also good to see Isabella up there. You know, the result didn't come on the Gold Coast where we thought she was going to get a good result. So great to see her in the quarters and starting to make that charge.
Yeah, I'll be keeping a close eye on Erin Brooks. That's an amazing story, and she charged today. Let's have a look at the Boost Mobile wave of the day. Cole Hauschman is going to take it. He was so strong, and have a look at the backhand work here.
I know, I was almost thinking, what wave was it? But it was this one this morning. A huge backside blow into the lip, and over again, this wave was just unbelievable. It had that weird wobble in it, didn't it, Ronnie, this morning? But he got the job done and just went up into the lip. And
yeah, so worthy. I just love his power. I haven't seen a whole lot of his surfing. Caught some of those regional qualifying series events and saw him put some good stuff together. But when there's a bit of energy in the lineup, it seems like he really comes on.
he's a big human, and he's got so much power in those legs, and he's really dominating. I mean, he's been the standout of today when we were thinking about what was going to be the wave of the day. There was
also
a couple to choose
yesterday
from.
he was a standout as well, so I think he's definitely a standout of the event.
Yep.
Yeah, he's looking good. It'll be hard to beat in those finals. Let's dive into the top 5 moments from today. Another magic day of competition. And we're going to start with Erin Brooks.
Oh, gosh, she did so amazing out here today. Big hit here. Fortunately, just fell on a couple of her end turns, which kept her scores in the 6 range. But look at this, big bash from the 15-year-old Grom. She was absolutely charging. She's got no fear. She had one big hit and a nasty wipeout, which she said, it was fine. But
Teresa Bombalot at number 4 topples the World Junior Champion.
Yeah, Teresa Bombalot. This was a really hard-fought battle between these two, and it kind of could have gone either way, but it was these tricky little right-handers. She found these ones that had a nice pace to it. She was able to put this backhand on show.
Yeah, she was a little bummed to come up against Francisca Vaselko, but happy, obviously, to move on through to the quarters and get her opportunity at another Sydney Surf Pro victory. Morgan Siblick at number 3, just coming to life, pinpoint, CT-like surfing, Rich.
Yeah, this was the sort of form that saw Morgan go right to the final 5 on his rookie year on tour. These frontside hacks, just full steam ahead, just so much speed, precision, timing, and this extra little squirt of energy out of this final turn. Love that.
Really strong stuff. He was all teeth when he hit the beach. Coming in at number 2, Alyssa Spencer advances in style. Big numbers for her.
yeah, Alyssa Spencer here just timing this one perfect. Probably just waiting to really get her cracks in here, but once she got them going, they were unbelievable. Just throwing that board up and throwing so much spray to the sky. Love her surfing, how she can just keep it so tight in the pocket. Just get up here and throw so much spray. So Alyssa Spencer,
There's little shades of Tatiana in there, isn't there?
there is. This is gonna be a really good matchup with her and Sally tomorrow. I really cannot wait.
Number 1, Cole Hauschman. Trademan like hours today. First surfer in the water, Rich, and dropping big numbers. 8.5 hours later, he was surfing his second heat.
Oh, mate, the tradies would have been on the beers long before he went out for his final heat, that's for sure. But, yeah, some great work done this morning, and to have that lay through the day, that downtime, and then come back and surf like this in his final heat was just magic, and it tops it off with a giant frontside grab rail air, and great stuff. Big human. Did well to get himself right above.
Excellent scores on the right and excellent scores on the left, so he's got to be feeling pretty good when he's heading to bed tonight.
Yeah, excellent.
Heading into finals
Excellent
day.
start to the day, excellent finish. And, yeah.
He gets an A+.
He does.
Plus.
Yeah, he's on a tear and looking really sharp. Well, the quarterfinals are set for the women. We're halfway through determining our quarterfinalists on the men's side. We're looking forward to another big day of competition tomorrow, so get down here or tune in bright and early. And until then, we'll leave you with highlights. Have a fantastic night. And the men are gearing up to hit the lineup once again. We're going to get that round of 32 back underway.
Marco Mignot with a late charge.
Vamos!
Eitan Osborne.
Somehow squeaks out.
I think he claims it a little bit early.
exits. Oh. Deals with some seaweed, some foam. Finds a vision, finds an exit.
Slams that lip.
Load up, drive up into the section.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.